I do indeed, Kev. Yeah, good morning to you from a very sunny and bright Ageas Bowl. It's warm here, it's freezing in the camera gantry as per usual. The news to bring you from the middle is that the Northern Diamonds have won the toss. They've elected to bat first, so it'll be the Vipers who are having a bowl out there when we get underway in just over 10 minutes' time. Southern Vipers unchanged from that side who just beat the Sunrisers by 1 run. As for the Northern Diamonds, 1 change for them. In comes the 19-year-old Rachael Slater, and out goes Katie Levick. So this, of course, in some ways, Kev, a quarter-final is just strange that the winner potentially gets to the final. It's a bit of a strange one. I'll go through the permutations with you shortly, but that is the news from the middle. The Diamonds have won the toss, and they're going to bat first. Yeah, okay, Kev, are you ready? Just make sure that we might eat into some of the semi-final here. So I'll try and keep it as simple as I can. Essentially, both sides are into the knockout stages regardless of the result of this game. The Northern Diamonds, Southern Vipers are both top of the table. They're both on 23 points. The Diamonds are just above the Vipers because their run rate is better. Bonus point win for either side gets them straight to the final a week today. The only way that neither of these sides can reach the final is if the Central Sparks, who are playing against the Lightning at Loughborough today, if they win and they pick up a bonus point, which happens if your run rate is 1.25 or greater times that of your opposition, and that's happened in just under half of all the games in the competition this year, they would then go to 27 points. They would then also have to improve their overall run rate with the Central Sparks to then leapfrog the Vipers and the Diamonds. That's unlikely. The Vipers lose this game, they're likely to have an away semi-final against the Sparks, or if they win the game, they will have a home semi-final or potentially go to that final. So essentially, bonus point win for the Vipers gets them straight to that final. If they don't, things get a little bit messy with the Central Sparks against the Lightning. We'll have to keep an eye on that. I hope that makes some kind of sense. You and me both.
Good morning. Yes, it's a completely different view from the commentary box here, Mel, as you will know very well. Yes, I'm excited to talk about all the players and give some insight, hopefully. Bought my layers, so we're all good, Mel.
It is a bit, and I don't know if there's some competition going on here as well in terms of notes, because I know Ariana has plenty of stats, but I don't know if it matches Melissa's notes and whatnot that she's got. She's written a book, haven't you, Melissa, on today? Yeah, well, it's good news.
I don't think so. I think the Vipers are very confident in their 50-over format. It more suits their game and how all of them play. So I think there's actually a strong bit of confidence in the camp. Even though the last time Vipers met Diamonds in the T20 competition, they did lose, but this is more their format, and I think that confidence is really boosting them. Absolutely amazing. We're all so proud of her and buzzing for her to just keep going and get more of those wickets.
Yeah, we're going to be on the BBC Sport website and app throughout the day. Kev, we'll dip in and out of your coverage as well. We'll keep an eye on what's going up there at Edgbaston, but yeah, we'll be on the BBC Sport website and app throughout the day. They are indeed, and they are unchanged from that side who beat the Sunrisers for the rerun of course, last year's Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy final, which we were at, Kev, just under a year ago. Magic. Thank you, Carl. Lovely stuff. We'll do it in a few minutes. Lovely stuff. That all right? Yeah. Smashed it. Easy peasy, isn't it? Right, we'll go back on and probably get underway in a couple of minutes.
Oh, do you know which network it is?
Yes, I do indeed. Hilton Honors. And then there'll be, we need to pop in the code. Just Hilton 19. Oh, there we go. At the bottom.
Oh, no.
That's it, yeah. Hilton capital H 19, all one word. It is cold up here, isn't it? Are you cold? It's just me or?
I feel like it will be.
No, we'll bake later.
We'll bake later.
Absolutely bake. For the Charlotte Edwards Cup final day, I haven't been that hot all summer. It was disgusting because it gets, when there's no sun in here, it gets absolutely freezing. But then when the sun is in here, it's greenhouse because of the grass. So it gets sort of.
That was a good day as well.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it. So we'll do the first 10 overs if that's alright? Yep. Lovely. I am. Hello. That's fine. And I was just going to say as well, I won't be able to say that the players are coming out because we'll already be on. Yeah, I will. Okay, fine. All right. A very good morning and welcome to a very sunny and bright Ageas Bowl for this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy quarter-final, we could call it in some ways. It's the final group stage of the competition for this year between the Southern Vipers and the Northern Diamonds. The two umpires, Ian Ramage and Sophie McClelland, making their way out into the middle now at the Ageas Bowl as the Southern Vipers are now led over the rope by their captain Georgia Adams. They have been put in the field by the Northern Diamonds. They have won the toss and elected to have a bat first. And the news from the two teams is that the Southern Vipers are unchanged from that side who beat the Sunrisers by just a run or so earlier on in the week. The Northern Diamonds have made one change. In comes 19-year-old Rachael Slater replacing Katie Levick as the players continue to make their way out into the middle. And as I mentioned, the news is that the Northern Diamonds have won the toss and they have elected to bat first in what is a rerun, of course, of last year's Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy final. That the Vipers won by 38 runs a little under a year ago. The Southern Vipers defending champions. It's also a rerun of what we saw a couple of weeks back as well, the Charlotte Edwards Cup semi-final that took place on this ground between these two sides, and it was the Northern Diamonds who came up victorious. So we are almost good to go here at the Ageas Bowl. Bright sunshine, and just as I say that, we have our first little bit of cloud, hazy, wispy cloud make its way across the middle, but we are all good to go. Vipers in the field first, and it's going to be Lauren Bell to get us underway from the pavilion end. Plenty of permutations on this game. I'll go through those for you very shortly, introduce the rest of our commentary team throughout the day on the BBC Sport website and app as well. The Diamonds captain who won the toss, Holly Armitage, is out there. She's going to take strike of the first delivery from our end. It's going to be bowled, running towards us by Lauren Bell. Here she is over the wicket now, and it's straight to Holly Armitage, and she plays it straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. So Holly Armitage, Rachael Hopkins opening up for the Northern Diamonds. There's a slip in place, a third man, backward point cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, square leg, and a fine leg with Emily Windsor down towards our left-hand side or so. Bring in very shortly the rest of our commentary team. We'll see this ball from Lauren Bell as she runs towards us over the wicket now, bowls, and again that comes slightly into Armitage. She's forward and there is no run. So let's just bring you up to date with the permutations for this game then. Both of these sides are on 23 points, I should say, at the top of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. The Northern Diamonds, though, they are technically in first place on net run rate. What happens in this competition is that first place goes straight into the final, which is a week today in Northampton. Then second and third place sides play each other in the eliminator on Tuesday, as Bell is once more over the wicket, bowls. That's straighter, wraps Armitage on the pads, there's no run. So the Vipers sit second, Central Sparks sit third. They are taking on the Lightning later on today, that game happening at the same time as this. Whoever wins this game with a bonus point, or if a side does win this game with a bonus point, will go straight into the final a week today. The only way that neither of the sides, though, reach the final is if the Central Sparks do beat the Lightning at Loughborough. They also have to pick up a bonus point as Bell is in once more. That's straighter, wraps Armitage on the pads again, but there's no run. 4 dot balls here for Lauren Bell. So the Central Sparks need to thump the Lightning today, pick up a bonus point for their run rate being 1.25 or greater times that of the Lightning, and also improve their run rate enough that it leapfrogs either of these sides. So essentially for both of these sides today, win well, and they could be in the final a week today at Northampton, as Lauren Bell is in to bowl a penultimate ball of the over. The slip has come out of play now as Armitage faces up, and it's outside the off stump, and it's a rerun of the first 5 balls we've seen of the over. So later on today, throughout the BBC Sport website and app, we'll be joined by Phil Green. Runs Hursley Ladies, knows all about the Vipers, a real plethora of knowledge we will get from him. And first alongside me to my right is Southern Vipers reserve keeper Ariana Dowse for the first time today. Welcome to you.
Thank you very much.
Welcome from what I believe is a freezing gantry here at the Ageas Bowl, as it normally is in the morning. Lauren Bell in for the final ball of the over, and that's dug out by Holly Armitage. So we're underway with a maiden. 1 over gone, and the Diamonds not without loss after winning the toss and electing to have a bat first. Your first time up in the camera gantry, isn't it, here at the Ageas Bowl?
Yes, it's a nice new view of the cricket from here.
It's definitely a new view. It's a pretty cold view at this time in the morning. How are you at first?
Yes, I'm good, thank
All
you.
good?
Yeah.
And this is, of course, 2 sides that we're very used to seeing play each other. So what are you sort of expecting? Because you will have, of course, been involved in team meetings and whatnot. What are you expecting from a day like today, where both sides know each other so well?
I'm expecting a real battle today. I believe that both the sides have looked at each other, they've played each other enough that they know each other, and there'll be a lot of match-ups in this game. So yeah.
It should be exciting for sure. We're just about to receive listeners now on all frequencies across the South Coast. Welcome to you. We are 1 over into this game between the Northern Diamonds and the Southern Vipers. Northern Diamonds winning the toss and electing to have a bat first. The first over was bowled by Lauren Bell, and it was a maiden. It's now going to be Tara Norris in the sunshine, running away from us from this hotel end. She's over the wicket now to Hopkins, and that's down the leg side, and she'll begin with a wide. As I mentioned, got Ariana Dowse to my right-hand side. Vipers happy enough being put in the field first?
Yes, I think if we won the toss, we would have had a bat as well, but I think Vipers are a very strong bowling side. Obviously opening up with Tara Norris and Lauren Bell, who are amazing seamers, and offering a real challenge to the batsmen early doors. So.
Yeah, just the 1 run on the board, and that was that wide down the leg side. Here is Tara Norris once more. That's straighter. Inside edge from Hopkins into the onside, and there's no run. What are your first impressions of this view then? right behind the bowler's arm, as high up as you can get here at the Ageas Bowl.
I'd say it's a great angle. Usually when you're on the sideline, you can't really tell what way the balls are swinging, but this is giving us the perfect angle for analysing the bowlers.
And I suppose in a strange kind of way, because you're a keeper, you're quite used to being sort of behind the bowler's arm. So yeah, I'm hoping to see you at some point just move to your left, move to your right, as if, you know, you're getting sort of flashbacks to being on the pitch. Here is Tara Norris once more, over the wicket, bowls down the leg side, and that'll be another wide. So 2 on the board, couple of wides early doors here. Yeah, it's a beautiful morning here at the Ageas Bowl. You mentioned that toss news, the Vipers being put in the field first. Interesting, actually, that the Vipers have bowled first in all but one of their games this year, and they've won 4 games doing it. So you wouldn't have thought they'll be too fussed about what they do?
No, I think they're very adaptable. They're strong both with the bat and the ball, so they'll be comfortable doing whichever.
Norris in once more, again straight, perfect forward defensive. Played into the onside by Hopkins. And there is no run, just a very small sort of haze around the ground here today at the Ageas Bowl. It is bright sunshine, but it is warm as well, and it is getting, I think it is already getting warmer here at the Hotel Gantry. A few fans making their way in early doors this morning as Norris is in once more. A little bit of inwards movement that to Rachael Hopkins, but we're getting a good lesson on how to play a forward defensive first thing this morning. We've had 1.5 overs, 2 runs on the board. So tell us about you then. Tell us about your season. How's it been? What's been happening with you?
Oh, it's been a nice long season compared to the previous year. Yes, had lots of games for many different teams. Obviously, COVID, so been keeping in good health is the main thing.
It's good to hear. Norris once more over the wicket, bowls, and again that's pushed up towards mid-off and there's no run. So you play, so tell it for everyone, so you, of course, involved with the Vipers, also play at Hursley as well, and you had quite the week last week, didn't you?
Yes, it was a very intense match for winning the competition, isn't it?
It was. So it was essentially, it was similar to this, am I right in saying? There were plenty of sort of permutations for run rate and things like that as to whether or not you won the league?
Yes, we had to, even though we finished the match, we had to wait on the result of another match to work out who won the league.
Leaving that alone is Rachael Hopkins. So when did you actually find out in the end that you had won the league? Was it that evening or was it the following morning?
The following morning, actually, yes.
So you didn't get to celebrate?
We took a little picture just in case to put on the group chat once we did get the confirmation, but no, we had to wait until the following morning to find out who actually won the league. I'm sure there was many calculations being had in the evening that day.
So I presume now you need to plan some kind of celebration.
Yes, hoping we could celebrate it all together at the end of season do.
That's what we like to hear. That's flicked straight towards mid-wicket, and there's the first wicket of the day. Rachael Hopkins has played 5 forward defensives. She's then tried to clip one off her pads from Tara Norris, and she's clipped it straight to the fielder, just in front of square on the onside, and she makes way with no score. So the first wicket on the board, Diamonds, 2 for 1, caught by Georgia Elwes off the bowling of Tara Norris. Well, that was about as simple as catch as they come to Georgia Elwes, wasn't it?
Didn't even have to move.
Didn't even have to move, and just that little bit of inward movement, isn't it, from Tara Norris, and that was, I suppose, kind of when you're a batter, when you get a ball there that was full on your pads, you want to put that away almost anywhere with all the fielders up on the onside and just found the fielder. Is it when you hit a ball like that and just straight to the fielder, is that when you just accept it's not your day?
I believe so, yes. It is frustrating when you have to play such a defensive game up front and then get a freebie like that and then hit it straight to a fielder. Most upsetting.
Yeah, well, she played some perfect forward defensives with a high elbow and
textbook, honestly.
it was textbook. And then the one expansive shot we've seen today has just gone straight to Georgia Elwes. So a wicket taking over for Tara Norris. She has 1 for 2, a couple of wides in that over, but I suppose if you're the captain, Georgia Adams, you say to Tara Norris, you can bowl as many wides as you like if you just pick up a wicket every over.
Yes, very happy with that.
Good start this for the Vipers. A reminder, if they win the game, they could well end up in the final a week today, win it with a bonus point, and they definitely do. Now, here's Lauren Bell running towards us to begin the 3rd over, and there is some inward movement to Armitage. She gets an inside edge down towards fine leg, and they'll come through for a single. Just looks like that ball's moving quite drastically actually in the air first thing this morning.
Yes, early doors, there seems to be a lot of swing in the air on the ground.
How much time do, because obviously in one-day cricket a lot of the time these white balls don't swing as much. How much time do the likes of Lauren Bell and Tara Norris, you will have worked with them and kept to them a lot, how much time do they put in actually working on getting the ball to move in the air, still actual just genuine swing bowling? As we'll see Lauren Bell come towards us with a slip in play now. Georgia Adams is there and that's pushed into the onside and there's no run.
I believe they work on it quite regularly. I've managed to only face Lauren Bell once to the net, and my goodness, she swings it so much. So I think it's something that they work hard on, and obviously use first up in the game when the ball is fresh and able to swing it loads.
I suppose it helps on a morning like this morning where there's probably a bit of dew on the ground, a little bit of moisture in the air.
Perfect conditions for it.
Certainly is. Georgia Adams is in it, kind of half between first and second slip as Lauren Bell is in, and that's nicely pushed up towards mid-off by Sturkallis, who is the new batter for the Northern Diamonds. 22 on her back. And she's also 22 years of age. That's quite satisfying, isn't it?
Very.
So a good start this for the Southern Vipers, who are put in the field here at the Ageas Bowl. This Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy match. Here is Lauren Bell once more. Slip out of play now to Holly Armitage, to Sturkallis as she pushes that into the onside, and there is no run. What's it like to keep to when the ball's swinging from the likes of Lauren Bell? Because she's especially very tall bowler, and nickname is the Shard, am I right?
Yes, yes. All from her very tall and high height. Yeah, it's a lot of movement, especially when you're standing so far back. She's got that pace as well. So you just have to be prepared.
Arms and legs as she runs towards her, blonde hair waving in the wind, and that just beats Carla Rudd, and they'll come through for a bye. Don't see that too often. Just maybe again a little bit of that inward movement right on cue there. Difficult, and it was late as well, inward movement to Carla Rudd.
Yes. Accurate throw though at the stumps there.
It was. Came through for a bye. You love taking off the glove, don't you? You've got to whip off your glove quickly as a keeper. Does it feel quite good when you do that?
Yeah, you feel cool.
Do you? Is it sort of the further you throw your glove away, the cooler you feel? You don't want to just drop it by your ankle.
You have to go get it afterwards, so probably not too far.
Unless you throw it sort of accidentally, deliberately towards a fielder or something like that, and then they can throw it back to you. Final ball of the over then. Third over from Lauren Bell, well, her second over. Third over of the innings, and it's pushed into the offside, and there is no run. So a quiet start for the Diamonds, good start for the Vipers. 3 overs gone, and they are 4 for 1 here at the Ageas Bowl. Holly Armitage, of course, with 68 not out versus the Storm, her best score of this competition. She made 59 not out as well on this ground in the Charlotte Edwards Cup final. Did the Northern Diamonds captain. And it's going to be Tara Norris to continue from the hotel end over the wicket, and Sturkallis is going to face her first delivery from Tara Norris. As we see quite a few, I presume they are Vipers shirts. They look like stewards sitting down in the crowd, but I think they must just be Vipers tops. A fair amount of orange here at the Ageas Bowl and the white seats. Here is Tara Norris, and that's left outside the off stump by Sturkallis. Are they Vipers tops, or are they stewards sitting down?
They are Vipers tops, yes. Nice and luminous orange to catch the eye.
They are a bit, aren't they?
These supporters. Some will come in black as well to support the full Vipers range of colours there.
Is that what you need to do? You need to make sure you sort of plethora of rainbow of colours to support the Vipers.
Always.
Here is Norris once more, over the wicket bowls. That's Fuller, pushed nicely into the offside. They'll come through for a single, and it beats the fielder Charlotte Taylor at mid-off. She was diving to her left-hand side, and that's our first boundary of the day. A nice drive from Sturkallis in between extra cover and mid-off, and she is off the mark, and the Diamonds get their boundary account off as well. They are 8 for 1 in the 4th over. Yeah, you kind of, in some ways, you'd walk up to someone wearing a Vipers top and you think that they were maybe a steward, wouldn't you? Or we do from here anyway. Very luminous in those white seats to our right and left-hand side. Now this is tucked fine by Sturkallis. Is the fine leg fielder going to make it? Yes, I think she is. I think she's done well, Lauren Bell. She's pulled that up running towards her right-hand side. They'll come through for a couple. And the Diamonds 10 for 1. What do you generally make? You, I presume, will have done a fair amount of sort of practice here at the Ageas Bowl. What do you generally make of the pitch?
Oh, it's very nice to play at the Ageas Bowl, always.
Good to keep on? You can trust it?
Always, yes. It has consistent bounce, swing early doors, just be prepared for it all.
Well, it looks like a good deck. The ball is moving in the air as that's full Yorker length almost from Tara Norris, squirted out down towards third man from Sturkallis. They'll come through for a single. So what is a keeper? What is the perfect, if you could have a perfect pitch to keep on, what would it be?
One with consistent bounce.
Consistent bounce.
Yes, when we I play at a range of levels, and sometimes the pitches go with it as well.
And does that kind of, when you're sort of working your way up, as you get, as obviously when you play club cricket, the pitches aren't always as good, but then you come to venues like this, does it mean that you actually change anything about your setup?
Personally, I don't change my setup just because it's good habits, I believe.
Tara Norris once more in over the wicket, fielder out deep on the square leg boundary as that wraps Holly Armitage on the pads, and there's no run. So there's not much change pitch to pitch.
No, not really. I think on a good pitch you're more likely to have a consistency, so you're more comfortable. And on a less consistent pitch, you just have to be more adaptable to the bounce and possible variations in it.
Yeah, well, if you've got that swinging ball, you need to be on your toes, and I presume you wouldn't want a pitch that spins big either. Makes things difficult, as that's dug out nicely and pushed through the covers from Holly Armitage. That's going to be the second boundary of the day. Again, that kind of Yorker length from Tara Norris, just squirted by Holly Armitage between point and cover. And there's the second boundary of the over. Second boundary for the Diamonds. And there's 4 gone here at the Ageas Bowl. The Diamonds 15 for 1. After losing the toss earlier on today. And being put into the field are the Diamonds. I'll just keep an eye, of course, today on the other games taking place in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, and we'll keep an eye on what's happening at Edgbaston as well. And the game that we really need to keep an eye on is that game involving the Central Sparks and the Lightning. So I will try and get the Wi-Fi here to work and find out what is happening in that game. Has a big effect, of course, on what happens here at the Ageas Bowl as Lauren Bell is in to begin a new over. Over the wicket, bowls, inward movement once more to Sturkallis, and there's no run. So the news from that game involving the Central Sparks and the Lightning is that the Lightning are having a bat first. They're in the 4th over and they are 12 for 1. Bethan Ellis is the batter to go. So Central Sparks against the Lightning, 12 for 1. That's where, of course, at Edgbaston, Somerset versus the Hampshire Hawks, as this pushes in, is pushed into the onside and there's no run. Somerset have won the toss there at Edgbaston and they have elected to bowl first. So Hampshire Hawks will be having a bat and they get underway at 11 o'clock up at Edgbaston. That game, of course, live across all frequencies on BBC Radio Solent. And you can also listen to full coverage of the day on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra as well. Back here at the Ageas Bowl, Lauren Bell is over the wicket, bowls, pushed straight back to her, and there is no run. What are your thoughts on a busy old day at finals day today? Probably the ultimate day in the men's cricketing white ball calendar?
Possibly, yes. It would be most exciting for everyone to tune into, with lots of other cricket happening as well, so there's no shortage of cricket to listen to or watch.
Certainly isn't. A busy old day. And we'll be here live across the BBC Sport website and app and the live picture feed throughout the day as that's pushed to extra cover and there's no run. 4 dots here from Lauren Bell. How much will the Vipers be keeping an eye on that game involving the Sparks and the Lightning? Will they completely put it out of their mind, or will there be someone just keeping a tab on it?
I think it'll be in the background, but obviously I think most of the players and definitely the head coach Charlotte Edwards will be focusing on today's match.
Here's Lauren Bell then, once more over the wicket, bowls, and that's defended in the onside. No run. So whose job will it be to keep an eye on it?
Possibly our manager, Karts, will be in charge of keeping an eye on it. Hopefully not letting too much on to the players as
No.
they focus on this game and winning this game.
Just keep that BBC Sport app up on his phone. Just keep refreshing it from time to time. Lauren Bell, final ball of the over, bowls, and that's pushed into the onside. No run. 5 overs gone here at the Ageas Bowl. The Diamonds are 15 for 1. And you can hear just a few supporters in here at the Ageas Bowl. Like you said, Ariana, there's plenty of cricket going on today, so plenty for people to be at, to be watching. It's one of those days, if you're at home, you've got about 3 or 4 different screens up, keeping tabs on what's going here, there, and everywhere. And it's interesting as well, isn't it, that, of course, a bonus point win for either of these sides gets them straight into the final. And it's not actually at the question that you can do that. I mean, that's happened in, I think it was 11 of 24 total games in this competition, so just under half. So it is quite viable to actually really try and push for that bonus point today.
Yes, it is. And that will be, again, something that the coaches will keep an eye on, making sure that the run rate and such are at that point.
New over from Norris, and that's played late down towards third man from Northern Diamonds captain, and they'll come through for a single. So when does that start? When do you start thinking about that bonus point? Will Georgia Adams be thinking about it now with the kind of fields she sets, or is it a case of, right, let's make sure we're in a real winning position of this game, and then we try and, when they bat second, try and fire off the runs as quickly as possible?
I think it's not something they'd be worried about at this moment. I think they'll be focusing on getting through these overs, bowling well, bowling wickets.
Here's Tara Norris once more, over the wicket, left arm. That's nudged into the onside. There's a fielder back on the deep backward square leg boundary, and they'll come through for a single. 17 for 1. 2 fielders out, of course, in the first 10 overs in the power play here at the Ageas Bowl. Emily Windsor down there, just below the advertising boards, beneath the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand at third man. We've got a fielder on the deep backward square leg boundary as well towards our right hand side. Here is Tara Norris once more, straighter and defended perfectly by Holly Armitage. There's our photo finish from Holly Armitage. There's a nice little hum here around the Ageas Bowl, as you get when there's not too many people in. You can hear the motorway in the background, you can hear some of the birds that are just inspecting what's going on, coming to and from Telegraph Woods, which are based straight in front of us, just behind that Rob Brownsgrove Pavilion, which is directly in front of us, as that's pushed nicely and hard into the offside, just falls short of the fielder at extra cover, and they'll come through for a quick single. I think that was Georgia Elvis, was it? Extra cover?
I believe that's Maya Boucher.
Here's Maya Boucher. You've got better eyes than me, Ariana. That is indeed Maya Boucher, extra cover. Just fell short of her, didn't it? She sort of palmed it to mid-off. It's quite nicely done, actually.
Definitely stopped the boundary there. That would have gone all the way that was struck.
Yeah, real power from Holly Armitage. She's on 7. Sturk Alice is on 8. A very quiet start here at the Ageas Bowl for the Diamonds. They're 18 for 1 in the 6th over. Here is Norris again, and that's again a Yorker length outside the off stump, and that just goes in between bat and pad from Sturk Alice through to the keeper, and there's no run. It's like she's bowling at the death. She's bowling a lot of Yorker length deliveries. Do you think that's deliberate?
I think they would be looking to bowl nice and full and straight early doors. Keep asking questions of the batsman.
That fielder on the leg side, deep backward square leg, comes in for Sturk Alice, as that's full straight again. And played into the offside, and there is no run. End of that over then. 6 gone here at the Ageas Bowl, and the Diamonds are 18 for 1. They won the toss and elected to bat first on a bright sunny day. Pitch looks good. Pitch looks fairly brown, actually, as opposed to what we're used to seeing here at the Ageas Bowl. The last few weeks, if you've been keeping an eye on the men's game and the county championship, and if you've seen it on the live picture feed at all, you will have seen how green the wickets have been, and sort of almost muddy looking the wickets have been the last few weeks. But this much more real cricket wicket, looking pitch, a sort of a light, what would you call that? A light shade of brown?
Yeah.
Light shade of brown?
Beigey.
Beigey.
Yes.
Beigey. I've never heard it with a Y on the end. I like that. That's nice. Lauren Bell in bowls, pushed into the onside, and there is no run. It's kind of, I mean, call me boring, but it's kind of ruined a little bit with the blue marks that are between sort of they sort of, for the wides, aren't they?
Yes. Nice and clear, crisp for the umpires.
They are crisp, and they are very blue. Bluey, if you will. There's also some blue paint as well at the end of the bowlers' run-ups where they've made all their markings and whatnot before the game. Is Lauren Bell once more, and that's full dugout by Holly Armitage, no run. I do think bowlers make a real mess with all those painting, because you have to stand where they are half the time, don't you? Where their run-ups are marked in this blue paint and whatnot. It never really looks like they do just a sort of a dot or just one letter. It looks like they do all sorts of little, what are they normally? Because we can't really see it from up here. They're not saying anything rude, are they? Not just a little joke there for you when you come to the non-strikers end. That's down the leg side, called wide. From the umpire?
No, because there's so many, they usually have to write their initials or something to make it stand out that that's their mark. As you can see, there's quite a few down there.
Yeah, there are a
where
lot
colour
of them.
on standing.
Yeah, if you're watching on the live picture feed, which of course you can get on the Hampshire Cricket website, you'll be able to see it. We sort of have a view from mid-off if you're on the live picture feed. Here's Lauren Bell once more, bowling that in a bit more inward movement, maybe off the pitch, into Holly Armitage, and she does well to field off her own bowl, and does Lauren Bell. Quite a long way down for her, isn't it? 19 for 1. If she'd come into cricket and done anything other than being a fast bowler, I think she would have been wasted, wouldn't she?
Wasted potential, yes.
You can't have someone of her height bowling off spin or something like that. Here she is once more, over the wicket, running towards us, bowls, and that's forward defensive by Holly Armitage into the offside. We've seen a few of those this morning. And there is no run. So what have the Vipers been up to this week then? When does training and whatnot happen? Because of course you had the game at the start of the week, which was a bit of a tense one, wasn't it, to get through? What was the sort of mood in the camp after that? Was that more relief or more excitement at what was coming, as we see this ball from Lauren Bell running towards us, bowls, and that's pushed up towards mid-on, and there's no run?
A bit of both, I believe. I think they were looking forward to this match, especially meeting the Diamonds and hopefully getting through to the final. I think there was a buzz around the group at training, ready to take on the battle kind of thing.
And I suppose in some way just invigorated by that victory earlier on in the week against the Sunrisers. That was some game. Were you there for it?
Unfortunately not.
No. Of course you were playing, weren't you? Lauren Bell in bowls, uppish and over, mid-off for 4. That is the first real expansive shot, other than the one that fell, the wicket that fell earlier on in the day. Expansive shot from Holly Armitage, straight over mid-off's head, and that goes to the boundary for 4. 7 overs gone, the Diamonds 23 for 1. Is there sort of a Vipers group chat? Did you get some reaction from that? Is there a Vipers group chat?
Of course there's a
Oh,
Vipers
God, of
group
course
chat.
there
We
is.
have a couple.
A couple?
Yes.
Is that everyone in the group chat, and then is it just players only type thing?
Yes.
I thought it would be. I knew it. Certain things you just can't say when the coaches are around, aren't there? That's understandable.
It's a bit more of a laugh in the group chat.
I see, so the sort of one where it's logistical, is it?
Yes. A bit more formal with the coaches in.
Is there anything that you can share that is going on in the more laughable group chat?
Ooh, probably not.
No, that's fine. I'd rather you didn't say it than said it if it wasn't for broadcast. Right, we're going to say a change in bowling from this hotel end, and it's going to be Georgia Elwis running over the wicket away from us, bowls, and that's pushed up towards mid-on. There's no run. 2 fielders back, third man and a fine leg. Just the 4 overs for Tara Norris then. Do you think she'll bowl a couple in the mid-overs and then a few more at the end?
Possibly. It depends who they bring on in the middle overs and how well they go. Might need to switch it up.
Lauren Bell has 4 overs for 6 as well, bowled a couple of maidens. Here is Elwis once more, and that's pushed into the offside by Sturk Alice. No run. So for Georgia Adams, it'll be, you know what you're starting with, and then she generally likes to sort of rotate bowlers quite a lot throughout the innings.
Yeah, she likes to keep the batsmen on their toes, I believe.
Keep it fresh.
Keep it fresh. Don't let them settle kind of vibe.
Don't let them settle kind of vibe. I like that. Georgia Elwes over the wicket bowls, short wide outside the off stump and missed by Stir Callis. Maybe you should name that as the group chat. Maybe that should be the group chat name. Keep it fresh kind of vibe. That or beigey.
Well, we do have a saying where it's posy vibes in the group chat.
Posy vibes?
Posy vibes.
What does that mean?
Staying positive.
Oh. Posy vibes. What's that? P-O-S-S-Y? Elwes once more over the wicket, bowls down the leg side, and it'll be called a wide by umpire Ramage. Posy vibes. I suppose, yeah.
No clue how you spell it.
No. All posy vibes and no neggy vibe. I don't know, yeah. Here is Elwes once more then. Over the wicket now. Bowls, and that's pushed straight back to her. And there is no run. Quiet start this for the Diamonds. We've seen an expansive shot earlier on in the innings, which didn't work out too well from Rachael Hopkins. Just pushed it straight towards the fielder at square leg. And then we've seen that expansive shot over the offside from Holly Armitage. But other than that, it's been pretty quiet here at the Ageas Bowl, as I say that Callis is forward, pushing it into the offside, and there is no run. Certainly hasn't been too much intent shown in the power play from the Diamonds.
No, I think with a 50 over competition, the batters have more time to get in, and this is them seeing the ball, judging length and getting themselves in before they play those expensive shots.
The little bird just makes its way in front of us here at the Ageas Bowl, pushed into the onside, no run. End of the over then, just the one from it, and that was the wide from Georgia Elwes. We have bowled 8 overs this morning at the Ageas Bowl, and the Diamonds are 24 for 1. Tara Norris picking up that 1 wicket of the morning. The Lightning elsewhere in that other Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy match, which has importance on this game. The Lightning are taking on the Central Sparks, the Sparks who sit 3rd in the table. The Lightning are 31 for 1 in the 7th over, so a little bit of a quiet start as well there. Up in Loughborough, just the 1 wicket gone, as we see a few bibbed fielders. We're seeing more colour. We've seen the orange, we've seen the black of the Vipers. We're now seeing the sort of a luminous green of the bibs, sort of the 12th and 13th fielders just running on with a few little bits, a bit of hand sanitizer maybe, and running back off. And we're going to see a change in bowling at both ends. Charlotte Taylor is going to come into the attack from the pavilion end. She's going to bowl her off spin over the wicket to Holly Armitage. Fielder out on the offside boundary and the leg side boundary as well. She's in now. That's short wide and cut through the covers. Beats the fielder at extra cover and at mid-off, and that has gone for 4. Just a little bit of a drag down that from Charlotte Taylor. Holly Armitage quick onto it, and just cutting it quite straight actually past Maya Boucher's right-hand side at extra cover for 4. Not the start you want as a spinner. Don't want to start with a drag down. Of course, Charlotte Taylor has real history against the Northern Diamonds. Came in as an injury replacement just under a year ago up at Edgbaston for the final of this competition. She's in once more, bowls. That's nice down the wicket over over mid-off from Holly Armitage. Consecutive boundaries. She's looking to take Charlotte Taylor on here. A couple of steps down the pitch. It was uppish for a second. I think mid-off thought that they might have had a chance, but over their head. And consecutive boundaries for Holly Armitage. The pressure straight on Charlotte Taylor here, as she has a little word with her captain Georgia Adams, and that is going to see a change in the field. So the sweeper out on the offside comes in the ring, and out goes mid-off. So prompted a field change as Holly Armitage, the Northern Diamonds captain. As Charlotte Taylor once more in now over the wicket bowls, and that's straighter and fuller. The back foot is Holly Armitage, and there's no run. Yeah, so Charlotte Taylor in as an injury replacement for the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy final in September last year. She picked up player of the match figures of 6 for 34. As on the back foot is Holly Armitage up towards long off, and there is a single. I mean, that is some way to burst on the scene, wasn't it?
Yes, definitely.
What are your recollections of that day?
Surprisingly, I believe she wasn't feeling very well in the morning, and we were all panicking, trying to get some medicine to help her feel better.
She's in once more. That fielder goes back on the offside again now. Mid-off comes up.
But obviously it didn't faze her in her cricket, and she went and performed amazing that day. It's exceptional to watch.
It was some day for her in front of the TV cameras as well. She is in once more, bowls, and that's fuller and straighter and nudged into the onside. There's a fielder back on the deep backward square leg boundary. And they'll come through for a single. I mean, it's one of those days where I suppose, because she was, am I right in saying she was in quite late, pushed into the side quite late, so she didn't have much time to think about it?
Yes, yeah. She wasn't involved in the few games at the start of the season, and then due to injury, she came in quite late in the season. But she fit in seamlessly, I believe, into the squad. Everyone was very accepting. I think that really helped her confidence, kind of thing.
Yeah, and ever since it's just been, she's gone from strength to strength. Of course, played here for the Southern Brave and the 100, and I mean, she must have been loving her cricket.
Definitely.
Here's Georgia Elwes then to begin a new over. Into the 10th over here at the Ageas Bowl. Diamonds 34 for 1 as that's played into the onside. Beats the fielder at mid-wicket and square leg. Running out towards that boundary. They'll pick it up. Will they just inside? Yes, Paige Schofield does some good fielding. Picks it up and Tara Norris flicks it back to Tara Norris, who throws it into the non-strikers end. They'll come back for 3. Holly Armitage moves on to 20 from 23. Just a little bit more intent now shown from Holly Armitage. I think she's just thinking about going into sort of second gear.
Yes, definitely. She's played a few more expensive shots, but mainly just timed them along the ground into the gap, which is very impressive.
Yeah, she's looking good. Likes this ground here at the Ageas Bowl, as that's timed perfectly into the offside and straight to the fielder at cover. Hits that really hard, actually, sort of into the ground, and it fizzed off those used wickets. No run. It's amazing, isn't it? Just one ball, maybe that shot over the top from Charlotte Taylor just pushed her into that second gear. Looking positive now as the Northern Diamonds captain, and just as I say that, she plays forward defensive into the offside and nothing really happens. 37 for 1 then the Diamonds are. Just to bring you up to date with some of the other scores in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Of course, the Central Sparks against the Lightning. Lightning 40 for 1. South East Stars taking on the Thunder as well. The Thunder in the 9th over are 35 for 1. As that wraps Holly Armitage on the pads, but going way down the leg side, and the umpire's not having any of it. And then, of course, the Western Storm as well, taking on the Sunrisers. And the Western Storm batting first are 39 for 1 in the 9th over. Edgbaston just into the second over after Hampshire Hawks got put into bat. They are 6 without loss. Of course, you can catch that game across all frequencies on BBC Radio Solent, as that's pushed into the offside from Holly Armitage, and there is no run. You see just a few cars make their way towards the sort of nursery ground towards our left-hand side. I don't think there's a game on there today, is there? I can't see any real movement. Of course, home to the Hampshire second team and the Hampshire Academy. Here's Elwes again over the wicket, bowled, and that's just played into the onside. No run. End of the over then. 10 gone here at the Ageas Bowl. End of the power play. The Northern Diamonds won the toss and elected to have a bat first. They lost the early wicket of Rachael Hopkins. She was caught by Georgia Elwes. Diamonds 37 for 1. Holly Armitage has 20. Stir Callis has 12. Ariana, if you can just sum up what we've seen for the first 10 overs or so, what you've made of it, and then we will bring in for the first time today Phil Green.
Yes, it's been a great opening pair from Lauren Bell and Tara Norris, swinging the ball in early doors with the good conditions to do so, and then with the change of bowling, bringing on some spin and Georgia Elwes's pace, bringing some options to play some expensive shots for the last few overs, but Vipers staying on top here with the wicket and working hard in the field now.
Morning, Harry.
Second time a charmer there, Phil.
Thank you to Robbie, and I think we've got a change bowling again at the pavilion end. Now got Paige Schofield into the attack. Starts with a straight ball that's played back to her, so just the one over from Charlotte Taylor so far. Holly Armitage got on top really with the first couple of balls, and George Adams made the decision to make the change fairly quickly. Schofield in again, and again straight on a good length. Callis just plays it gently into the leg side. It's been an interesting innings, Harry, in respect that there's been a lot of dot balls. It's sort of 4 or nothing really at the moment. There hasn't been a lot of singles or looking for singles, it appears. Schofield in again, and that's outside the off stump. Callis, I think, trying to run that down to third man, but missed. Taken by Carla Rudd, who stood up to the stumps to the medium pace of Schofield. She tends to stand up to most of the bowlers. Schofield in again, and this time it's quite wide of the off stump and left alone by Callis. She might have even been thinking that was going to be a wide, but it wasn't. Taken again by Rudd. So standing up to the stumps area, is that something you prefer if you get this sort of pace bowling? This time that's cut away by Callis. You will going to run this occasion. Ball's down to third man.
Yes, standing up to this kind of bowler is more ideal. Puts a bit more pressure on the batter as well. Not so much freedom coming out of the crease.
Yeah, it does change the batsman's mentality a bit, doesn't it? Schofield in again. And that's nicely played through the offside by Armitage, but there is a fielder out there. Emily Windsor in their normal position for the Vipers, sweeping on the boundary, but they're through for a single. So at the end of the over, Diamonds are up to 39 for 1 off 11. I suppose it particularly helps if it's a good keeper behind you as a batter like yourself or Carla. It would, yeah, batsman would be a little bit concerned with that scenario. So yeah, I think it's been an interesting inning so far. As I say, there's quite a few boundaries, but not many singles worked. A lot of dot balls from the first 11 overs. Certainly look solid, and the two batters at the moment. What do you think the score might be that they're? Look, I know it's early in the piece, but do you think they might have a target in mind here, Harry?
They probably will. At the Ageas spot, it's always a good batting pitch. Once you get it past the infield, it flies away for 4, which is what, as you said, been 4 or nothing really.
Elvis in again, bowling, and again on a good line and length, and Armitage can't do anything much with that, just plays it gently into mid-wicket, where Paige Schofield patrols that area, always having the Vipers games, her on one side and Maya Boucher on the other, two very good fielders who, that may be the reason there haven't been many singles, I guess, because those two are very effective in those one-saving positions. Elvis in again. Armitage looked like she was going to go for a big shot, then changed her mind at the last minute, and there was a big back lift, but she ended up just dropping the ball in front of her. So another dot ball. And change in the field now there. I think it might just be a change of personnel. Mid-off and mid-on are swapped over. George Adams gone to mid-off. Charlotte Taylor moved to mid-on. And once again, very solid and good from the Vipers, from Elvis. Defensively played by Holly Armitage. Now that we're into the second power play, of course, we've got 4 fielders out on the boundary, which is allowed. So we've got a third man and a long leg, and then a sweeper out on either side. And 5 obviously within the circle. And that's played to one of them at backward point. Again, angled bat, but couldn't get past backward point, so no run. I think that's Lauren Bell at backward point. Yeah. The crowd's starting to fill up here at the Ageas Bowl today. I wouldn't say it's a big crowd, but it's certainly growing all the time. People drifting in. Ellis in again, and that looks, the way that Holly Armitage played there looked like it might have kept a bit low. She came down on it quite late and played it out to Maya Bouchier at short extra cover. Looked like a bit of deviation and bounce there in that one, Aaron.
Yeah, agreed, yeah.
It might have been a slower ball, I don't know, but it certainly seemed to die a little bit. And Georgia Ellis in again, and again. Very straight, good length, and defended out on the offside. And that's the end of a maiden. Good figures for Elvis at the moment, 3 overs, 0 for 4. So yeah, going back to target, Harry, do you think they would have a total, or just, I mean, I know you get as many as you can, but it's sort of the job of the early batters to work out the wicket and decide what's a good score, isn't it?
Yeah, I believe that usually on the Ageas Bowl, a good score would be around 250 mark. That's usually what people aim for in the women's game for a 50-over competition. But as you said, just assessing it in the first few overs, creating a base, hopefully, for the later overs. Yeah, well, they've set a good base so far. It's Schofield coming in from the pavilion end to Callis, who drives that up to mid-off. Started to set off for a single, but realised there wasn't one there, and came back. Stair Callis, of course, plays for the Netherlands. She's one overseas players. I think I'm right in saying overseas players are only allowed in this competition if they're from an associate country. It's Schofield again, and that's driven much better by Callis. She actually got hold of that one, and that's gone through the offside for 4. That's gone a long way. That would have been 4, even on the full size boundary, because it's hit the advertising boards. Went past Emily Windsor at quite a pace at extra cover there. So Callis now up to 17, and the Diamonds onto 43 for 1. Yeah, I think I'm right in saying that associate in countries, internationals can play, which is why Gabby Lewis is joining the Vipers, and Stair Callis, Gabby Lewis plays for Ireland, Stair Callis from the Netherlands. She's got a good record in this competition this year. Schofield in again, and she plays that on the leg side, but again can't pierce the field. Straight to mid-wicket. She's also played in the Big Bash, Women's Big Bash in Australia, I believe. So she's quite an experienced cricketer for one so young. That's played again just onto the leg side, same as the ball before. Played into mid-wicket, no run. Mind you, they all seem pretty young to me, to be honest, but I think she's only about 21. Oh, 22. Robbie pointed out earlier, actually, the same number as on her shirt. Schofield in again, and once again, almost a repeat. Plays up to mid-wicket, no run. That ball was a bit fuller, but had the same result. The score's still on 43 for 1. As we keep saying, a solid base being set up here by the Diamonds. Schofield in again. This time a little bit firmer shot, but again on the onside, and still no run. That's hit straight to mid-on the edge of the circle. So just the 4 runs off that over, 43 for 1 off 13. So how do you think the Vipers will be feeling at this stage, Harry? Do you think they'll be happy with their work so far? I believe so, yeah. I feel like 43 for 1 at 13 overs is well done from the Vipers. I think they'd be hoping for a few more wickets now coming in the middle overs.
Yeah. Because I think, obviously, well, all the teams are affected by England missing their England players, but I think the Diamonds, if you look at what their full lineup would be, you're losing Lauren Winfield-Hill, Nat Siver and Catherine Brunt from this side. So obviously other batters will have to step up that maybe haven't had the chances all the way through the competition. So it'll be interesting to see what the later batsman can do in this situation. It's Elwes still from the hotel end. And again, a bit of deja vu here, just a solid defensive shot from Armitage. That's gone to extra cover to Bouchier, and no run. So Armitage has scored 31 off 36, sorry, 21 off 36, which is okay at this stage. Comes Elwes again, and once again dropped in front of her on the offside. Did think about a short single there, but I think she realised that Bouchier was moving in pretty quickly, so decided against it, which was the right decision, I think. Elwes in again. Oh, and she's out. She's got a wicket. I'm not quite sure what sort of shot Holly Armitage was playing there, but she's under-edged it into her stumps. She might have been trying to pull it, but it was quite wide of off stump. She was certainly playing a cross-bat shot. What do you think she was trying to do there, Harry?
Yeah, I think she was just under pressure from all the dots recently, trying to hit it into the onside, try and do a release shot. Unfortunately, played on.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. She was feeling the pressure a little bit, maybe. There had been a lot of dot balls, and Elwes bowled very accurately from this end and has got a reward, even though that ball perhaps wasn't as accurate as some of the others, but that's often the way. And it's bottom edged and dragged on to the stumps, so that's the end of the skipper Armitage, and she's being replaced by Laura Dobson? Leah Dobson, sorry. Apologies. Who's a young member of this side. She's just 19. She did once score 161 off 80 balls in a T20 game, so I think the Diamonds would be very pleased if she could come somewhere near that today. Have you seen much of her, Harry, Leah Dobson?
I have. She's been around. Obviously, whilst I've been around, she's been around because she's only a year younger than me, but she's a very good all-rounder batter bowler, so look forward to see how she goes today.
Yep, in at number 4. So this is her first ball, Georgia Elwes. And she's off the mark straight away. That was a bit wide of off stump, and she wanted it quite hard, or threw her hands at it, and it's gone off the thick edge down to third man for a single, which brings Callis back on strike. Yeah, as I said just now, it's an opportunity for these sort of players now, isn't it? To not only an opportunity to have a bat, but to have quite a long bat coming in the 14th over. Elwes again. Callis leans on that, out to the offside. Fielded by Tara Norris, I think. At point. I worked that out because she threw it in left-handed.
The only one on the Viper squad.
Yeah. It does help. We're trying to identify people from this lofty position that we are. Elwes in again. And that's on a sort of leg stump line and pushed down to mid-on. And they've actually come through for a single because there was a slight fumble at mid-on there. A run that would be marked down as one given away by Adam Carty, I think, who keeps a record of that sort of thing. So they've come through for a single, and the score is 45 for 2 off 14 overs. Callis now up to 18. He does do that, doesn't he, Adam Carty? Sort of keep a record of who's misfielded, and they keep a score. Is that right, Harry?
I don't think it's Adam Carty. I think it is someone on the.
Oh, someone on the team.
Someone on the side will.
Yeah.
Be keeping tabs.
I remember him referring to it when he was on commentary last year. Well, that one would go down as a -1.
It's a nice little competition within a competition.
I'll spare the blushes of who the fielder was. Anyway, it's Paige Schofield coming in. That's driven to extra cover, but can't get past Bouchier, who, as we said before, is very strong in that position. Not a lot gets past her. Bouchier made her England debut, of course, last week in the T20 and batted very well. Schofield coming in again. And again, a repeat. Ball just played up to short extra cover to Bouchier. Yeah, it's great for the Vipers that Charlie Dean's now in the international setup. You must have played a lot with Charlie, Harry, and must be very pleased for him.
There's lots of... I enjoy keeping to her bowling. She varies it so much as a spinner.
Schofield, and again, that's a bit shorter, and Callis went for the pull, didn't really get hold of it, but it's gone out to deep square leg for a single. Didn't just trickle towards deep square leg, really. But it's another run to the Diamonds now, 46 for 2. Yeah, she turns it quite a bit, doesn't she, compared to some other spinners?
Yeah, it's got a lot of bounce and spin from all kinds of pitches, which is very effective in the women's game.
Yeah. Schofield in again, and this time it's Dobson who pushes it back to the bowler. Schofield parries it, and it goes on to Bouchier, who's very much in the game at the moment. She's fielded a lot of the balls throughout the 15 overs, a lot of them gone her way at extra cover. Schofield in again, and this one again pushed back, straight back to her. This time she fields it herself, and the score remains at 46 for 2. Yeah, it's a sort of it's an interesting situation because you want your players to be called up to England, obviously, but then you come into an important game like this and you're missing obviously her and Danny Wyatt from this side. But as I said, the Diamonds are missing 3, so I suppose that's fair enough. Last ball of the over, pretty much the same as the rest of the over, pushed out to short extra cover to Maya Bouchier, and after 15 overs, the Diamonds are 46 for 2.
Yeah, both sides having some of their players taken up for England does affect it. However, I feel like it is a good opportunity for all the young players in the team to come up and show their skills, have a go at this longer format.
Yep.
And it was in a similar situation, I feel like, at the last finals day when Vipers met Diamonds. Diamonds had a few of their players who'd been there the whole season called up for England, and they just had to have their younger players show up.
Thrown in at the deep end. Elwes back on at this end, and that one's driven back, but Elwes managed to get down in there, follow through and stop any danger of a run. Yeah, it's as you say, it's an opportunity for them to step up, but sometimes if the first time you've batted is in the final or something, it's quite a difficult situation for them. So Elwes in again to Callis. This is a very good drive down the ground. That's going to be 4. She's timed that really well. It's gone between the bowler and mid-on. No chance for the mid-on fielder. So that's a 4 to Callis. And that brings up the 50 for the Diamonds in the 16th over. 57 minutes. They're 50 for 2, so I think they might be reasonably pleased. As Harry said earlier, they haven't lost too many wickets, but the run rate probably needs to step up a bit. It's Elwes in again, and Callis back in defensive mode there, just off the back foot and playing it back to the bowler. Still people coming into the ground, gradually filling up. It's quite an early start, I suppose, 10:30, so not too many came for that one, but there are a few now in the ground. Elwes in again, that's a bit leg side-ish again, but Callis looked like she was trying to play out through mid-wicket, but got a leading edge really, and the ball ended up at extra cover. Although, as I say, I think she was trying to play it through the onside. And the umpire Ramage has now stopped the game, and he's telling, I'm not sure who's talking to, the batter or George Adams, but something occurred there. Elwes again on leg stump, and this time it's pushed to mid-wicket, where George Adams fields. Any idea what he was pointing at then? It looked like he was maybe saying something to the non-striker.
I'm sure.
He was pointing down to the ground or something. I don't know whether she may be stealing a bit of ground or something, but I don't think it's the umpire's job to tell them that. That one, she's beaten her outside the off stump. She tried to late cut it, Callis, but it's gone through to the keeper. Talking of that, Harry, I don't know if you picked up on match the other day. I think it was the African women's qualifiers where one bowler man-catted 4 different batsmen
Oh, really?
in the same innings. Yeah, I think it was Cameroon against Uganda. You'd think after the first one they would have learned, but yeah, 4 times. Man-cat's obviously quite can be a controversial thing, although it's within the laws of the game. And you see the occasional one, but 4 in an innings is quite unusual. Have you ever been out that way?
No, surprisingly I haven't. I've been run out a few times when the batters hit it very nice and straight back to the bowler.
Deflected on.
Deflected
Yeah,
on, but
yeah.
never out that way.
Paige Schofield again now from the pavilion end. And Dobson plays this solidly, but only to mid-on. And again, no run. Diamond still on 50 for 2. Yeah, it's one of those things in cricket that there's very mixed feelings on whether it should happen or shouldn't, and causes quite a lot of comment always. It's again driven by Dobson. A bit more powerfully this time, but still not enough to get past Lauren Bell at mid-off. Another dot ball. Looks like Maya Boucher might be warming up to bowl now. She's going through a bowling action at Sir Extra Colour. Schofield in again, and that's beaten the bat. Dobson went for quite a big shot outside the off stump then, but made no contact. Carla Rudd didn't take it cleanly, but it only dropped just by her, so no chance of batsman coming through for a bye. Dobson, she's not been in long, looking as though she might be getting it a little bit anxious on the scoring rate and trying to accelerate. Schofield in again, and that's a nice drive once again. Lauren Bell does the fielding at mid-off. Do you sense a bit of frustration in the batsman? Where you said that's something passing over her head. I know you thought that's what caused Ollie Armitage's dismissal, but I sort of get the impression these batters are maybe getting a bit anxious. Having said that, that was played very gently on the offside.
Yes, I feel like Vipers have done very well to keep the batters down and create lots of dot balls, building pressure. And I feel like because the season has been so much T20 and then the 100, scoring so slowly they're not used to it right now.
No, that's a good point. It's Schofield in again. And there is a run this time. She's managed to work that through the leg side, looking for 2, but they won't get 2. Tara Norris is quickly off the boundary. That's 1 to Norris to finish the over. Takes the score on to 51 for 2, just the 1 run from that over. Paige Schofield has now bowled 4 overs for 8. Yeah, it's a good point, isn't it? It's switching formats from 100 to T20, which I know is not a lot of difference in balls, but then to go up to 50 overs, you have to bat at a totally different tempo, don't you? And sometimes there is more time than you think there is, but if you are in T20 mode, you tend to panic a little bit early that runs haven't been scored, when, as I say, you've probably got more time than you think. I think we've got a change of bowling here. Charlotte Taylor's now switching to this hotel end, which I think is the end she bowls mostly from, but she bowled an over from the pavilion end earlier, which went for 10. So George Round is now switching ends. It's unusual for Charlotte to go for that many, because she's actually, before today's game, the most economical bowler in this entire competition. She's gone for 3.05 and over, and that is the best of anyone. So 10 off the first over is out of kilter for her. She starts with a short ball, but it's played back to her by Dobson, taking the chance to have a look. Probably not faced her much before, if at all. And she is quite an interesting bowler in the sense, that's just played gently mid-wicket, that she's sort of bracketed as an off-spinner, Harry, isn't she? But actually, more of her deliveries actually just go on with the arm and float away. She gets very good drift and flight. I think that's her main weapon rather than spin. This time Dobson's down the wicket, and she's played that very well. Straight back over the bowler's head for 4, a couple of bounces, but real commitment from Dobson there. It might be that, I don't know, it's early days, but it might be that Diamonds have targeted Taylor a little bit here, realising that she is the most economical bowler, because they seem to, in both the overs they've bowled, they seem to have had a lot more aggressive intent than against the other bowlers. Would you say?
I would definitely agree with that.
That one's defended back to her, because you know, you were saying earlier you've got sort of dossiers on all of the players and what they do, where their strengths and weaknesses are, and they might have, it just appears they might have a plan for Charlotte Taylor today, and that plan is really to go after her. She's in again, and again Dawson's down the wicket. This time the ball it's not quite as full, so once she gets there she realises she can't go over the top and just drives it to mid-off. There's no run because Lauren Bell is still in the ring at mid-off. Taylor again, and that's played to mid-wicket. That's a good bit of fielding. It might have been a single, but the skipper George Adams dived to left to cut it off. So just the 4 off the over. So 2 overs for 14 now for Charlotte Taylor. Diamonds are 55 for 2 from 18. I think, am I right that this is the end that she normally bowls from, Charlotte Taylor, I think?
I'm not entirely sure, you know.
Okay.
It did seem to work better for her this time.
I mean, bowlers, when they play at the ground fairly regularly, do have a preferred end normally, don't they? Obviously, conditions might change if it's wind and things like that, wind direction, but they do normally have a preferred end. Sometimes it's for no logical reason other than it's just a gut feeling that's the end I like bowling from. So it is Maya Bouchier. As we said, Bouchier was warming up earlier, and she's now into the attack. And she starts with a... Oh, she starts with a wicket. That's a leg side stumping from Carla Rudd. A great bit of work from Carla Rudd. It was a wide down the leg side, and Stair Callis, she must have just overbalanced. She didn't really move a lot, but obviously she moved enough. Her back foot was off the ground, and Carla Rudd, very impressive leg side stumping. You must have liked that one, Harry.
Yes, that was an extremely great take from Carla Rudd. So fast with the hands there.
Yeah.
To take that wicket of Callis.
That's Callis who was well set and got 23 off 48 balls and was looking very good. And I was going to say she might feel a bit unlucky to get out to a leg side wide, but you know, she obviously did slightly overbalance, and that's what happens when you've got good keepers. We were talking earlier about keeper being stood up and the pressure it puts on. I think over the last 2 years of watching this tournament, the standard of wicket keeping across all the teams has been very good. I've been very impressed with a lot of the wicket keepers, and Carla Rudd is one of those.
Yeah, definitely across all the regions, the wicket keeping has been exceptional.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't think I can point out one region that has a bad keeper, because they're all at that level where they can play at this level and take amazing wickets like that stumping just there.
Yeah, I mean, that's, you know, a lot of wickets are combinations, like the bowler, if there's a catch, it's because the bowler's bowled a certain type of ball, and it's a teamwork. But I think Maya Bouchier would probably admit that that was down to the keeper rather than her. I doubt if she was intending to start with a stumping off a leg side wide first ball. So now we've got Ali Campbell, or is it Harry Campbell? And she's tried the same tactic again there, Bouchier, with a leg side wide, but this time it hasn't brought her stumping. Sorry, I've got the Christian name wrong again. That's the second time today. It's Amy Campbell. Apologies to Amy. She's a left-hander, so that one was down the leg side to her, and it's gone for, it's actually 2 wides because they ran off the wide as well. So now it's Bouchier to Dobson. We've said quite often on the commentary this year, Harry, you don't get very many left-handed batters in the women's game. That one's played out for a single through the leg side by Dobson. Yeah, it's just quite rare, isn't it? There hasn't been one in the England women's team since Lilia Greenway, I think.
Yeah, not many left-handers, unfortunately.
No. But here's one now, and it's Bouchier bowling to her. And she's thrown her hands at that outside the off stump, but she's actually got it through the ring, and I think that might even go for 4. No, yes, it has. Great effort on the boundary of the chasing fielder, but it's gone for 4. So That's a good start for Amy Campbell. Sorry, I'll get it right in a minute. I think Ali Campbell was a singer for a band back in the day. That's why I'm getting confused. Amy Campbell's actually from Northumberland, so very much a northern diamond. That one she plays to extra cover, doesn't pierce the field this time. Fielder gone back on the boundary, on the cover boundary now. Wasn't there for the previous shot, but is now. So we've got third man, fine leg, and sweeper out on each side, an extra cover and a deep square leg, and mid on, mid off. Backward point, short extra cover, and mid wicket. She's in again, and again she's thrown the hands at that. Looks like she's got really aggressive intent here, the new batter. And that one's gone out to the sweeper fielder on the offside for one, but she's certainly playing with a lot of commitment. There's really thrown the hands at those balls outside the off stump, and is on to 5 already off 3 balls. Boucher in again, this time to Dobson, and again it's down the leg side, and again there's appeal for a stumping off a wide. It hasn't happened this time. Dobson looked like she might have momentarily been out of her ground and pushed her foot back very quickly, obviously aware of what happened previously. But another smart bit of work by Carla Rudd from another wide. Perhaps this is a tactic that they worked on, I don't know. Boucher in again. Oh, and that's chipped back over, was it? Or bump ball, I think. Yeah, sorry, I thought it was chipped back over the head, but it was one of those that fools the crowd, and certainly fooled me for a minute there. But it's gone straight to fielded by mid-off, so there's no run. So Leah Dobson on strike now from my Boucher. And that's a better ball, and it's defended out onto the offside to end the over. Eventful over with a few wides, a leg side stumping, attempted leg side stumping, and 10 runs. So a lot more happening in that over than some of the previous ones.
It's a bit more exciting than the first few overs there. Lots of happening there.
Yeah, that's almost a highlights package in one over, wasn't it? But certainly Amy Campbell looks to have come in with a bit of intent, doesn't she? As we were saying, they may be worried a little bit about the run rate. It's just over 3 at the moment.
Taking advantage of the width offered early doors to her, getting herself in there.
Yeah. It's going to be Charlotte Taylor again. Be interesting to see how she changes her line to a left-hander, because of course the fact there aren't many left-handers means that bowlers aren't that used to doing it. You know, they could go match after match without bowling to a left-hander, so to actually have to adjust to bowl to a left-hander is quite a big adjustment for them, really, isn't it? And Taylor's coming round the wicket now. That's one of her adjustments, and that's pushed out to Georgia Adams at short extra cover. So yeah, Charlotte Taylor bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Amy Campbell. She's got 2 fielders out on the leg side, one on deep square. She just pushes out on the offside. She's got a deep square and a deep mid-wicket, or on the cow corner, as is colloquially known. Also a fielder on the cover boundary, and 6 in the ring. She's allowed 4 out, but only 3 at this point. Taylor in again, round the wicket. That's leg side-ish, and it's a wide. Drifted down sort of on it with a sort of normal sort of drift, really, but to a left-hander it's obviously the other way round and isn't quite as effective, and that was a wide. Taylor in again, and that's the same. In fact, that's even wider. Struggling for a line a little bit against the left-hander here. So successive wides.
Left-handers do have this effect on the bowling side, unfortunately.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why we could do a few more of them. That's better from Taylor. That's back to a normal accuracy and pushed out on the offside. No run. Yeah, it's interesting there aren't so many left-handers as there are in the men's game, and I know there's been certain theories about it, but I'm not really sure why. I think you're getting a few more now. We've noticed in the juniors at Ursley there's a few left-handers now. Taylor in the game, And that's beaten Campbell. She's come down the wicket and not quite got there, but she has luckily got an outside edge, and it might even run away for 4. Yes, it has. That's a sort of moral victory for the bowler, but at the end of the day, it's 4 runs. She's come down the wicket, gone for the big hit over the top, and outside edged it, and it's run away to third man, where you wouldn't expect there to be a fielder for an off spinner. So there's a big gap there, and it's run away there. So unlucky for Charlotte Taylor, but 4 runs to Campbell, who once again looking to be aggressive. Taylor round the wicket again. That's a full toss, but didn't really cash in on it, the batter, and she's hit it straight to extra cover to Georgia Adams. No run. 71 for 3 now, the Diamonds. Scoring rate's just accelerated over the last couple of overs. Taylor round the wicket, and that's short, but Campbell off the back foot, can't pierce that ring on the offside. That's straight to point, where it's fielded by Tara Norris. That's the end of the over, and Diamonds are now 71 for 3 from 20, and I think we're going to bring Robbie back now. So yeah, it's I think you'd have to say it's probably about par at the moment for both sides. I think both sides will be happy in some ways. Vipers will certainly be happy they picked up 3 wickets. Diamonds will be happy that they're starting to accelerate, and that these 2 batters are sort of starting to look aggressive. So I think both teams will be quite happy. Vipers probably in the ascendancy. It's Boucher in from the pavilion end, and that first ball of the over is played up to mid-on by Leah Dobson, the young Northern Diamonds batter. We hear the crowd a little bit more now. There's a bit of applause coming from the crowd. Boucher again. That sounds like small. There could be a no. It's look, there might be a run-out possibility there for a minute. The non-striker wanted the run. Campbell certainly wanted a run there, but she was sent back by a partner and got back safely in the end. It's Boucher again, and she's trying to whip that through the leg side. There's a sort of stifled appeal, but going down the leg side, I guess, and that's what umpire Sophie McClelland thought as well. But another dot ball, and it's a good start to this over from Boucher. Got Robbie back in now in situ. This time it's played through the offside into a gap, and that's a single for Leah Dobson. Enjoyed your break, Robbie?
I did. Hi, Phil. How are you?
Yeah, good.
There was it's one of those breaks when you're not on commentary, you're kind of keeping an eye on this game whilst also looking at about the 3,758 other games that are going on
so
around the
have you
country.
got an update from Central Sparks? I'm sure you have.
I do
Being on
indeed.
the ball, that sort of thing. I can't multitask, so I can't do that. That's another leg side wide from Boucher, and it also eludes Carla Rudd and goes down to the fielder at a long leg for a single or two wides. That will be. Boucher having a bit of trouble with her line here, to both batters actually. She hasn't bowled a lot over the last couple of years, so getting back into it gradually. In again now to Dobson, and that's played up to mid-on, and they run. She had to have her action remodelled. Boucher wasn't allowed to bowl for a while, and now back into it. Obviously primarily a batter, but always bowled a few overs in the games before, and it's good to see her back bowling, but it's just struggling for a line a little bit at the moment. In again now, that's wide of off stump, but Dobson can't get it past the fielder at point. And
Lightning 107 for 1. They're in the 20th over.
Okay, that's they're going well, and that sounds good for us, really. That's the Bryce sisters, isn't it? Batting the Bryce sisters in for them, I
I
think.
can take a look.
I think
It is indeed. Good spot.
Yeah, the 2 at the crease. So, yeah, I mean, from the Vipers' point of view, the better they can do against Central Sparks, that helps the cause. So that's a good score for us.
Yeah, into the 12th over up at Edgbaston as well. Hampshire Hawks 76 for 4. Joe
Okay.
Weatherly, 46 not out at the crease, just been joined by Lewis McManus.
Okay. I see Toby Albert was playing in that, wasn't he? A bit of a late call-up, I think.
Yeah, he opened up with James Vince.
Okay. We've now got Georgia Adams coming on, another bowling change from this hotel end. And she's bowling around the wicket, and that's edged away again by Campbell. The same sort of thing as in the last over, but less pace on this, and it will be pulled in by Charlotte Taylor running from backward point. It'll be 2 runs, but a similar result to the last over, where she's outside, got the outside edge. Adams also bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Campbell. Different type of off-spinner, Georgia Adams. She bowls very slowly. I don't know what the clock says, but she's a very slow off-spinner, and that one's pushed out for a single on the offside. Yeah, it takes a lot of pace off the ball.
Yeah, reaching an interesting period of the game, this. I think, I'll tell you what, they were 2 big wickets, that of Holly Armitage and Stir Callis, weren't they, when I was off, and it feels like this is brewing to something. I think Diamonds will not be too unhappy losing 3 wickets, but
Yeah, it's a well-balanced situation. I think, as Ari and I was saying, it depends a little bit, as is always the case, on the depth of the batting with the Diamonds, because some of these players haven't batted a lot in this competition, and it's difficult to come in. That one's played 2 extra cover for no run. It's difficult to come in and you haven't played many games, and I think that's one of the... So is Adams in again. Down the wicket this time, and that's a great shot. Down the wicket by Dobson, and hit it all along the ground past extra cover for 4. That's probably as good a shot as we've seen today, I think. Yeah, it's interesting in this whole format with the 100, which a lot of these players obviously were in as well, and some of them have gone a long time without batting very much, you know, spent a lot of their season sort of on the sidelines almost. Georgia Adams in again, and this time it's driven on the onside, but there's a fielder down at the long on, so it's just a single.
yeah, well, it's great to see Amy Campbell out there in the crease. I was reading a little bit that she did in the preview of this game, and of course she really struggled for sort of early season form, and then she was on the sideline being part of the Northern Superchargers in the 100, so she didn't play then, and then towards the latter stages of the tournament she contracted COVID, so she hadn't, up until last week when she played their last group game, she hadn't played since July the 10th, which is a long old period to go without having a bat. So good to see her at the crease. She's 12 not out from 11 deliveries. Leah Dobson at the other end, 13.
And she got 48 in that game against Thunder last week when she made her comeback, so that was good. So we've got Maya Boucher again now from the pavilion end, bowling to Leah Dobson, who's on 13. And that's straight, tried to work it through the onside, but couldn't again get past the fielder in the ring. That's another dot. Yeah, we were talking to Emily Windsor, obviously you know from the commentary as well as being a Vipers player, and she hasn't really batted much at all this year, and if so, it's often been just for a few balls at the end of the innings. In again, Boucher, and again that's wide down the leg side. 2 wide for Carla Rudd, but she managed to get a glove on it which took the pace of it. Otherwise it might have been 4 wides or 5 wides, but they have come through for 1, so that's 2 wides. Yeah, that's one of the difficult things. They're in this bubble and can't really do much else, and yeah, someone who's been a prolific batsman or batter over the years to suddenly not be playing much must be quite, or not batting much, is quite difficult for them. Boucher, and again to the left-handed Campbell, and that's again a wide this time on the other side of the wicket, but of course it's a left-hander now, so it's the leg side again. Struggling a little bit for a line here, Robbie.
Yeah, I think what was it? Was it a 10 ball over the 18th or the 19th?
Yeah. I think she started with a wicket off a wide, of course, so perhaps she thought that was the way to go.
Never easy when you got a left-hand, right-hand combination at the crease, having to change delivery on delivery.
Absolutely, and there's another wide, unfortunately, down the leg side. And I was just saying to Ari, there aren't many left-handed batters in the women's game compared to the men's, and you know, you very rarely get them, so the bowlers aren't used to necessarily making that adjustment. You know, they don't have to do it week in, week out as you do perhaps more in the men's game. She's coming round the wicket now, so that's one adjustment she's making. It's the first time she's been round the wicket, and that's a better ball. But Campbell manages to get it through the infield, and it's out to deep extra cover for a single.
I wonder why that is, though.
Why
Are there no left-handers? Do they grow up? There's nothing more difficult, is there, about being a left-hander?
No, there's a theory which I think it's been going around for a few years, that just stop while Boucher's in again and bowls, and that's defended on the offside. And this is probably a bit outdated now, but a lot of girls used to come to cricket from hockey. It was quite a common thing that hockey players became cricketers. But of course, you can't play left-handed in hockey, so they have to play right-handed in hockey. You're not allowed to play left-handed. So it could be that some of them came over and automatically bat right-handed because of their hockey. But that's, you know, that doesn't explain a lot of things. How that's played out to extra cover again for a dot, because not so many come over from hockey now, because there's more pathway for cricketers from an early age, and that is coming onto the curriculum at school, etc. So there's no logical reason really. I don't know, but it's very noticeable that you get very few. And again, Boucher, and this is chipped over the leg side, or over the infield anyway, chipped out to deep mid wicket in the air, but well short of the fielder for a single by Dobson.
Another wicket down at Edgbaston, Hampshire 81 for 5 in the 14th. But that's harsh of hockey, is it not? What kind of a rule is that? You can't play it left-handed. You can play golf left-handed, you can play tennis left-handed, you can play any sport left-handed. Yeah,
I'm not a hockey person, but I think it's because if you think about it logically, if you're playing one way or the other, you're just going to hit each other, aren't you? I think that's the theory behind it. That's played out to this cover boundary by Campbell for another single. Yeah, you've got to sort of go the same way, otherwise you're coming this way and the other one's coming the other way, and you just run into each other.
That's just another skill then.
Well, yeah. That's the end of the over, by the way. Back to the cricket rather than hockey for a minute here. It's 88 for 3 off 23 overs. We've got Leah Dobson 14 and Amy Campbell also on 14. Yeah, I've never been a hockey player, but I think that's the reason that it is. And it may be one of the reasons why you get fewer left-handed batters in women's cricket. There hasn't been one for England since Lydia Greenway, who stopped about 5 or 6 years ago, I think. Adams in again from the hotel end, and that's a full toss, I think, but it's pushed out, only pushed really, 2 extra covers, no run. Looked like there could have been a bit more from that ball for the batter, but she didn't take advantage. Adams in the second over, round the wicket. Down the wicket this time, Campbell, but only hits it to Lauren Bell at mid-off. So the field for George Adams, we've got 3 out on the leg side, deep square, deep mid and long on, and a cover boundary fielder. Adams again, that's shorter, but same result. Pushed out on the offside too. It's actually Tara Norris cutting that one off before it got to Lauren Bell.
We've got the England football team here with us today, Phil.
England women?
We do.
Yeah, OK, that's Adams again, pushed to extra cover. Yeah, they played at St Mary's last night, didn't they? And won, it's 8-0?
North Macedonia, yeah, 8-0.
Yeah.
Just to our left-hand side. I could hear them when I think Holly Armitage was bowled.
OK.
Just to our left-hand side in the balconies at the hotel.
OK. That's played back to the bowler, another dot. Yeah, I guess they... this is the sort of hotel of choice for international teams that come, whatever the sport, I think. Adams again, down the wicket, but only driven back on the bounce to George Adams, and that's a maiden, I think. Yeah, it's a maiden, 89 for 3. So George Adams, 2 overs for 8 now.
You're going to have to be on your best behaviour, Phil, when you're walking around the corridors and the lifts and everything, if we bump into any of them.
England football team, absolutely, yeah.
Well played last night. Yeah, it'll be interesting.
I don't know what sort of crowd they got last night. But,
good crowd.
Was it?
Yeah.
I didn't pick up on that.
Pretty full St Mary's, I think. So interesting to see what Georgia Adams is going to do with bowlers. I think we're going to see Lauren Bell, aren't we, from the far end? But she's sort of, I think Ariana was mentioning it earlier, she likes to rotate and can't remember the phrase that Ariana used, keep it fresh vibe, I think that was sort of something like that. But Charlotte Taylor has 7 overs, Tara Norris 7 overs, Georgia Elvis has another 5.
Yeah.
I think we'll see a lot of rotation probably in the final 26 overs or so.
Yep, and as you say, Lauren Bell coming back now. She bowled very well early on in her opening spell and started off well for the Vipers. She's in again now to Leah Dobson, and that's the sort of shot we've seen a lot today, a sort of half drive up to mid-off for no run. Yeah, Lauren Bell's obviously a very promising bowler and been talked about as a potential England bowler, but a couple of times this year, because she swings it quite a lot, she's tended to get it down the leg side and bowled a few wides down the leg side. But today, I think there was only one, and she bowled really well in her first spell in the game. And again, straight, absolutely straight, and Leah Dobson's just defended it on the offside.
Yeah, I think it's one thing learning to swing the ball, move the ball, and then controlling it is almost that next step, isn't it? And
yeah.
I think I think almost Vipers fans over the last couple of years, we've become really reliant on Lauren Bell actually and doing such a good job. We're just used to it. I think when there's been a couple of games this year where she's been a bit quieter, that sort of just shows the expectation we now have of her.
Yeah, and of course she's a strike bowler in every sense. You know, she gets wickets, even if she's had days where it's drifted down the leg side a bit. She usually picks up wickets, and you need. That was a bye while I was talking there. Carla Rudd couldn't quite take it cleanly, and they'd come through for a bye. Yeah, you need a mix of bowlers, don't you? You need those that are bowling for economy, if you like, and then you need your strike bowlers who take wickets but might go for a few more runs. And here's Lauren Bell again now to the left-handed Campbell, and that's something you don't see often in the white ball game. She's just padded that away, just let it hit her on the pad as it was drifting down the leg side.
I'm not too sure what Lauren Bell will think of that. You can't just pad away an opening bowler.
It's unusual. It's sort of shot you see played to spinners out of the rough sometimes, but
Yeah.
not to an opening bowler of considerable pace. Yeah, as you say, it'd be interesting to see how Lauren Bell responds to that. She's in again now, over the wicket. And that's leg side again. Campbell plays it off her toes, out to the mid-wicket boundary for a single. Out to the fielder on the boundary, I should say, not to the boundary. Schofield out there, I think, Paige Schofield.
Interesting, actually. We mentioned the England football team down in the hotel balconies down towards our left. There's an interesting crowd today. I was taking a look, and there's all sorts of different groups today.
Okay. This one's driven back, well fielded in her follow-through by Lauren Bell, and that's the end of that over.
Now, I'm going to hazard a guess as we see all sorts of 12th, 13th, 14th fielders come on the pitch with bibs and hand sanitizer and whatnot. I'm going to hazard a guess at the far end, Shane Warne stand, Colin Ingleby, Mackenzie stand closest to the pavilion, where we can see lots of Vipers shirts.
Yeah.
I think that's where the Vipers, the hardcore are.
Okay.
I think that's where the hardcore are, maybe a few friends and family as well. And then we've got sort of to our right-hand side, bathed in sunshine, we have just got the sunbathers.
Okay.
Just a few people that have come out just to try and work on their tan, I think, to our right-hand side towards the west. And then down below us, you've got, by the looks of things, a couple of people who put in the wrong address and were meant to be at finals day because they've all got Hampshire shirts on. So they're down below us to our right. And then to the left-hand side, well, there's not much to report on the left-hand side, but towards the nursery ground, we've just got a few people just mingling around. I'm not sure if that ice cream shop is actually open today or not, but if it is, I think it'll be doing some good business at some point. Just to bring you up to date with where we are then, as we're at the halfway stage, both players are taking drinks in this game with the Diamonds 91 for 3. This is, of course, a rerun of last year's Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy final. Both sides have already qualified for the knockout stages of the competition. This game essentially just decides which knockout game they play in. The winner, if they win with a bonus point, will go straight into the final in Northampton, which takes place a week today. If you win the game, you should get through for sure for a home semi-final or potentially the final, but that all depends on how the Central Sparks get on against the Lightning. They are playing at Loughborough now. Central Sparks, if they pick up a bonus point for having a run rate that is 1.25 or greater times that of the Lightning, and they improve their overall run rate, they could potentially leapfrog both the Southern Vipers and the Northern Diamonds here at the Ageas Bowl and go straight into the final, which would mean that both of these sides meet once more for about the 850th time in the last year on Tuesday. That is unlikely, but that can potentially happen. But essentially, the rundown is you want to win this game, you want to try and win it with a bonus point, and that should put you in the final a week today. But we will keep you up to date with all of the other scores from around the grounds, and in particular that game that is happening at Loughborough as well. So the Lightning taking on Central Sparks. Lightning going well there. They are in the 25th over as well, 139 for 1. So that is how things stand there. The Thunder are 90 for 5 taking on the South East Stars. And then the Western Storm in the 25th over against the Sunrisers are 107 for 2. Up at Edgbaston, Hampshire Hawks taking on Somerset in the first semi-final at T20 Blast Finals Day, and Hampshire are 96 for 5 after 15 overs. So 5 overs gone there. You can get that game, of course, throughout the day on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra and on all frequencies on the South Coast on BBC Radio Solent. For Kevin James and Melissa Story, back here at the Ageas Bowl, it's Georgia Adams in round the wicket to the left-handed Campbell, who's pushing that into the offside, and they'll come through for a single. So 92 for 3. I think that's just about covered everything.
That's very comprehensive, Robbie. Yeah,
I hope so.
And I'm sure the viewers are all now very clear on what needs to happen today for this to pan out.
A few calculators here and there. A reminder of our commentary team today. We've got Vipers reserve keeper Ariana Dowse. She'll be on a little bit later on. Phil Green to my left, and here is Georgia Adams in pushing up to long on, who is Lauren Bell. And she fields and they come through for a single. I'm Robbie James, and we're live across the BBC Sport website and app, and of course the live picture feed as well, which you can find on the Hampshire Cricket website, ageasbowl.com, to see what is going on in it. What is a gloriously bathed Ageas Bowl in sunshine, mid-September sunshine, as this is pushed into the offside and there is no run. I was saying before we came on air, wasn't I, that you really, when it comes towards the end of the summer, you really appreciate days like this more than ever, don't you?
Absolutely, particularly the summer we've had this year, where there haven't been very many of them, to be honest.
Nudged into the onside from Campbell, and there's no run. Yes, this morning when the sort of sun was rising, and admittedly it was freezing in here, it's warming up and it's going to get horribly warm, I imagine, at some point later on today in here, because it's like a greenhouse.
Stage, yeah.
Here's Adams again, round the wicket bowls, and that's cut away straight to point from Amy Campbell, and there's no run. But it's a glorious day, and you can just see just a slight breeze. Those trees just on the hill above the Rob Branscrow Pavilion, just slightly moving side to side, just moderate, just the hips, just starting off. That's pushed down towards long off. They'll come through for a single. End of the over, 26 gone. The Diamonds are 94 for 3. Good day for cricket, isn't it?
It is, and as was pointed out earlier, there's a lot of cricket going on. You know, considering it's September the 18th, there's cricket all over the country. Obviously, the T20's finals day and several matches in this competition. Just give a shout out as well, if I may, for another local cricket team, that Calmore, who are playing in the National Village knockout final at Lord's tomorrow, against, I think I pronounced this correctly, Alvin Lee from Cheshire. Great occasion for Calmore. I know they've got well over 1,000 supporters going up, so yeah, good luck to Calmore.
Here's Lauren Bell then. She's starting a new over, and that's pushed up into the offside to mid-on, and there's no run by Amy Campbell. That's not bad, is it? Day out at Lord's. Is it not meant to rain tomorrow, though?
Forecast is not great, yeah. So I know when Hambledon, another Hampshire side, got there a few years ago, it was completely rained off, and they played on the Monday at Beckenham, I think, which is a nice enough ground, but it's not quite Lord's.
Lauren Bell once more then over the wicket, bowls to the left-handed Campbell, and there's no run, pushed into the offside. That's some day to have at Lord's, isn't it?
Yeah. Amazing.
Can, of course, get in touch with us today. It's at Solent Sport on Twitter. We will try and sift through all the other messages about finals day and the football and whatnot, and find the Vipers messages. But if you want to get in touch, at Solent Sport on Twitter. Here's Lauren Bell once more, dug out nicely into the onside by Amy Campbell. That was a Yorker length. They think about coming through for a single, but she's sent back.
I like your summary just now, Robbie, of all the different sections of the crowd. I think that's sort of spot on, really. You have got those over there who are sunbathers.
Pin it up, aren't they?
Yeah.
You going to head over there when you're done with your commentary stint?
Yeah, I think I'll probably get the sunbathing kit on.
Yes. Lauren Bell once more over the wicket bowls, and that's pushed down the ground straight to mid-on's right. It's fielded and there's no run.
Yeah, it's almost as if with some of them that the cricket's almost a distraction, isn't it? Like, you certainly see some people aren't even watching, but you know that. Let's be honest, that happens at all the county games up here. There's a lot of people who come for the occasion rather than watching ball by ball, and that's one of the great attractions of cricket. Really, you can spend the day just relaxing.
Once more in. Campbell thinks about coming down the pitch, smashes it straight back to Lauren Bell. I think that's just got her on the ankle.
Yeah.
Don't rub it. She's just sort of gingerly walking back to her mark, but that was quite nicely timed from Amy Gamble straight back to Lauren Bell. She just, well, she's just walking back as if nothing has happened, but I think you can just see a slight, maybe just a tensing, I imagine.
I think it's one of those that she'd probably say 4, but she might be thinking now she'd rather have let it go for 4.
Here we go, final ball of the over. Good luck, Amy Campbell. Now Lauren Bell's fired up as she swipes that into the onside, and that beats the fielder in front of square on the leg side, and that's gone for 4. So not a good end to the over from Lauren Bell. 5 dots and the ball on the ankle, and then swatted away onto the onside for 4 from Amy Campbell. 27 gone, the Diamonds 98 for 3.
Yes, Amy Campbell's really sort of lifted the tempo of this innings since she came in. Right from the ball 1, she just seems to have a more intent than some of the other batters. She's got a much bigger back lift and follow through. It's all a lot more aggressive than some of the other batters have been. I've not seen her before, so I don't know if that's. I assume that's her normal mode of batting. But yeah, she's changed. She's changed the feel of this innings quite a lot since she came in. I think she's 21 off 32 now. I think the Vipers could do with getting her out before she gets too many under her belt.
Georgia Adams then into a 4th over from this hotel end. She's in over the wicket to Leah Dobson now, and that's a low full toss, hit straight back to her, and she does well to field off her own bowling. She's got a long on, long off, and then a fielder sweeping on the offside and similar on the leg side as well. A very symmetrical field for Southern Vipers captain. Another low full toss. This time she doesn't get away with it quite so much. Just pushed out towards long on, and there is a single. And Leah Dobson moves on to 16 from 40 deliveries. Amy Campbell, 21 from 32. She looked busy, hasn't she, Amy Campbell?
Yeah, exactly. She's, as I say, she's. I think she also got her partner batting more positively because of her outlook to it.
She's on the back foot, cutting that out towards.
She's hitting it hard like that.
She is out towards the sweeper on the offside boundary. Beats Paige Schofield on her left-hand side, and that goes to the boundary for 4. So Amy Campbell brings up the 100 for the Diamonds in the 28th over. Amy Campbell looking good here, maybe just a fraction short, but not much. That's a sign of a batter in form when she picks up length so well, because that wasn't a drag down by any means by Georgia Adams on the back foot. Cuts it all the way for 4.
It's interesting what you're saying, that she hasn't played much this year as well. I didn't realise the reasons for that, but she's doing very well.
She's hitting this down the ground, down towards long on, and they'll come through for a single. Yeah, and I suppose almost in some way when she's had a bit of bad luck this year, contracting COVID, and then obviously being part of the 100 is great, but not playing. And I wonder if she's just sort of gone out the last couple of games and just gone, well, this is it. Let's just sort of a do or die attitude.
Very
just
possibly,
pushed into
yeah.
the onside and there's no run.
Very possibly. I was reading her something about her that when she was at Northumberland as a junior. Sorry, I'll let you.
Here's Georgia Adams again over the wicket, and that's nudged down towards fine leg. Think about coming through for a single. Amy Campbell sends Leah Dobson back. End of the over, 28 gone. Diamonds 104 for 3.
Yeah, she was a junior at Northumberland, and she actually captained the Northumberland under-11s, which I assume is a mixed side, and one of the people in her team was Mark Wood, who obviously went on to greater things, but she captained that Northumberland under-11s team with him in it, so she's used to mixing with people of a certain level, that's for sure.
I hope she didn't face too much of him in the nets.
Wonder how quick it was at 11. I don't know.
Quick enough for
Interesting
me.
to know. Yeah.
Lauren Bell then. Bowled 6 overs, none for 11. And she's going to continue from the pavilion end, running towards us, bowls, and that's hit down the ground over the fielder along on. No, great catch. Excellent catch from mid-on, inside the circle, running backwards, lofted over. I thought that was going to go all the way to the boundary for 4, but made up ground did mid-on. Trying to see who that is. Took an excellent catch. Georgia Adams it is, the Southern Vipers captain. Thank you, Phil. Took an excellent catch over her right shoulder, kind of looped in the air, and well, that's a big wicket. Amy Campbell was looking good for 26 from 35 deliveries, but she's on her way now, and the Diamonds lose a vital wicket. They've just lost vital wickets at vital times when they're building partnerships. 104 for 4.
But every time they've looked like they're turning it round, another wicket goes. You're absolutely right. I think with that one, she didn't actually quite get hold of it, but it looked like it had enough on it. And as you say, it looked like it was going to clear Georgia Adams, but she ran back, kept her eye on it, kept her balance well, and took it while she was still moving quite quickly. So that's a really good catch, and it could be a very important one in the context of this game.
Yeah, and I imagine that will give Lauren Bell a load of confidence as well. As she's bowled well. She's been very economical, just going at under 2 runs and over. But just to pick up that wicket will be, I imagine, a bit of a booster to her. It's always nice, isn't it, when you pick up wickets, even if you are doing a good economical job for the side. If you can pick up some wickets, and that's never a bad thing.
As I said, I think she was brought back for that purpose. You know, she is a wicket-taking bowler rather than an economy bowler. Although, as you say today, she has been very economical.
Here she is. Over the wicket, bowls to the new batter, who is Bess Heath, wearing 10 on her back, the Diamonds keeper. Of course, she had a good game just a week or so ago, 78 not out against the Thunder in their previous match, so she's in good form. Some work here for the Vipers to do. Apologies, it is Dobson who's at the striker's end. The batter's crossed, so here is Bell once more, pushed up towards mid-off. Thank you for that, Phil. Yes, everyone has better eyes than me.
Of course, in something that's coming into cricket now, certainly came into the 100, and I know it's been brought in other competitions, is that the batsman, even if they cross, the new batsman has to face, and there's some thinking that will become the norm, because bowlers should be rewarded by getting a wicket by being able to bowl at the new batter. So
here's Bell over the wicket, bowls pushed up towards mid-off, and there'll be no run.
Didn't apply in this case though, because it doesn't apply yet. So Dobson is on strike. But yeah, that's an interesting. Yeah, over time, lots of things change in cricket, don't they? Gradually, little things come in, and that's another one that I think could continue to change the laws at one point.
Yeah, no, I think especially with the last 10 years or so in white ball cricket, it's always been it's a batter's game, isn't it? Yeah. There's Bell once more over the wicket, bowls, and that's an inside edge onto the pad of Leah Dobson. They'll come through for a single, and it's 105 for 4.
Yeah, you sometimes get situations, don't you, near the end of an innings in white ball cricket where there's a set batsman and a tail ender, and the tail ender will just literally sacrifice themselves so that the batter gets on strike. But if you take that out of the equation, it would just change the thinking, maybe.
Hampshire 8 down now in the 19th over, 133 for 8 is Lauren Bell once more, and that's driven thick outside edge to the fielder at point, who shies at the non-striker's end, but there's no run. End of the over then. Good one for Lauren Bell, just 1 run from it and the wicket as well. Important wicket of Amy Campbell. She has 1 for 12, and after 29 overs, the Diamonds are 105 for 4.
Yeah, as you say, Robbie, that wicket sort of changes it again every time there's been a bit of momentum, and Amy Campbell certainly did introduce some momentum into the innings, but every time they get to that position where you think they're really going to push on, they've lost a wicket. All credit to the Vipers for doing that, taking wickets at vital times. And I would say at this point, we're just past the halfway point, I would say the Vipers would probably be the happier of the two sides right now.
Yeah, I think the thing they'll be happy with is that not only have they picked up those 4 wickets, but that run rate is only just over 3.5 runs, so...
Ari said earlier, and Ari obviously knows the competition and the ground well, she thought 250 was par here, and Northern Diamonds would do well to get to 250 from here.
certainly will. These two will play a vital role in that, you would have thought. Leah Dobson, 17 from 46. She's been cautious. Bess Heath yet to get off the mark, faced one delivery. Georgia Elwes then, 5 overs, 1 for 10 to bowl from the pavilion end, from the hotel end, running away from us and pushed up to mid-on, and there's no run.
She's bowled really well today, Georgia Elwes. There's hardly been a ball offline or a bad length. She's just bowled really well.
Full of confidence. She's been doing well at the death for the Vipers, and of course with that 112 to her name from last week as well. She's full of confidence in all facets of the game, isn't she? As this is pushed into the onside and there's no run.
Didn't she bowl the last over last week when and had to go for 6 off the last ball or something, didn't it? And went for 4, so they won by 1, I think. But yeah, she was given the task of bowling the last over, so they're obviously putting a lot of faith in her bowling.
Yeah, and I suppose it would be interesting to ask Ariana about this, but I suppose when you're doing well at one discipline in the game, it does rub off on the other disciplines as well, and that's pushed up towards mid-on. There's no run, and there's no doubt that 112 is gonna you're just gonna feel a bit better about the game, I suppose, aren't you? Even when you come on to bowl.
Oh yeah, I would imagine so. I never actually had the feeling of doing well in 2 disciplines in the same game, I don't think, but yeah, I should imagine it has a very good effect.
You and me both, Phil. 4 fielders out for Georgia Elwes. Fine leg, third man. 2 sweepers on the onside as this is chipped upish, but just in front of the fielder at mid-on, who shies at the stumps, and there's no run, and has a little look at the non-striker, does Paige Schofield, as if to say, where do you think you're going? It's Bess Heath. Glorious sunshine here at the Ageas Bowl still. A few little wispy clouds here and there, and towards our sort of left-hand side it's looking a bit hazy out towards that nursery ground, but we are not having to worry about any weather disruptions today, that is for sure. Down the leg side, just get something on it, does Leah Dobson. There's no run. Just see the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand bathed in a little bit of, well, not bathed in sunshine at all actually, it's in shadow. So I think we'll see throughout the day those few spectators catching some rays today. They'll just move their way around the ground with the sun as the day goes on. Pushed into the onside, no run, and there are 30 overs gone. Good one from Georgia Elwes, that's a maiden for her, and the Diamonds are 105 for 4. Thank you very much to Phil Green. We'll hear more from Phil later on today as part of our commentary team here at the Ageas Bowl. He will pick up a little bit later on. Of course, coaches and manager of the Hersley ladies side. Good to have him with us today. And a reminder of those other games taking place in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. The Lightning taking on the Central Sparks. That's the game we're really keeping an eye on. And nearly 30 overs gone there as well. The Lightning going really well. They're 162 for 1. So Sarah Bryce has 60, not out. And Catherine Bryce, the captain, 68, not out. So they're going well. Are the 2 Bryces. Elsewhere, Hampshire 149 for 9 with 1 ball left of their 20 overs. As we see Paige Schofield, 4 overs, number for 8, bowling from the pavilion end, and that's pushed up towards mid-on, and there is no run. Welcome back, Ariana.
Thank you very much.
How was your break?
It's nice and chill. Watch a bit
chill.
of cricket.
Cricket. You have to kind of get used to being up here in the country, that you just, it's kind of in your face a little bit. There's not much to do other than just enjoy the views, really. We're very lucky to be up here now. Let's push back towards Paige Schofield. Just shoves out left hand and gets it. Stops the ball nicely. What do you think then? Vipers easily happy? Happier than Diamonds?
Yeah, definitely. I think at this point the score is very good from the Vipers.
Here is Schofield again. That's driven straight towards extra cover, who misfields it as Maya Boucher. Doesn't quite get a full stop to it, and they'll come through for a single. Could have been worse though. 106 for 4. Yeah, I think Georgia Adams she's done quite a good job of rotating the bowlers, like we were saying.
Yeah, very experienced in doing that.
Yeah, she's of course captained the Vipers to victory already in this competition, reigning holders of it. Beating, of course, the Diamonds last year at Edgbaston in the final. Pushed up towards long off, but nicely fielded by the fielder at mid-wicket, running around to her left-hand side and prevents any single. End of the innings up at Edgbaston in the first game of T20 Blast Finals Day. Hampshire ending on 150 exactly, so that is where they are. Joe Weatherly managed 71 from 50 balls. He was the pick of the Hampshire batters, as this is swatted and missed. I think it's beaten everyone. Leah Dobson, it's running down to the boundary and Tara Norris can't cut it off. It's gone and the umpire signals 4, so maybe some bat on that then from Leah Dobson. She moves on to 21 from 54. Diamonds 110 for 4. When I see it go through the keeper, can I look to my left-hand side and look at you and ask you what you would have done? So that's a bit harsh, isn't it?
I'm not sure much could have been done there, unfortunately.
No, I think it was an inside edge deflection, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So Diamonds 110 for 4 in the 31st over. Here is Schofield again. That's down the leg side. Don't think she gets anything on it that time. Again, it'll go down towards Tara Norris, who will do the fielding. And yes, leg by signalled. So 111 for 4. From the Diamonds' perspective now, at the end of the 31st over, is it a case of sort of re-evaluating what you thought past score was when you start, and instead just try and get towards a score that they think they can defend?
Quite possibly, yes. I feel like at this point they'll just be re-evaluating what score they think they're going to get and just aiming for that instead.
And what do you think, if you were out there at the moment, what would that score be roughly? Where do you think you were aiming to, or are you just trying to get to a certain point at a certain time in the innings?
I think with 20 overs still to go, I think around a score of like 230 might be good, but you never know. They could have wickets in hand in the last few overs and push a bit more, or there could be a collapse. You never know with cricket, unfortunately.
Game of unknowns. Here is Georgia Elwes starting you over. Maybe just held in the pitch of action. Leah Dobson pushing that out towards the fielder at deep backward square leg, and they'll come through for a single. So in this, I was mentioning to Phil, we're kind of categorising the spectators around the ground here as the sort of, we've got the real Vipers faithful in the sort of straight ahead of us, and the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie and the Shane Warne stands. We've got the sunbathers to our right. We've got those that were meant to be at Edgbaston today, but for some reason maybe couldn't find a ticket, just below us. And then we've got the England women's football team to our left-hand side as well. Which section of the crowd would you be in if you had to pick?
Ooh, I reckon in the sunbathing section.
Day for a tan. Pushed up towards Georgia Elwes, no run. Day for a tan, you reckon?
Definitely. Not a lot of cloud coverage. Sunbathe for a little bit whilst watching a good game of cricket.
I bet you're one of these lucky people that doesn't need to put sun cream on, aren't you?
No. Just absorb all that sunshine. Get a nice tan on.
Yeah, me too. All the time. Easy peasy, don't burn at all. Here's Georgia Elwes over the wicket, bowls, and it's a play and a miss. Shout for a stumping from Carla Rudge. She's already got one of those today. Nothing doing. Yes, but I mean, is it? I don't know whether or not it's possible to get sunburn in September the 18th.
Yeah.
Probably it'll be possible for us fair-skinned lot.
There'll be some who'll get some windburn or something like that.
Yeah. There does seem to be a gentle breeze. We can't really always tell up here in the gantry, but that's short, swatted, hooked, pulled up towards long on. All sorts of a shot that from Bess Heath, but she gets a single for it, sort of a cross-batted thump down the ground. 113 for 4. Yeah, you just see those trees that are on the hill just behind the pavilion at the Ageas. Well, they're just tinkering a little bit, aren't they? I kind of liken them as Elvis is in over the wicket. A couple of steps down the pitch out towards the sweeper at deep cover, Emily Windsor, and I'll come through for a single. I liken them to sort of the start of a party or something like that, where you just get those few people on the dance floor just sort of awkwardly starting to move the hips a little bit. That's a bit like the trees at the moment. They're not giving it the full blow, but they're just tinkering a little bit in the wind. Early stages of the night. Strange comparison. Here's Georgia Elwes over the wicket, and that's edged fine. Third man is up, and that's going to go all the way to the boundary for 4. No chance of a catch from Carla Rudd, but in between the keeper and third man, who's inside the circle, the boundary to end the over. All the runs are going to count for the Diamonds. 118 for 4 after 32. As we see just a few shadows from, not really shadows, just a very small one from the floodlight towards our left-hand side. So you're looking to just nudge it around at the moment, if you're out there?
Yes, I'd say in the first few overs they didn't really look to rotate the strike well. I think now they'll be looking to hit the sweepers, rotate that strike, get that run rate back up a bit more. Hopefully that's their game plan, and capitalise on any width they get and hit the boundary when it's there.
And from a Viper's point of view, is it just a case of same? Same as you've been doing?
Yeah, it's very similar, just keeping on top here, making sure that run rate doesn't creep up too much, running that pressure with the dot balls.
Paige Schofield then into her 6th over as this is pushed up towards long on and there's no run. And do you think that there'll become a point at all where Georgia Adams tries to sort of force this, you know, you're in this stage of the game where if you can force that 5th or 6th wicket, then you can really get a hold of the innings. Do you think there'll be a point at all where she'll maybe try and go a little bit more attacking just to try and force that wicket, or is she quite happy to just see ones for the next 10 overs? I'll let this ball come from Schofield over the wicket, bowls uppish and over extra cover, mid-off is inside the circle as well. That's going to run away to the boundary for 4. Well, maybe there's an indication of the kind of intent we're going to see for the next 10 overs or so. Nice shot from Bess Heath. She moves on to 10, 123 for 4. Sorry, yeah, so regarding the bowls, I'm just wondering if we're going to see a field change there. Also, no, we're not. No, mid-off is going to stay inside the circle as Schofield is over the wicket. Bowls. That beats Bess Heath outside the off stump. Maybe just a fraction of movement off the surface. Yeah, so, sorry, if you're Georgia Adams, are you happy to see singles the next 10 overs, or do you think they'll at all try and force that wicket?
I feel like they'll be quite happy, obviously, with singles. Obviously, they'd want to get that wicket, but I feel like in 50 overs, a mistake will happen, a lack of concentration will come about.
Schofield once more over the wicket, full dugout from Bess Heath. Finds the fielder at extra cover, and there's no run. Lightning continuing to go well against the Central Sparks. 179 for 1 in that game. The reason why we keep updating you on it is because if the Central Sparks win particularly well, as our paper goes flying everywhere, and that's nudged up towards long on for a single, they'll think about coming back for 2. Leah Dobson was quite keen, but they don't come back for it. I mentioned that we didn't have any breeze or anything like that up here in the gantry, but now all of our papers have just been blown everywhere. My rotor's gone, our bit of paper with all the numbers are on. Find something heavy to hold it all down without breaking anything. Here's Schofield again then. Pushes that up towards long on. They'll come through for a single. They'll run it hard because it was not fully timed by Leah Dobson, but they'll just come through for a single. End of the over then, 7 from it, and we've had 33 overs here at the Ageas Bowl. The Northern Diamonds winning the toss, electing to bat first. They're 125 for 4. That's just got a little bit breezy, isn't it?
Yes, I'm starting to feel that cool breeze up here now.
Are you getting cold now?
A little bit, yes.
Well, I wasn't expecting that. It's cold in the morning, but it's only going to get warmer today. Did you bring a jacket?
Yes, I will go put it on soon.
Prepared. I think lunch has arrived as well. We've got some lunch bags as well, just behind us, which have just arrived. Phil doesn't wait for any lunch bags though. He's already getting tucked into his lunch he brought with him. You brought lunch as well, didn't you?
I brought some snacks. It was in the email that it might not be the best lunch. So.
Oh my goodness me. Who said that? Georgia Elwes over the wicket to begin a new over, and that's pushed up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. No, the lunch here's all right.
I won't name names. I've been advised to bring some food though.
I mean, it's all right. You get your sandwich, you get your cereal bar, you get maybe a sort of an apple juice or a I don't know what else you get. Sometimes you get a Danish pastry if you're lucky, which I always think is an interesting thing to be eating at 2 o'clock in the afternoon or whatever. Here's Elwes again over the wicket, down the leg side, and that's going to be called a wide, and it's going to run down to the fine leg boundary. Fielder runs after it, won't get there though, so that is 4 wides to the total, and the Diamonds move on to 129 for 4. I bet you get good food when you're with the Vipers, don't you?
Yes, it was a very nice hot lunch. Sometimes not needed on a very hot day though. So.
No, is there a cold option?
No.
Hot or nothing?
Hot or nothing. I believe when it was the semi-final for the Charlotte Edwards Cup, we had a hot roast on that really hot day. So
Ooh, I can't think of anything worse.
yeah.
Georgia Elwes over the wicket, bowls. That's short, back of her length, and pushed into the onside, and there's no run. A roast dinner on a baking hot day is not really the one, is it?
Yes, there's a few mumbles from the girls, but it was lunch that we ate.
What ground is the best that you've had food-wise? Is it here?
I'd have to say here so far, yes.
Georgia Elwes once more over the wicket, bowls. Couple of steps down the pitch from Dobson, gets a thick outside edge. It runs over, backward point, and third man down towards the boundary, and it hits the boundary and goes for 4. Not where she intended. A couple of fielders up on the offside at mid-off and extra cover. She was trying to go over those, got a thick outside edge on it, but it beat the 2 fielders at point and short third man. 134 for 4. Leah Dobson has 29 from 62 now, just trying to up the ante a little bit, and that run rate for the first time today has hit 4 runs and over as well. So just a sign of some of the intent that the Northern Diamonds are trying to show here. 16.5 overs remain. Georgia Elwes in, back of her length, and defended by Leah Dobson, and there's no run. Well, I have no doubt, Ariana, that before too long you'll be at Lord's, and then you will have a new favourite ground for food. You get a menu at Lord's.
Ooh,
Not that I've ever experienced it, obviously, but I've heard that you get a menu at Lord's. Very fancy pants indeed. Here is Georgia Elwes once more, full, driven up towards long on, and they'll come through for a single. Leah Dobson on to 30, 135 for 4. So you get well looked after here.
Yes, definitely.
Did you get breakfast on a game like today, the day like today?
Yes, they do provide some stuff. I think last time we were here, we got pancakes randomly.
Pancakes?
Yes, fresh pancakes.
Elwes over the wicket. Bowls, full, hit straight back to her, and there's no run. End of the over, 34 gone. Diamonds 135 for 4. Dobson has 30 and Bess Heath has 11. Are they those kind of pancakes though that are sort of have all sorts of protein stuff in them? They're kind of like the protein powder pancakes, or are they proper?
I'm not sure, I didn't try it, but they did look rather healthy. They had a few oats and blueberries like mixed on top there, and a few girls tuck into them, which was a good sauce before the long day ahead.
I knew it'd be too good to be true, and they said oats on the pancakes. Yeah, I knew it. It wasn't going to be sort of maple syrup and bacon or something like that, was it? American style.
Unfortunately.
Well, how much of an eye do you keep on sort of what you're eating, or how much support do you get from the Vipers support staff as we see Schofield come in to begin a new over, and that's pushed into the onside, and Emily Windsor on the deep mid-wicket boundary will do the fielding. They'll come through for a single. How much sort of advice do you get on what you should be eating on a day-to-day basis?
We do have a team nutritionalist, so we do get some team chats about that throughout the winter, how to properly prep for a full day of game day and training and etc.
Schofield once more into Bess Heath over the wicket, and that's edged by Bess Heath between the fielders again at point and short third man, and it's going to run away to the boundary. They won't get there, and that's 4 more to the total. Bess Heath in on the boundary action now with a thick outside edge. She moves on to 15, 140 for the Diamonds. So they're not looking over you sort of every meal. You're not having some properly meal prep with them or anything like that. They just give you a heads up.
Give you a nice heads up, but then on match days, the S&C coach, John Edwards, makes sure there's good protein and good carbs all balanced out for you in the meal.
Over the wicket, Schofield pushed up towards long on, and I'll come through for a single. So what would they make of maybe today's lunch with that, with like a wrap, a cereal bar, a Danish pastry, orange juice? That's all right, no?
It's okay.
Oh.
Probably prefer a bit more protein in there or something like that.
Ah, yes, of course. Here's Schofield again, full, dug out, pushed up towards mid-off. He's inside the circle, and there's no run.
Also not sure what they'd say about the pastry as well.
Yeah, I don't really... Yeah, pastry, I suppose, isn't... I mean, most pastries are just air, really, anyway, aren't they?
Yeah, not
Like,
quite,
have a croissant.
not quite the carbohydrates we need for a long day of cricket.
Yeah. It'll be warm out there today as well. Georgia Elwes bowls, gives herself a little bit of room, does Leah Dobson, hits it straight and past the fielder at mid-off for 4. Nice shot, just gave herself a little bit of room, moved towards that leg side. It was full, straight from Paige Schofield. and she beat Lauren Bell, diving to her right-hand side at mid-off. So they're just showing a few signs of upping the ante now, aren't they? And it seems like it's been a little bit of a calculated sort of risk as well. They're not going with the big hoo-has, just some calculated shots through the fielders that are in the ring. Here's Schofield again, final ball of the over, straighter, stays where she is, does Leah Dobson, pushes it into the onside, and that's good batting. They'll come through for a single, good over, productive over for the Northern Diamonds, 11 from it, 35 gone, and they are 146 for 4. Yeah, you've been impressed with the way they've started to up the ante in the last couple of overs?
Yeah, they've gone to their strengths. Leah Dobson's very strong, going straight down the ground, and that's where she's looked to hit. Very strong, nothing silly like in the air, along the ground. It's all been, she's been very impressive, to be honest.
Yeah, looking good, but I suppose this is a stage where Vipers don't need to panic, do they? I suppose they can. Do you kind of accept that throughout the innings it's never going to always go your way? There'll be these little periods, especially in 50 over cricket, where you know they do hit a few boundaries, have a good few productive overs. Do you just accept that?
Yeah, I think you don't really want to accept that, but cricket is one of those games where it'll go up and down in way of one team and in favour of the other team. But you just have to be the more consistent side, I guess.
Now we're going to see Charlotte Taylor back into the attack, bowling from this hotel end, and immediately sweeping is Leah Dobson between the two fielders inside the ring, behind square on the leg side, and that is gone for 4. So just a little bit wayward, a little bit too straight with her line, Charlotte Taylor, and pretty easy pickings actually that for Leah Dobson with that field. The only two fielders out on the onside are straight, they're long on and a straightish deep mid wicket, so 4 more to the total, 150 up for the Diamonds as well, 150 for 4. Dobson has 40. As here is Charlotte Taylor once more. That's down the leg side. Shout for a stumping. Field umpire thinks about it. That looked, I mean, we're a long way away, and that was at the far end, but did look maybe like Leah Dobson maybe just lifted her foot, did it?
It did look like there was some movement, so it was good for Colorado to take that chance and ask questions of the umpire.
151 for 4. Charlotte Taylor away from us, bowls, and a couple of steps down the pitch from Leah Dobson, pushing that up towards long on, and there's a single. How much do you chat to Carla Rudd and sort of get advice, learn from her, because she's been sort of a stalwart of this side over the last couple of seasons as well, so I imagine there's plenty to learn from her. Charlotte Taylor over the wicket, bowls outside the off stump on the back foot, missed from Bess Heath.
Yeah, unfortunately, Colorado doesn't come to a lot of training, so...
She doesn't?
No, she's lives a bit further away from us. I think she's up near Essex Way.
Charlotte Taylor over the wicket, bowls on the back foot, pushed out towards long off, and they'll come through for a single.
It's a bit of a drive for her to come down to the Ageas Bowl on a Saturday.
So she just sort of does her bits from home, work from home as such.
Yeah.
Different kind of work from home, that, isn't it? On the back foot, pushed in on the onside, straight to Georgia Adams' extra cover, and there's no run. So you don't actually see too much of her then?
No, she does occasionally come to training, and I see her on match days, and we chat a bit then.
Taylor once more over the wicket, couple of steps down the pitch. Now this is lofted in the air, on the onside, over the fielder, at long on for 6. Gave herself more room, did Leah Dobson. That's the 50 partnership as well, come off 47 balls, little bit of room. Think targeting the offside, ended up going over long on, over Paige Schofield's head. She thought she was in action for a couple of moments there, but over her, and 6 to the total. So Leah Dobson moves on to 47 from 72. She is motoring considering where she was at the start of her innings. I think she was around 7 from her, I think maybe her first 30 or 25 balls, and Bess Heath has 17. Diamonds 159 for 4. Just sensing a little bit of a change in momentum there with that maximum.
Definitely, yes. I think Leah Dobson's looking to take advantage now, go up the gears a bit.
Yeah, 14 overs still remaining. Diamonds 159 for 4. You mentioned 230, didn't you, would maybe be a score they might be looking at. Well, maybe they're looking at it slightly more seriously now. It's only, if my maths gets me right, it's only 71 runs to go to get to that, as this is pushed into the offside, and that's going to beat the fielder on the right-hand side, the point fielder on the right-hand side, and the fielder out on the deep extra cover boundary, and that's another boundary to Bess Heath. So consecutive blows here for the Diamonds. A little bit of width on offer from Tara Norris, who's back into the attack. She has 1 for 20 now into her 4th over, and again, they're just playing quite nice looking cricket shots, actually, making it look quite easy, aren't they?
Yeah, so as soon as it gets past the ring, it's just flying to the boundary here.
Quick, yeah, quick outfield. Here is Tara Norris. She's coming round the wicket to the right-handed Bess Heath, who's pushing that up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, you're not often chasing the ball to the boundary here, are you? Often if it gets past the infield, it's gone. This pair are just giving Georgia Adams, Southern Vipers skipper, something to think about. Here is Tara Norris once more. That's straighter. Pulled into the leg side, and they'll come through for a single, fielded by Paige Schofield out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. First wicket down of the Somerset innings in the T20 Blast semi-final. It's Tom Banton as well, who's fallen for Somerset. They're chasing 151 against Hampshire Hawks. They find themselves 15 for 1. Here is Tara Norris once more, around the wicket. Bowls, and on the back foot is Leah Dobson. Looking in good touch is Leah Dobson here for the Diamonds. What do you think Georgia Adams will be thinking now? Bit of pressure on them?
A little bit under the pump they seem to be, yeah, with all these back-to-back boundaries being hit. I think it just goes back to going to their game plan for the day.
Plane just goes over us here at the Ageas bowl, not too low. It's pushed up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, just having to think, and I suppose as well, this is where the Diamonds also have to take almost a little bit of a do-or-die attitude. The fact that if they can get their run rate up, if they do win the game, that gives them a much better chance of getting into the final a week today. Here is Tara Norris once more. On the back foot is Dobson, pushing that into the offside, and the fielder, a deep cover will come round. They'll come back for 2. And the score moves on to 166 for 4. Dobson has 49. I suppose that will be, at this part of the innings, I suppose, the final 15-10 overs, it will start playing a part on the Diamonds' minds, do you think?
I feel like they'll just be trying to get up to a good defendable score right now. I'm not sure how much that bonus point will be weighing on their minds out there in the middle, in the thick of it all.
Just win the game.
Just, yeah, focus on the game at hand, trying to score those runs. Not too worried about all the other hands being played.
Well, she's mixing up her bowling options, is Georgia Adams, and Charlotte Taylor is out of the attack. Back into the attack comes the Southern Vipers captain to bowl her off spin from this hotel end. She's over the wicket now, bowls, and that's short wide outside the off stump, cut away and misfielded by Lauren Bell at point, and Emily Windsor can't cut it off either. Poor bit of work there from Lauren Bell. It's a long way down for her, but she just essentially dived over that ball, I think. You can see on the live picture feed, and Bess Heath moves on to 26, Diamonds 170 for 4. That doesn't help in situations like this, does it? Especially when it's off your captain's bowling as well. Pushed up towards Georgia Adams, and she fields off her own bowling. I suppose if you were to drop one off Georgia Adams, not saying that you would, but if you were to, just don't look at her for a couple of overs. She's in, sweeping, that's straight towards the fielder at square leg. Now there's going to be a run out of the non-striker's end. Is there? Yes, there is. Good bit of work by the fielder at square leg. It was swept straight to her, and Leah Dobson at the non-striker's end wanted to come through for a single. Bess Heath sent her back straight away, and it was a pretty simple bit of work in the end for Georgia Adams as she received the ball at the non-striker's end to take the bails off. And we've been saying it throughout this innings that just as they get going, the Diamonds, they lose a wicket. Ella McCacken it was with the throw. Dobson goes for 49, and that is a really vital wicket to stem this innings and to put an end to that partnership. A really good partnership between Leah Dobson and Bess Heath comes to an end 170 for 5.
I was just about to say how Leah Dobson didn't look worried or nervous at all at 49 there. thought she was going to cruise through to her 50, but obviously just got nervous there with the running, was a bit eager.
I mean, there was never really a single on, was it? She swept it
No.
quite hard to square leg.
No, it would have taken a lot to not get that run out just then. Very simple work from Ellen McCacken there.
What do you call her, Macca?
Yes,
Macca.
Nicknames coming out there.
Nothing wrong with that. Macca, I like that. Yeah, I mean, in fairness, when she did sweep it, I was almost surprised to see square leg inside the ring, and I wonder if Leah Dobson at the non-strikers end was also sort of just saw that as, you know, probably, because you normally have for an off-spinner bowling, you would normally have a deep square leg often in this game. We're going to see one now, in fact, go out, but I wonder if she was just not expecting there to be a fielder there, and suddenly
Quite
suddenly she's
possibly.
back. I wonder. Well, 170 for 5, another twist in this innings. In comes Georgia Adams, bowls, and it is Bess Heath that's still on strike. Pushes that up towards long on and come through for a single. New batter is Lindsay Smith. Left-hander for the Diamonds. International experience for her, of course. 9 T20s for England. She'll have a big part to play with the ball as well. 5 for 34 she picked up against the Storm just a week or so ago, so she'll be looking forward. I imagine she'll be eagerly watching what's been going on the first 37 overs or so of this match. She's going to face her first ball now, and Georgia Adams is going to come around the wicket to her, and that's a low full toss, and she hits it straight towards extra cover. He shies at the stumps, and it's well backed up as well. And there is no run, so this field for left-handed Smith. Short third man, point, deep cover, extra cover, mid-off, inside the circle. And she comes down the wicket. Again, it's a low full toss, pushing it up towards that fielder and mid-off, and it hits a sprinkler head, I think. I think it's hit a sprinkler head, and it was hit along the ground, hit something on the pitch, and it ended up ballooning over Tara Norris, who is inside the circle. Well, that was bizarre. I don't know what that hit. Did it? It was hit along the ground, and it just suddenly...
It definitely hit something there. most peculiar how that happened.
My goodness, the ball's gone for 4. I've never seen it. I don't think I've ever seen that before. It was hit along the ground. Then I wonder if it's just hit at the end of one of the wicket ends. There seems to be like a sort of almost a little bit of AstroTurf, and I wonder if it hit that, and it just ballooned up into the sky, just way over Tara Norris's head, and it's gone all the way for 4. Have you ever seen that?
No. I don't think I will ever see that again, to be honest.
That was absolutely bizarre. And if this game ends up being tight and within 4 runs or so, then my goodness, the Vipers will take a look at that with a bit of a heavy heart. Well, as it is, sport is unfortunately, well, fortunately or unfortunately, however you look at it, it is sometimes involving luck. And the Diamonds got a little bit of it there, and the Vipers did not. 175 for 5, 38 overs gone, 12 to go. Bess Heath has 27. Tara Norris to begin a new over, and that's swept fine down towards Emily Windsor at fine leg, and they'll come through for a single. Would you think, if you were out there at the moment, would you think if you saw that, you'd just think, oh no, what's going to happen today if something like that is happening?
It is one of those, unfortunately, where it just doesn't go quite your way, but I feel like Vipers, they have been doing well today. They broke through that partnership, so start applying the pressure to the new batter here, hopefully. Tara Norris.
She's going to come over the wicket as Tara Norris to Lindsay Smith. Deep third man, deep fine leg, deep square leg in front of square, and a deep cover of the fielders out as that's pushed into the onside, and mid-wicket runs to the left-hand side, and they'll come through for a single. I mean, sometimes you see, I'm just trying to think, sometimes you see fielders fielding at point, and you see the ball maybe cut away and it hits a wicket end, and it takes a little bit of a strange bounce, but I've never seen a ball hit along the ground and then go over someone's head.
No, never seen that before either.
That is bizarre. Strange things happen in this game. Here is Tara Norris round the wicket to the right-handed Heath, who pushes that straight to the fielder at mid-wicket, and there is no run. 177 for 5. My laptop's died. That's brilliant, isn't it? I've got to charge or something. I've got a blank screen. It's not what you want on a day where there's about 70,000 games of cricket going on, but I'll get the BBC Sport app out on my phone so we can keep keep up to date with what's going on around the grounds. Do that in just a second after Tara Norris comes round the wicket, and that's swept into the onside from Bess Heath. Is that going to beat the fielders on the leg side? No, it's not. Emily Windsor running around to her left-hand side does well to cut it off. They'll come through for a couple. Yes, they will. And they move on to 179 for 5. Just wondering if the scoreboard's moved or not. Yes, it has. Somerset 19 for 2 in the 5th over in that T20 Blast semi-final, so they need 128 runs for victory from 15 and a bit overs. And elsewhere in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy is Norris bowls. That's full, and she stops up with her foot, and that looked painful. She just sort of slid her right foot out there. It was hit straight back at her, almost as if one of the goalkeepers there for the England team to our left-hand side would have been proud of that. Did a sort of goal-saving stop with her foot, and I don't know if that got her on the foot or the ankle. She looks fine.
She just walked off very well there, if it did hurt her.
I mean, that was genuine goalkeeping, wasn't it?
Bit of football skills there from the Vipers.
Here she is once more. Doesn't look to be in any pain or discomfort at all. This is a full toss though, and that's swiped into the leg side uppish, and the fielder at mid-wicket can't get there. Running in was Paige Schofield. Went for the catch, I think, in the end, instead of stopping the boundary, and she didn't get either. It's gone all the way to the boundary for 4. Good end to the over for the Diamonds. The momentum's still there with them. The run rate is just a fraction below 5 and over, 183 for 5. Tara Norris a good footballer?
You know what, I'm not actually sure.
Not sure.
But I do know Tara Norris is a very good fielder and bowler. She's even been selected to represent the United States at the 2021 ICC Women's T20 World Cup qualifications.
That's not bad, is it?
Yeah, she was born in America, so she has the opportunity, and she's just been given her cap over there this month, I believe.
That's wonderful. Georgia Adams to begin a new over around the wicket bowls, tucks up Lindsay Smith, and there's no run. So does she go over often then?
You know, I'm not sure. I do believe they went over there for a bit of like a coaching and inspiring the region kind of thing. A couple of girls went over across to America.
Here's Adams again, low full toss, couple of strides down the pitch from Lindsay Smith, and they'll pick up a single. So she's quite involved in it then.
I believe so, yeah.
Maybe you should do a pre-season Vipers tour out to the States. I think that sounds good.
That'd be amazing. Once COVID allows a little bit of travel.
Yeah.
Get that pre-season in.
And most sides go to Barbados or something, but that can shove it if you're going to maybe go to New York or something instead. Is down the leg side from Georgia Adams. That'll be called a wide.
Somewhere a bit more, I wouldn't say exotic, but somewhere a bit further away.
Yeah.
A bit further from home would be nice.
Yeah, you got to get a good pre-season tour in, haven't you? Kind of not really happened for the last few years as Georgia Adams is in, and that's pulled straight to the fielder at mid-wicket, but it's a misfield again. The Vipers haven't been fully on it in the field. They'll come through for a couple. It was half stopped by the fielder at mid-wicket, but not fully, and well, that shouldn't really have been 2, but 2 more to the total it is, 187 for 5. Georgia Adams, top of her mark again, strolls away from us, bowls. That's loopy outside the off stump and missed from Bess Heath. Just a fraction of bounce there maybe, as she sort of leans on her bat as if to say, oh, I missed out on one there. Just a bit slower from Georgia Adams?
I believe so, yeah. Just tricked her with a bit of pace off there.
She's doing the same again. Fuller this time though, and dug out from Bess Heath up towards long on, and they'll come through for a single, 188 for 5. Where would your ideal pre-season tour be to?
I'd have to say somewhere like Sri Lanka.
Oh, that's a good. Hang on, Georgia Adams round the wicket bowls, and that's pushed into the offside, and they'll come through for a single. 40 overs gone then. Diamonds 188 for 5. Now you'll have to explain to us why that would be a good pre-season tour, because Sri Lanka wouldn't be particularly good, I wouldn't have thought, for a keeper given the amount of spin and the kind of pitches we have. I'll let you pick up on that, and then you'll be joined by Phil Green.
Well, I actually said Sri Lanka because I've been on tour to Sri Lanka a couple of times with various teams, and each time you go out there it's amazing. The weather out there is just so hot that you just have to adapt very quickly to it all, and actually getting that experience on those pitches where it does turn and do some more stuff on the pitch. It just prepares you better for what will come in the season, and it just gets you ready for those challenges during the season in England and preps you better, I believe. Now Phil Green's joined me.
It's a great country to visit as well, isn't it, Sri Lanka?
Yeah,
People are fantastic.
they're enthusiastic for everyone that comes.
Now we got Tara Norris bowling to Lindsay Smith. Bearing in mind our earlier conversation about not many left-handers, you've got a left-handed bowler to a left-handed batter, unusually, but Lindsay Smith turned up to mid-wicket for 1, so she's off strike now. Lindsay Smith, of course, formerly of this parish, played for the Vipers in the first year of the competition, I think, of the Kia Super League. She was a Vipers player.
She was also down at Sussex as well.
Yeah, she's played for a few different counties and a few different franchises, I think, and for England, as Robbie pointed out. Tara Norris now round the wicket, which is her preferred option when she comes back in later in the innings. And Heath pushing out through the leg side. There's obviously a few more gaps now with the field spread, and they're going to come back for 2. That's good running. That's excellent piece of running by Lindsay Smith, really, as the non-striker. She just turned and went straight away and got home relatively comfortably.
Yeah, since Lindsay Smith's come in, there's been a lot more 2s running the field, which we didn't really see early doors.
So Norris round the wicket. That's short and pulled away. There's protection out there on the leg side boundary, and that'll just be 1. Going back to Robbie's point earlier about the crowd to our right being mostly sunbathers and not necessarily cricket fans, I can confirm that at least some of them are definitely cricket fans, because Mike and Dawn O'Neill, I know over there, who are absolute cricket fanatics. Hold on, this Norris bowling. That's driven back, but again stopped with her foot. I think that's the second successive over she's used her foot to stop a return drive, and there's no run. Yeah, Mike and Dawn are over there, and they watch cricket all over the place. I think they're going to be at Lord's tomorrow watching Calmore, and their daughter Eve, as Ari knows because she's kept wicket to her, one of the most promising of the young cricketers in the area, leg spinner. You can well see on this stage one day in the future, I think. Norris in again, that's driven back to her by Lindsay Smith. This time she fields with her hands, but it's the same result, a dot ball. But you've kept a bit to Eve, and she's a good promising leg spinner, isn't she, Erin?
Yeah, very good. She, for a 13-year-old, she's able to like turn it so much. It's very impressive and promising for the future generations to come. Couple of dot balls here. It's fronted a bit of a field change.
Yeah, you've now got the long on back, and mid long off's come up into the circle, over the wicket now, Norris. And once again, she's fielding off her own bowling. There's a lot of very straight hitting in this over, and the bowler's become the main fielder as well. That one she fielded cleanly. Another dot ball. It's almost like Lindsay Smith's playing like you used to have to in the garden when you were a kid, and if you hit it sideways, you're out because you're over the fence, so you had to play it straight. She's almost trying to do that.
Well, that will be in Viper's favour, so I wouldn't ask her to stop that.
Yeah, as you say, since Lindsay Smith's come in, the momentum of the innings has gone up a bit, hasn't it? Well, it's sort of increased gradually throughout the whole time, which I guess is how 50 over cricket is normally played. The run rates gradually crept up. It's not up to 5 and over yet, but I think that will be their target. If you go back to right at the start, Ari, you said 250 would be a good target score on here, or appropriate target score, and I think they would probably now be looking to get to there. Maybe a while back that looked a bit out of reach, but 250 probably back in reach now for them. This is bowled by Elvis and chopped away by Bess Heath. They're going to get a single. Runs coming off most deliveries now.
Yeah, that's what happens once you have wickets in hand during the last 10 overs.
And the field spread.
Field spread.
There's plenty of singles on offer.
Yeah.
Another Well, it's Lindsay Smith back on strike now, and the field obviously changing around quite a bit for the left-hander. But we've now got a deep square and a deep cover, and a long on, and a third man going out. So there's single most places on the leg side if she can tuck it in there. Round the wicket, Melwis, and that's another stumping appeal. Sharp work again by Carla Rudd outside the off stump this time. Sophie McClellan turns it down. Carla Rudd saves the umpire the walk in by replacing the bails herself, which as an umpire you're always very pleased to see. Elvis in the game. And Lindsay Smith's got this one wide at point this time. That would be 2, I think. Yep, she runs well. Looking for 2 from the off, and if you set off that positively, you normally can make it, and she did. So that's 2 more to her. So Elvis in a 9th over. Around the wicket to Smith. And she's got that one through extra cover, and that's going to be 4. That's well timed again. Looked like it might be fielded extra cover, but got through and ideally placed between the 2 boundary fielders, so that's another 4, and that's the 200 up for the Diamonds, which is something they could only have dreamt about an hour or so back, but they've really pushed on now, reached 200, and Lindsay Smith up to 14 from 13 balls. Elvis in the game. And that's in the same area, bit straighter this time, so the boundary fielder can cut it off. That's Anna McCacken out there, and just 1 this time. Similar sort of shot.
This is where Vipers need to be on it in the field. They can't let their heads go down now. They need to just keep backing each other up in the field.
Yeah, very important last 10 overs, isn't it? Always
Yeah.
in the first innings of these sort of games. Fine legs now coming up, so there's 2 out on the leg side, deep square and a deep mid wicket. Elvis over the wicket, and that's pulled by, I think that was a slower ball. It's dragged down. It seemed to take a long time to get to her. Bess Heath waited for it and swatted it down to deep square leg, really. I think it's the best way I could describe that. And that's 202 for 5 at the end of the 42nd over.
Bess Heath moving up to 42 off her 36. That strike rate's really high for her
Very good.
in this format.
Is she normally, I know she's keeping wicket today, does she normally keep, or does Lauren Winfield Hill keep for them?
I think it's been a mixture. When we faced them in the T20 semi-cup final, Bess Heath also kept during that.
Okay.
So I think it just depends, but obviously Laura Winfield Hill isn't here today. She's obviously
No.
away with England, so Bess Heath will definitely be keeping today.
Sure, yeah. But she plays as a batter anyway, I think, if she's not keeping, I believe.
Yeah.
You've got Lauren Bell back into the attack for her 8th over now from the pavilion end. Oh, and that's swept by Heath. Very full ball. She's sort of followed it and swept it round. It's fielded down there at long leg with just the 1. So she's up to 43. Yeah, I think the Vipers now would probably settle for around about 250 as a chase. And I think they'd back themselves on here.
Yeah, at the Ageas spot, it's always, you can always see how the first team bats and see how they can push on in the second half.
Yeah. Bell in again. Smith down the wicket this time, taking a couple of strides down the wicket. Again, showing positive intent, but this time can only get it to extra cover, where Paige Schofield prevents any run. Yeah, there's certainly going to be not. I would have thought not been chasing as many as Central Sparks are. We're getting going around the park a little bit at Loughborough.
Nice to hear.
Yeah, it's good for both these teams. That. Down the ground this time from Lindsay Smith over the top, and I think that might go. Well, yeah, that's another boundary. She's hit that back over the bowler's head. Another very positive shot from Lindsay Smith. Yeah, I think the Bryce sisters put on a double 100 partnership for Lightning to the Scottish sisters. So that's going very well for them.
Yeah, definitely. Good day to score some runs out there. Not many games left in the season, so.
Absolutely. Finish the season well.
Yeah.
Right, Lauren Bell, see if she can hit back from being hit for 4 that ball before. And Lindsay Smith looking for something similar. In fact, she's probably looking to even further that time, but lost her shape a little bit because she was trying to hit it so hard and made no contact. I think she was trying to hit that into the pavilion, I would say.
A big swing and a miss there.
Yeah. Bell in again. That's a slower ball, and well bowled. Lauren Smith spotted it, I think, and waited, but by the time that she realised that, she couldn't do much other than just push it out to the offside. Another dot ball.
Very well executed from Lauren Bell
Yeah,
there.
it was. It's, I think that's one thing when they're when these girls are playing all the time, as in training all the time, in professional contracts, you can just practice and practice slower balls. It's something you don't get at club level because it's in again and bowled. That's a Yorker, again well bowled, dug out by Lindsay Smith, but no run. Club players just don't have the amount of time to practice the slower balls. You've got to be really confident in it, haven't you? If it's the back of the handball or something, it's going to land in the right place. And the only way you get that confidence is from constant repetition.
Yeah.
But you see a lot of the girls doing it now, a lot of cricketers generally doing it now in these sort of games. And like you said earlier, Harry, it's become a batsman's game. So anything the bowlers can do to break that up is looked at very seriously.
Yeah, I noticed that in the Vipers Academy, which I go and play for sometimes. Some of the younger girls are like, ooh, should I bowl this variation? And I'm like, 100% you should try it and like experiment. At that age, if it goes wrong, there's nothing wrong with that. You've got loads of time to work on it.
Yeah.
But it's just all about having that confidence to bring it into the game as well.
Yeah. Like I always say, there's no point in training for something if you don't take it to a game, is
Exactly,
there? So
yeah.
at the end of that over, it was 43 gone. Diamond's 207 for 5 now. Beth Heath's on 43 and Lindsay Smith on 19. Good partnership building here. And Georgia Ellis now coming in for her final over. That's 9 overs for 36 at the moment, 1 wicket. And that's heaved over to the leg side by Bess Heath. A little bit agricultural, you might say, but at this stage of the innings, that's fine. It goes out to a field at deep mid-wicket, which is Maya Bouchier for a single. Left-handed Smith now back on strike, and got 2 fielders on the boundary straight down the ground, long off and long on, probably prompted by her shots in the last over. Elvis here. Smith pushes that, well fielded by Elvis, and they'll follow through. They were looking for a single there, but Elvis is very quick to it.
I think that's also a bit of the change of intent there, that they're looking for that single.
Yeah.
I think that's really
Great.
put Vipers under the pump a little bit more these last few overs.
There was a lot of just dead balls earlier on in the sense of they were just playing it and not looking to do anything, wasn't there?
Yeah, not looking to rotate the strike.
Schofield again round the wicket. Sorry, Elvis round the wicket. And this is a tight single, and they took on extra cover. Boucher, I think that probably would have been out if with a hit. Harry, do you think?
I reckon
Hard-
direct hit out there.
Yeah, it's hard to tell from here, but from everyone's reaction, I think that would have been the case. But anyway, she didn't hit, having 1 stump to aim at, and they got through for the single. But that's the sort of risk that you'd expect them to be taking now at this stage of the innings.
Yeah, especially with wickets in hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So good cricket. Elvis in again over the wicket to the right-handed Heath. And again, they're playing this short of the leg side field and looking for 2 here, but no, Boucher's in too quickly for them off the boundary, and it's just a single. But again, the intent was there, as you say.
Makes all the difference, that intent.
Yeah. And of course, because they're rotating the strike all the time now, you've got the left-hand, right-hand combination, so the bowlers having to keep adjusting. Elvis round the wicket. And that's edged. Oh, she's probably going to get 4 for this, I think. Yeah, it's running away for 4. It certainly wasn't where she intended to hit it. There's been quite a few balls flown off the outside edge to the third man boundary today, hasn't there?
As a batter, you always take those runs though, won't you?
Oh, you take them all. There's no pictures in the book, as they say. They say that in golf anyway. So, yeah, 4's a 4, and 24 now to Lindsay Smith with 22 balls. She's been very effective. Georgia Elwes come in for her last ball of the day. Currently 1 for 43. And she's going to stay at 1 for 43 because that's driven to extra cover and fielded by Maya Bouchier. So at the end of 44 overs, the Diamonds now 214 for 5.
Yeah, Bouchier's done well on the field today, but I'm looking forward to her batting today.
Yeah.
Interesting to see how she comes back from all those T20 and 100 formats into the 50 over for a longer game.
And her England experience, of course, you know, it must give you a big lift.
Yeah, I think with her debut, she scored the 3rd highest T20 debut for England,
Okay.
behind the likes of Charlotte Edwards, of course, but
She's top of every stand.
yes, has to be. But
Lauren
yeah.
Bell now from the pavilion end. Bowling to Heath. He's got that through on the offside for a single. Oh, they might come back for 2. They are going to come back for 2. And they made it. Lindsay Smith running very well again there.
That was great running, yeah.
Yeah, it was great running. It was the sort of, earlier in the innings, that would have just been a single they'd almost have walked, wouldn't it? And
Yeah.
shows what can be done if you both set off and go. And they're both quite quick, these two. So that's 2 more to Heath. Beth Heath up to 47. Bell in again off a long run. Short this time, and she's pulled it away, but not really got hold of it. I think that might have been a slower ball again. It's trickled really out to the deep wicket boundary for 1.
Let's hope there's not another run out on 40 odd.
Yeah, obviously Leah Dobson didn't quite get there, and yeah, they seem to be hoping to get over the line here for a 50.
She got through to a 50 in her last match, didn't she? Versus Thunder.
Yeah, she's obviously in good nick. You know, it's Lindsay Smith on strike now, who's also looking in good nick at the moment. And she drives that down the ground. That's a really good shot. It's beaten mid-off. Will it get through to the back? Yeah, that's 4 runs all the way down the ground to the pavilion, and that's a really well-timed shot because mid-off was there, but it was probably only a couple of yards wide of her, but she had no chance of getting across.
Very proper cricket shot as well.
Yeah.
Just timed it along the ground.
She's hit a lot in the V, hasn't she?
Yeah.
I'd say, yeah.
Wasn't
Don't we call her being a prolific run scorer in rather times with the Vipers and that? Was she very much a tail ender, I thought?
I think she did come in lower down the order for the
Yeah.
Vipers when she played for them.
Certainly doing well today. Anyway, Bell now round the wicket, changing up a bit, and again she strikes it in that sort of, well, it's more extra cover this time. Hasn't really got hold of that. It was a bit aerial, but skewed away for a 1, for sort of 3/4 edge really. And Smith now up to 29. Very impressive contribution coming in number 7. And the score now on 2-2-2, as a famous Australian commentator used to love. Lauren Bell in the game. That's again a slower ball, and it's fault Heath this time really. She didn't read that, I don't think, and ended up hitting her on the pad and tripping away. It's a dot ball. I think she was through the shot a bit early then.
Definitely, yeah.
She's bowling a lot of slower balls now, Lauren Bell. Is that something that, obviously she works on it, but is it a plan to bowl a lot towards the end of the innings?
I think it is something that naturally happens when they're looking to take you on a bit more. You want more variation to throw them off and hopefully get a wicket.
That's another one, another slower ball, and again it does the job. There's Bess Heath waiting for it, but could only push it to backward point. And that's the end of Lauren Bell's over. The score now 2-2-2 for 5 off 45. So 5 overs remaining. Vipers just need, as Harry said, just need to keep in check now and make sure this is a really important 5 overs and make sure the score doesn't get away.
Yeah. Just keep working hard in that field.
Yeah.
And keep those concentration levels up. 50 overs is a long, long time. Last few overs are very crucial for a fielding side, especially when the batters are looking to come at you harder.
Yeah. But, you know, they would have talked a lot about plans for bowling at this stage, wouldn't they? You know?
Yeah. Lots of practice in the nets about
Yeah,
bowling at the...
death bowling,
Yeah.
So it's Norris now, Tara Norris coming back at this end, sorry, the hotel end, bowling to the left-handed Lindsay Smith. She's going to bowl over the wicket. She normally goes round to the right-handers. She's got 3 out on the leg side on the boundary and a long off. So probably looking to bowl off stumpage, I would think, but that's driven by Lindsay Smith once again straight down the ground. She's got it past the bowler, so it's a single out to long on.
Great diving attempt to stop that ball though.
It was, yeah. There's been a lot of she had a lot of fielding for own bowling. She went to the other end just now. She fielded about 3 or 4 in a row. I think that's probably, well, it's largely due to the fact that Lindsay Smith seems to prefer to hit it straight back. Well, a lot of her runs and her dot balls have gone straight back towards the bowler.
Straight and late is great, as they say.
Yeah, never heard that one, but that sounds good. Tara Norris round the wicket now, and that's pulled by Heath. She's got hold of that well, and that's 4. Yeah, and that's 50 up for Bess Heath. There's a lot of support coming from our left here. Anyway, it's 50 and 52 off 44 balls. Fantastic effort from Bess Heath. It's probably changed the whole complex of this game, really, somewhat, her innings.
Yeah.
When she came in, it sort of was going nowhere, their innings, you might say, but now she's really livened things up. In again, Norris, and the same shot again, pulled again, and it's the same result. Yes, it is. It's another 4. She's got it wide of the square leg fielder. Did sort of get a hand on it, but helped it over the boundary. Is that Ella
Yeah, Ella Mack over there.
Ella Mack, yes, she's yeah.
Beaten again on her right side.
Looked like she might have had a chance there, but there was a lot of pace on the ball. It was hit very well.
That is something Heath is very good at. And I think short, she
she's played.
taps it to the boundary.
She's quite a short player, so they tend to be better off the back foot, don't they, as a generalisation. Norris was coming into bowl then, but she's pulled up in her run-up, probably lost her run-up slightly, so paused, stopped, and is now going to restart, reload. That was wide, the off stump, and is wide. It's just been outside that guideline for the umpire. I think even then, although she looked like she lost her run-up but carried on that time, she stuttered a few times in her run then, having a little bit of a problem with her run-up at the moment, I think. Round the wicket to Bess Heath. That's a smoother run. Bess Heath, oh, that's 6. That's a long way. That's over the boundary. Wide mid-on for 6. It just really picked it up over the leg side. There was no sort of classical shot about it, but it was a very effective shot for this stage of the innings.
The Page on the boundary just had no chance.
Yeah,
there.
I mean, it was straight at the boundary fielder, wasn't it? But 10 yards over her head. That's the second maximum that she's hit. She's certainly making this a great finish for the Diamonds. 62 or 46 now. Terrific innings by Bess Heath. So what's Tara Norris's answer? She brought one up on the offside, everybody back on the leg side now, so there's a single anywhere on the leg side. But she's hit back down the ground, and once again Norris fields off her own bowling. That's a dot.
Yeah, she's definitely going a lot harder now. And it would be good for Vipers to get that wicket. Stop them scoring so freely, I believe.
She's obviously going to try and bowl a very straight line here. If there's anything outside the off stump, there's nobody back to protect. She's pulled that one again, and I think she's found the gap again. Yes, she has. That's gone. And that's 6 again. I didn't realise it carried that far, but she's hit that between the 2 fielders on the boundary, and it's just cleared the boundary that time, I think, for 6. So that's 3 6s She's hit now 2 in that over. Tara Norris has gone 57 off 7. Not one of her better days with the ball, you might say, although she got the early wicket. And the Diamonds now up to 244 for 5. And we were talking about 250, but you'd be resetting the target now, won't we?
Definitely. With 4 overs to go, you'd expect quite a few more runs, especially the way Ageas is smashing all these 6s and maximums. Just in her element a bit there.
Yeah. And without sort of getting too complicated with all the permutations today, the one thing you would say is Central Sparks are not looking too likely to get the bonus point, I would have thought, even if they win, because they're chasing a big score, and you've got to get it in 40 overs, I think. Is that right, for the bonus point?
Yes, I think they need to have a 1.25.
Yeah, so 40 overs, and they're going to be chasing high 200s, so to get in 40 overs would be difficult, you'd have thought. I don't know what the wicket's like there. It's quite a small ground at Loughborough, isn't it? And if the Sparks don't get the point, then that's better. Well, they might not even get the win, of course. That's the other thing. But that's better for both teams here. So we've got Lauren Bell bowling around the wicket now to Lindsay Smith. And again, she's gone straight, but this time it's gone to long on. She's got a little bit more bottom hand in that one. Dragged it a little bit. It's gone down to long on for a single. So she's up to 31. Very good partnership from these two. We were saying earlier about you don't always know what the depth of these batting is going to be of these sides, but 5, 6 and 7 have all come in and made major contributions. Long off gone back now as Bell's bowling to Heath. And again, she's made great contact with that, straight down the ground. It's going to be cut off by long on. Bit of relay fielding there. Sort of modern way, if you like, where long on has dived and flicked it up to long off, who's coming over to help. That's the sort of thing they train a lot with now, and working in pairs. Something that's in the modern game, you didn't used to see that, certainly in the time that I played. But one person chased it at best, let alone two. Lauren Bell in again now, and that's chipped to mid off, but no run. Again, I think she might take some pace off that ball, Lauren Bell.
Yes, Lauren Bell's been bowling quite a few slower balls here, but they've all come off very well, and in favour of Vipers here, producing mainly dot balls.
She's in her last over and she's only gone for 28, which most game at 5 and over is a good effort. In again now, and this time Heath works on the leg side. They're again going to look for 2, and they're going to go for 2. And I think she's out this time. The batsmen actually, I believe, collided in mid-wicket or bumped into each other in mid-wicket, and that's why Bess Heath didn't get back, I think. I think she would have made it, but I think they bumped into each other and it sort of knocked her off out of line a little bit.
She's running to the danger end. Unfortunately, the partner just went into her there.
So
but it was a great throw in from Pidge, who fell on the boundary there.
Yeah, the throw was perfect, and I don't know if she would have got her out anyway without the collision, but the collision certainly didn't help. So a little bit of an unlucky end to a really impressive innings from Bessie. She made 70 off 50 balls, which is 71 actually. So she got the first run of those 2, so 71. A very impressive 51 balls. And as I say, changed the whole sort of situation here.
Yes, this could be where Vipers come out on top now, just putting pressure on that new batter.
Beth Langston coming in now, although she's primarily a bowler, and of course has previously played for England as a bowler, she's got some very useful runs in this competition.
Yeah.
And I think she's got a 50 and a 40, or maybe even 2 50s, and coming in at this sort of position, 8 or 9. So I doubt she'll do that today, but if she does, Vipers will be in serious trouble if she gets 50 from here. But
Off 3 overs, yeah.
But yeah, she's made some really good contributions, Beth.
Be a good wicket to have early doors here then.
Yeah, experienced player now. Of course, she used to play at Essex as a youngster. Remember that? And then she's moved up to Loughborough University and now plays county cricket for Yorkshire. And has played a few times for England. So she's now on strike to Lauren Bell. And swinging a miss first ball, going for a big shy outside off stump, but no contact, and through to Carla Rudd. Yeah, it's a really important wicket, that one, isn't it, in the context of the game, because we've got a new batsman coming in now, and there could have been a lot of damage done in the last 3 overs with 2 set batsmen, but it might be harder now with a new player in.
Definitely, yeah.
So
that wicket was very important for
yeah.
Vipers to keep them under 170 odd. 270, sorry.
Oh, and that's another one, wicket, as Beth Langston, I think, trying to hit that somewhere over mid-wicket because there was no fielder out there, but I think it's bowled a middle stump, but certainly bowled her, and probably playing the appropriate type of shot for the situation, but I think Lauren Bell's a bit quick for her then. We've talked about slower balls, but she seemed to beat her for pace that time, I think.
Yeah, just playing the wrong line, I think, trying to create something from just a good straight ball.
Yeah.
But this is ideal for Vipers now. They can now attack their lower order, hopefully keep them under a very manageable score to hopefully chase down.
Yeah, as you say, 2 very important wickets.
Yeah.
Lauren Bell's finished with 10 overs, 2 for 29. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 29, which in a 50-over game is a very impressive set of figures.
Rachael Slater.
Impressive stamina to bowl all those 10 overs as well.
Sorry?
Impressive stamina to bowl all those 10 overs as well.
Yeah,
I've seen
absolutely.
bowler with
At
such a
that
long
pace,
run up.
yeah.
Something we don't have to experience there, Phil.
Absolutely. We've now got a new player coming who's to change today. It's Rachael Slater coming in. Paige Schofield bowling. I see the change today. Katie Levick's not playing the Northern Dons. I assume that's an injury because she's like their main bowler, isn't she? I mean, she's certainly their leading wicket taker,
Yeah.
leg spinner.
I think we expected her to play today, but obviously she
so
must have pulled out.
it may be an injury, you'd have thought. But anyways, Rachael Slater in, but she's not facing because it's the end of the over, and Lindsay Smith takes a single off the first ball from Paige Schofield, drives it down to a long off. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see Lindsay Smith's wagon wheel today, because I don't think there'd be much outside that V. Everything seems to have come down the ground, doesn't it?
Definitely, yes.
But now Slater is on strike.
She doesn't have to overcomplicate things though, because she's still scoring freely.
Absolutely, yeah.
Through that V.
If it's working, yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell from up here, but she looks pretty tall, Rachael Slater. Or maybe it's because she's compared to Lindsay Smith, but she does look quite a tall girl, but she doesn't get off the mark first ball, just plays it back slightly on the onside, but Schofield in a follow-through can comfortably save the run there. So yeah, having the new batsman in makes a massive difference. You might say it makes 20 runs difference in the last 3 overs,
Definitely.
possibly. Which is in again, and that's cross-batted back down the ground. Unusual looking shot. She's got a single. It's almost like a pull straight past the bowler.
That was well fielded by him.
Yeah, it was well fielded.
Well fielded.
Yeah, it could easily have got through for 4 that, but good diving stop at mid on. Schofield in again, around the wicket. And Smith this time gets it round on the leg side to find leg. Off an inside edge, I think, or anyway, it's a single one way or the other. It's fielded by Charlotte Taylor, a short fine leg. Another run to Smith, it goes up to 32. George Jones now changing the field, putting her field at, probably seen that first shot from Rachael Slater, and she's going back herself at long on, bringing third man up into the ring. And again, she's gone for the big shot, but this time it's the same result as Beth Langston, and she's bowled. So wickets falling quite regularly here at the end of the Diamonds innings as they try and finish with a flourish.
Yeah, I think that field change just got to her there. I think she was trying to play it down to where George Adams was on the boundary. And
Yeah, I think
unfortunately missed it.
sometimes it does, things like that do get wickets, don't they, Harry? You know, the fielding change, batsman changes their mindset and thinks, oh, there's a gap, and I know it's a different type of cricket, but in test matches quite often they leave a gap at cover now on purpose to try and encourage the batsman to hit through there and actually get the outside edge. It's sort of
Caught in the slips.
yeah, it's a modern way of thinking, and things change, as we were saying earlier. You know, a lot of things in cricket evolve all the time, and that's one of the things. And you know, field placing is important, and it's not only, as I say, when they stop the run, but they actually can force a wicket through another means. So we've now got Phoebe Graham come in. Phoebe Graham, who used to work for Sky Sports until she got a professional cricket contract. She was a marketing manager at Sky Sports. She's now a professional cricketer. Seam bowler. She's on strike. That's down the leg side, that's a wide. It hasn't come up. Hasn't come up. Oh, sorry. Yeah, so into the new batsman. We believe it's Phoebe Graham, and she's out. Well, she's now not a new batsman because she's out for LBW, hitting across the line, and umpire Ian Ramage didn't hesitate very long to give that. It's nice and full again from Schofield, and wickets certainly are crumbling now.
I think that was Rachael Slater there.
That was actually Rachael Slater. Sorry, but it's the batsman before that we were calling Rachael Slater clearly wasn't. So apologies to listeners and to Northern Diamond fans if you're listening. We've got that a little bit wrong. I believe this is Phoebe Graham coming in now. No, this is Ella Telford, so we've got that wrong as well.
The order
Not
does
sure what's
change.
happened here. The scoreboards, in our defence, the scoreboard's not helping us out here, is it, Harry? They were putting up the wrong names. So
We'll try and get it right when we can.
we'll try and get it right. But what we do know for sure is the score is 252 for 9. We know for sure that Lindsay Smith's at this end, and we're led to believe it's Ella Telford at the other end. And that's what's coming up on the board now, so I'm sure that's correct. Just get it from the number. Yeah, we can see the number on the back. Ella Telford is the non-striker. Lindsay Smith on striker and 2 overs to go and just 1 wicket left now.
Georgia Adams is setting her field here.
Yeah, Georgia Adams back into the attack. She often bowls at the death for a slow bowler, which is good. Lindsay Smith down the wicket, hits that straight, as she has done most of the day. And it's well fielded. Again, that relay fielding, but this time it doesn't actually work too smoothly because the throw from one to the other went over the fielder's head. But they were going to get 2 anyway, I think. It didn't make any difference.
Non-striker was running hard from the start there.
Yeah, they obviously want to keep Lindsay Smith on strike, so they'll be looking for 2s or even numbers, 4s or 6s would work too.
Yeah.
And this time she's probably going to get 2 again because she's edged, or maybe not. This will just be, oh yeah, she's coming. This was edged down to short third man, but again, very quick Lindsay Smith. Was always intending to run 2 there and did in the end. Lauren Bell having to chase it, having bowled 10 overs, so maybe not quite at a sprightly at this stage of the game, which is understandable. Adams in again, Smith down the wicket again, and she's going to be out this time. The innings is over, she's just chipped that straight up in the air. So that's the end of a very good innings from Lindsay Smith. But Diamonds didn't manage to bat their 50 overs in the end, and they've been dismissed for 256, which at one point looked out of range, then we thought was going to be well exceeded, and then there was that collapse, 5 wickets falling very quickly at the end. So Queen's is close to 256, and I'm now going to pass back to Robbie, who's going to summarise that innings and says everything else up for us.
Thank you very much, Phil. Yeah, very simple catch there from Schofield in the end, and very well bowled from Georgia Adams there just to finish off the innings. Hopefully those last 2 overs will be crucial in keeping their runs down here, and both teams are just walking off the pitch right now. Off to go get some lunch, I'm sure, just like we will be.
Nearly fell off my chair. Were you mentioning lunch?
Yes.
Ariana? Well, it's a good chance for you to go and have some now. Just quickly, we'll just I'll wrap things up in a second. So 2:56 for the Diamonds. If you're in that Vipers camp now, taking that?
Yes, I'd be very happy.
Happy with that?
Yes, after looking at what they might have got in those last few overs, I think keeping them down to that was a very, very impressive effort from the Vipers there.
Excellent stuff. Ariana, thank you very much indeed. Good to have you on. Go and get some well-earned lunch, and we'll see you again for the second innings. So to just bring you up to date with where we are in this game then, the Northern Diamonds won the toss. They decided to have a bat first. Decent start for the Vipers. First wicket in the second over. That was Rachael Hopkins, who was caught by Georgia Elvis off the bowling of Tara Norris for no score. Then the second wicket went down for the Diamonds in the 14th over, that of Holly Armitage, the skipper. She went for 21. She was bowled by Georgia Elvis. Then a few wickets fell to put the Diamonds in a difficult position. They were 56 for 3 in the 19th over, and then 104 for 4 in the 29th over. And then a good partnership ensued between Amy Campbell and between Leah Dobson and Bess Heath. Then the wicket went of Amy Campbell for 26. That made the score 104 for 4, 170 for 5. Then when Leah Dobson was out, she was run out for 49 nicely by Ella McCacken for a single that was never really on. And elsewhere, 248 for 6 then in the 47th over. Bess Heath was also run out. She made 71 from 51 deliveries, also run out by Ella McCacken. 248 for 7. Then the wicket started to fall at the back end of that innings. Langston, Phoebe Graham and Rachel Slater all going cheaply at the back end. So that's where we are, 256 all out in the 49th over for the Northern Diamonds. Pick of the bowlers for the Vipers, probably Lauren Bell, 2 for 29 from her 10. Georgia Elvis was good as well, 1 for 43 from her 10. And a couple of wickets for Paige Schofield as well, with 2 for 35 from 8 overs. So that's where we are in this game, just to bring you up to date with the other games that are taking place in this competition. We'll come to the really important one in a second, involving the Central Sparks and the Lightning. But first, the Western Storm just about to end their innings against the Sunrisers, 309 for 4. They're between innings between the South East Stars and the Thunder. The Thunder are all out for 185. And that game involving the Lightning is not going the way of the Central Sparks. They are 299 for 5. With just over an over left are the Lightning. So they are having a good old run of it. Sarah Bryce with 90. Catherine Price, though, the skipper, is 147 not out. So a good position. They've just gone over the 300 mark as well, have the Lightning. So that was good news for both of these sides. Of course, these three sides, the Central Sparks and then the Northern Diamonds and the Southern Vipers, could well get into, well, they're already in the knockout stages, but it's just now trying to understand where they will play and who will play who in the eliminator and the final. Top spot goes through to the final week today, and then second and third place play each other in the eliminator on Tuesday. We will be back in around about half an hour's time or so. Myself, Robbie James, Ariana Dowse and Phil Green. Don't forget, you can keep up to date with the games taking place in the T20 Blast Finals Day. Somerset 105 for 7 in the 18th over, chasing 150 to get into the final. So they are it's looking like Hampshire Hawks are going to get to the final at T20 Blast Finals Day. Live commentary of that right now available on all frequencies across the South Coast on BBC Radio Solent, and of course you can pick up commentary on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra as well. We'll be back in around half an hour's time or so when the Diamonds will defend 256. The Vipers need 257 runs for victory.
Heyhoe chose today.
Yeah.
And Bedford, the Butlers have voted 185 against the Southern Stars. The Western Storm have voted 334, and then 50 over to the Sunrisers, and none over coming towards the end of the innings, where the Lightning are 395 against the Central Sparks.
I think so, yeah.
28 overs.
Yeah.
Yeah, got 319. So we get the bonus points, then just try to get them in full. I've seen them not, but they mix in together. He's on his own, and he walks on around.
This is going to win Somerset.
Somerset are? Only 20 off 2 overs, they're getting them, aren't they?
Yeah, exactly.
That's good. Well, just at the 6th first ball. Just this one. We were playing the last one. That's brilliant.
Yeah. 12 from 7. Sorry? Yeah, I think so. I think I'm going to do an update for that should be just as we're about to kick things off.
Oh, you recorded all of it. First time.
No, we can do whatever.
I'll just carry on doing it because I've been doing it and I realised
No, that's
supposed to be handed
Oh,
over.
well, I'm not fussed, that's absolutely fine. Wicket, we can do that, whatever. Ariana, how did you find it? Do you reckon you'd like to call any in the second innings? You don't have to, just up to you.
Well, I was quite happy doing it how we would.
Yeah, no problem then. We'll do that. I think it's pretty much the same. You got a bit of a break, Phil will kick things off. Could be a good game. I think it could be a bit of an
Yeah.
impact.
As I say, you sort of thought they were going to get 200 pace, and they were going to get 200.
Yeah.
And then collapses, isn't it? It's bad sort of playing, I think, because the ones coming in, like they can't tell, they should just be looking to get these big shots. They're all coming in, got big shots, and you've got setbacks.
Real flurry, yeah. Well, yeah, they do. I suppose it's one of those games where you look back and think we were in a good position, but we could have been better.
Well, exactly. If they'd given her a bit more strike, and they wasted no really fun.
Yeah.
10 to win off the last over.
I am, hello. Oh, before 2. Is that for, I thought it was after 2. Is that for the sports show? Yeah, I'm ready to go with anything. Yeah, I'm just listening now. Sounds it.
As well. Yeah.
That's disappointing. It sounds like a lot of shows.
All good. Yeah, hi Ian. Northern Diamonds all out for 256 in the 49th over. It was a real quiet start from the Diamonds, actually. They won the toss and elected to bat on a sunny, glorious day here at the Ageas Bowl. Quiet start for them, 104 for 4 in the 29th over. We thought they'd do well to get to around the 200 mark, but then 66 was put on for the 5th wicket between Leah Dobson and Bess Heath. Leah Dobson was then run out by Ella McCacken for going for a single that was never on for 49. Then a partnership of 78 for the 6th wicket. Again, Bess Heath was there with Lindsay Smith, and Bess Heath this time was run out by Ella McCacken for 71 from 51 deliveries. Pick of the bowlers for the Vipers, probably Lauren Bell with 2 for 29 from her 10 overs. A flurry of wickets at the end. Paige Schofield as well with 2 for 35 from her 8 overs. So 5 runs and over, just over required for the Vipers for victory. 257 the target to win this one. The Sparks, it's worth mentioning that the Central Sparks are chasing over 320 versus the Lightning. That's looking unlikely, which means that the winner of this probably will go into the final of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy a week today. The Vipers need 257 runs to win. Live commentary in the next 5 minutes or so on the BBC Sport website and app. Cheers.
Could be a good one, this.
Yeah. So it's about a high score, isn't it?
Yeah. Tell you what, you're right. None is the average today, isn't it? Nothing in it. You get nothing. Dear.
So yeah, Sparks got some basically got nothing to play for other than some games 48. So lose the game qualified on the 48, so it's qualified.
Yeah.
You might as well go for fighting time.
So basically, winner of this.
you what, I don't remember David Lewis fielding the ball being actually sort of.
Really good point.
I don't remember a fielding the ball. Did you? I don't remember at all.
Really good point.
Perhaps he's such a good fielder, they were scared to reach him.
Wouldn't want to hit it to Alan McCacken after a couple of runs.
Is that definitely any say alone? Because I'm never sure it's McCacken. It's McCacken, is it? I didn't know because we played against her a lot, but I always said it was McCall.
I think it was. There's always a discussion. Whenever she's involved, there's always a discussion. I'm like, how do you pronounce it?
That's why you just call them that, isn't it?
It's a good idea. Yeah, just Ella, did you?
Amazing how we, people that size, you always get one.
Right.
Welcome back to the Ageas Bowl. Still sunbathed Ageas Bowl ahead of the second half of this Rachael Heyhoe Flint trophy match between the Southern Vipers and the Northern Diamonds. Just about to get underway in our second innings, where the Southern Vipers will be chasing 257 runs for victory. That is what we've seen in the first half of this game. We've seen sort of an innings which ebbed and flowed. It was a slow old start for the Northern Diamonds. They were 104 for 4 in the 29th over. We thought they'd do well to get to 200. Well, they got to 256, largely thanks to a fifth wicket stand of 66 between Leah Dobson and Bess Heath, and also a 6th wicket stand of 78 between the aforementioned Bess Heath and Lindsay Smith. Flurry of wickets at the end, which just halted that run rate a little bit. It could have been a few more for the Diamonds, we thought, with about 5 or 6 overs to go, but that's where we are in this game. 256 runs, the Diamonds all out for. 257 then the target for the Southern Vipers, as Georgia Adams makes her way out into the middle. The umpires are out there as well, Sophie McClelland and Ian Ramage, and the Diamonds just starting to set their field for this 50 overs, and we think it's going to be a tight old game. This, we thought the 250 maybe was around par or whatnot, so this should be a good game. And where we sit in terms of the competition as a whole, to bring you up to date, is that the Central Sparks, well, they're chasing at 320 to beat the Lightning, so we think it's unlikely that they'll pick up that bonus point that they would need to try and leapfrog both of these sides. So the simplest way to look at it is that we're pretty sure that the winner of this game now will go into the final a week today in Northampton of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. But which of those two sides will it be? The Southern Vipers or the Northern Diamonds? Well, we're going to find out. Ella McCacken and Georgia Adams out there in the middle, and we are all ready to go with the first delivery of the innings, and it's bowled now over the wicket outside the off stump and lets it go. It's Bess Langstone getting things underway from the pavilion end. There are 2 slips in place. There's a third man, there's a ring field on the offside, and then that other fielder out on the boundary is down to our left at fine leg. I'm Robbie James. Very shortly we'll be joined by Vipers reserve keeper Ariana Dowse, and to my right we've got Phil Green. Hi Phil, how was your lunch?
Yeah, good. It was nice to get a lunch. Didn't get that last time I was here, but that's always welcome.
Here's Langston again over the wicket, bowls, and that beats Georgia Adams on the inside, outside the off stump through the keeper.
Interesting to see 2 slips in place. Don't often get 2 slips in these games, so they're obviously looking for early wickets. So Beth Langston's got a bit of pace about her. So, but yeah, good to see 2 slips there.
Yeah, just over 5 and over the required run rate for the Vipers. And we're looking to get off to a good start. It was a watchful start for the Diamonds earlier on in the day after they won the toss, as that's driven into the offside and there's no run. Yeah, would you expect to see a similar pattern in terms of a really watchful start? Because we saw a really watchful sort of almost first 25 overs or so from the Northern Diamonds. Would you expect to see a similar pattern here?
I'm not sure, because the Vipers tend to go a little bit harder early on in other games. You know, obviously they've got to assess the wicket, but they've been out there 50 overs, so they can sort of do that. They tend to score a bit quicker, but then having said that, that's when Danny Wyatt is at the top of the order, and she normally gets them off to a quick start. Hasn't got that today. We haven't got Danny playing, so it could be. I mean, their focus, I think the score coming from the other ground, and I'm sure they'll know, suggests that their focus just needs to be to win the game. Probably don't need to worry about the bonus point issue, you'd thought. So that might change their approach a little bit.
Here's Langston again. Last ball was a wide, and that's outside the off stump, and there's no run.
But yeah, taking Danny White out of the equation does take that sort of quick start option away in some ways. And Ella McCacken's obviously a good player, but probably doesn't score at quite the rate. Having said that, she's her run rate's been very impressive in the games she's played, so maybe she will take it on early.
Georgia Adams once more then settles over her bat. Here comes Langston over the wicket, bowls, and that's a inside edge into the ground. Lucky to avoid the stumps there from Georgia Adams. Goes back to the keeper and there's no run.
I was saying to Harry earlier, it's interesting that, well, I'm not sure the reason that in the Northern Diamonds side, Katie Levick's not playing. She's their leading wicket taker and the regular player for them, so I'm assuming she's probably injured. I can't think they would have left her out, but you never know.
Final ball of the first over the wicket, bowls, driven, and an edge past what would have been about 4th slip or so, and it goes down towards 3rd man, fielded by Ella Telford, and that's the end of the over. The Vipers 2 without loss then. After 1 over, they require 255 more runs for victory, and we are still in bright sunshine here at the Ageas Bowl. We still have a little breeze just blowing its way across the ground. We still have the sunbathers. We still have I think we still have the England women's football team down to our left. I think we do. I'm not too sure if they've departed and made way. Maybe they've gone, I don't know, maybe they've gone for a walk, maybe they've gone to the beach. It's kind of that kind of day. It does feel like it could well be July, doesn't it, still, I think?
It's amazing for the weather for this time of year.
It is indeed. Right, we're going to see into the attack for the Diamonds. Rachael Slater coming in for this game, 19-year-old. She's going to open up from this hotel end. Left arm over the wicket. Ball into Georgia Adams, the Vipers captain, as she's in now, and that's down the leg side. She'll start with a wide, and the keeper misses it as well. They half think about coming through for a bye, but they don't. The keeper who's up to the stumps as well is Bess Heath. She's had a good start to her day for sure. 71 she made from 51 deliveries, 8 4s and 2 6s. She's really anchored the sort of mid to back end of that innings for the Diamonds. Could prove crucial in a couple of hours' time, as that's pushed into the offside, finds one of those fielders in the ring, and there's no run.
Definite shape there from Rachael Slater. We're privileged to be right behind the bowler's arm here, and those two, I know the first one went for a wide, but both those deliveries have shaped quite a lot from the off.
Yeah, we saw a lot of movement actually at the start of the Vipers bowling innings from Lauren Bell and Tara Norris. Thought it might have been down to the dew a little bit, as this is a thick outside edge down towards third man. They come through for a single, but yeah, maybe that white ball just offering a little bit more than we're used to seeing.
Yeah, they do say it swings for a few overs at least. Interesting, it's not a different sort of approach for this over, with no close fielders at all. We had the 2 slips in the last over, but much more sort of traditional one-day field now with no close fielders at all.
Langston over the wicket, and that's pushed up to point, and there's no runs. We see a lawnmower, one of the ride-on lawnmowers, make its way across the nursery ground, just doing a few little touches here and there, the ground staff, whilst there's nothing to do on this main pitch, just having a look at the old academy ground.
I expect there's still some fixtures over there. I don't know this. I think it's the last game on this ground for the season today, but there might be some over.
It is indeed. That's full dug out by Ella McCacken, pushed up towards extra cover. Yeah, I think they're relaying this in a couple of days' time. I do believe. Doesn't look too bad at all, this Ageas bowl turf. It's had a good year, of course, with the amount of rain it's had, so it's looking very green and very stripy, and I suppose it's looks a little bit end of season worn, pushed up to extra cover, and there's no run.
I guess all the pitches have sort of a lifespan, don't they? Even if they're playing okay, with all the sort of research and science goes into it now, they know when it needs replacing, even if it's not because of the wicket being poor or anything. I mean, if you go back to when it started here, all those years ago, the wicket was terrible.
Slater in once more, final ball of the over, down the leg side, appeal for a catch by Bess Heath. Did she get something on that? No, says umpire Ramage. End of the over then, 4 without loss, and we've had 2.
That must have hit something, because otherwise it would have been called a wide, I think, down the leg side, so it's probably clipped her pad, in the umpire's opinion. It must have hit something. Yeah, when they first played here at the Ageas Bowl in the, I can't remember exactly, early part of this century.
2001.
Was it
20 years.
2001?
20 years ago.
Thank you. I didn't realise that. Happy birthday, Ageas Bowl. Yeah, it was, the wicket was very poor for a few years, and then obviously completely turned round to being one of the best wickets, certainly for one-day cricket in the country.
Langston then into her second over, running towards us over the wicket bowls, and Georgia Adams straighter pushes that into the onside, and they'll come through for a single. Yeah, I'm not sure if they're taking up I don't think they're taking up the square, actually. I think they're maybe just taking up the outfield. Okay. Maybe that's what I heard, because I think it's had a few concerts on it and whatnot over the last few years, so yeah. I wonder if that's maybe what they're doing. I think there definitely were some question marks over the pitch for the county championship game earlier in the week, Hampshire versus Nottinghamshire here. I think this looks like a good pitch, doesn't it?
Yeah, usually for one-day games they are. I know when England play here, it's always a very good one-day wicket.
Straighter to McCacken on the back foot and playing out back to the bowler. Bit of noise out there in the middle for the Diamonds, bit of encouragement you can hear on our effects mic. That's probably the quietest period of the day on the M27 as well. It sounds quite, I can't hear it too loudly, which is always nice. Just a little hum around the ground of...
Yeah, a few people have come in now since the start.
Yeah. Orange shirts for the Vipers, looking like stewards. On the back foot is McCacken. Back to the bowler again. 5 without loss. It's quite a nice sort of pleasant place to be on a day like today. You can still get in, of course, if you're in the area. And
I think there's room. Yeah.
there is room, definitely room. You can come and pick up a ticket and come and, well, A, work on your tan, but do bring sun cream, and B, see what could be a good climax to the cricket season here at the Ageas Bowls. That's played down towards fine leg by McCacken, and they'll come through for a single. 6 without loss in the third over. 251 runs required for victory.
Yeah, it's a nice steady start from Vipers. Like you say, Robbie, looks like they're sort of trying to emulate the first innings and start steadily rather than spectacularly, but that's probably down to the bowling, obviously, as well.
Beth Langston running towards us. Full, wraps Georgia Adams on the pads, going down the leg side. Stifled appeal. Yeah, and I think we saw it actually in the Charlotte Edwards Cup finals day a couple of weeks back on this ground, that even in T20 cricket, it was one of those pitches where if you get in, you can make some really big runs, and we saw it was just chalk and cheese. The batters that were in struggling to time it, and the batters that were in timing it beautifully, and the batters that were new to the crease. So, and I think we've seen it in the first half of this game, haven't we? The likes of Bess Heath giving themselves time, and then really making hay whilst the sun shines, and that wraps Georgia Adams high.
Point. Yeah, absolutely.
End of the over, 3 gone, 5 for 6 without loss.
And that's, in many ways, that's sort of traditional cricket wicket, isn't it? You have to get the hardest part of your innings is the first few balls, and if you get past that, it always gets easier. But you're absolutely right that there wasn't much fluency until people got set, and then it did look a slightly different game. But, you know, there's lots of factors. The field changes, the field gets a bit deeper as the innings goes on, so there's more singles and it opens up different options.
I thought it was quite interesting the way that Georgia Adams set her field. A lot of the time it seemed to be, well, she was very sort of particular in terms of it was just one side, one-sided fields, as in comes Slater, and that's a thick edge down towards their man. They'll come through for a single, so you had almost sort of everyone out on the offside, or everyone out on the leg side, or everyone out in front of square or behind. It seemed to be quite solid plans, but that did mean that if you get it wrong, if everyone's up on the offside and you get it wrong, you bowl it outside the off stump, it was quite easy to hit the ball over the fielders.
You've got to have a lot of trust in your bowlers if you set those sort of fields, because as you say, they're being set for a particular line.
Slater in once more, and that beats everyone's full outside the off stump. A shy at the stumps from Bess Heath, the keeper, and she's run out. She's run out Ella McCacken. Well, it was full. It was a Yorker length delivery outside the off stump, which Georgia Adams missed, as did Bess Heath. She got something on it. She had to run maybe 10 yards behind her, pick up the ball, gather. The two batters went through for a bye, and she shied at the stumps, 3 to aim at, and run Ella McCacken out. She's on her way for 2, and the Vipers lose their first, 7 for 1.
It's the old adage, isn't there? You don't run on a misfield, and that was a misfield by the keeper, and they ran on it, and it probably hadn't gone as far behind the keeper as Ella McCacken thought. As you say, it was probably about 10 yards behind her, but she made the ground and then did well with an overarm throw that hit the stumps.
If only we had the Vipers reserve keeper somewhere to give us her thoughts on that a little bit later on. That'd be handy, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I don't know where she is. Oh, here she is.
Ariana Douse just a few overs away. Well, 3 stumps to aim at wasn't the most difficult of run-outs, but yeah, I mean, but the amount of times that you do see the keeper miss those, you kind of almost can see why they've gone through. That's our third run out of the day then. Ella McCacken ran out 2 batters. She ran out Bess Heath and Leah Dobson, and now she's been run out herself, so a taste of her own medicine. Ella McCacken ran out Bess Heath ran out Ella McCacken.
Yep, that's one way of getting revenge.
Right. England's, and we can say this now, England's Maya Boucher is the new batter at the crease. She's taking guard at the pavilion end.
Sounds good, doesn't it, to add that onto your introduction at the crease? England
Does indeed. Made her debut in the New Zealand T20 series just a couple of weeks or so ago, and she's partnered with Southern Vipers captain Georgia Adams at the other end, is standing hand on hip, other hand leaning on her bat, maybe just thinking about that last delivery, whether or not they should have gone through for the single. Here is Slater, and that's similar delivery actually. It was full outside the off stump, and Boucher missed it. But that time Bess Heath gathered.
Yeah, I'm assuming that was Ellen McCacken's call as the ball gone behind the keeper, so probably not any blame on Georgia Adams. But as you say, she'll still be stood there thinking, if only, and why did that happen? Or similar.
Here's Slater, that's straighter, and played down towards third man, late by Maya Boucher, and she's off the mark. 8 for 1. Yeah, it's one of those that you sort of, as well, it's difficult when it goes through the keeper because you never know quite how far it's gone.
Yeah. And it's the sort of run you think towards the end of the innings you take on, but at this stage, on reflection, probably not worth it. Well, wasn't worth the risk.
Slater wide outside the off stump.
You know, do you need to do it in the third or fourth over? I don't know. But you want people to be positive. You want them to run positively, and sometimes that happens.
Yeah, it didn't seem as sort of chalk and cheese as, for example, when Leah Dobson was run out, when there was just a sweep shot hit straight to the fielder in the ring and they took one that was never really on. It was a little bit more, you can kind of sympathise a little bit more with Ella McCacken. That's played back towards Rachael Slater, the bowler, and there's no run.
Yeah, as you say, because wasn't a sort of normal type occurrence, the keeper, it's gone through the keeper, and as you say, it's hard to judge from the other end how far it's gone. But keeper did very well because she had to get a glove off quickly, which is part of what they do now.
Final ball of the over is straight, bit of inward movement to Georgia Adams, and she prods it into the onside. 4 overs gone then, and a wicket in that over. The run out of Ella McCacken for 2 by the wicket keeper Bess Heath. The Vipers are 9 for 1.
Be interesting to ask Harry when she comes on if that's something that keepers practice, i.e. the throwing. I don't mean the getting rid of the glove necessarily, but you know, do they anticipate? I think nowadays they anticipate just about every situation. So do they practice throwing from 10 yards for when they need to? I know if you go back to like the IPL, MS Dhoni often used to just keep with one glove at the end because they would run to him stood back. So, and he used to hit the stumps a lot of times.
Don't underestimate the importance of the glove throw, though.
Yeah.
I hope both are practice. I hope that's what we're going to find out. Here's Beth Langston then, into her third over from the pavilion end, running towards us over the wicket, bowls to Maya Boucher, and that's full outside the off stump and pushed to extra cover. Just the 3 fielders in the ring on the offside, mid-off sort of extra cover and backward point. That slip as well, of course, actually 4 fielders in the ring.
One thing surprised me you don't see more often is when the keepers throw their glove, and as you were saying, sometimes they drop it, sometimes they throw it yards, but the ball never seemed to hit it from the throw because it would be 5 penalty runs if it did, but I don't remember ever seeing that happen.
It's an underrated skill that we don't even realise. That's pushed into the offside carbon copy of the last delivery, no run.
Yeah, you've got to throw it into a position where it's not in line with the ball, I guess. But yeah, it's always a danger when the glove's thrown off, but there's that risk.
I wonder if that's ever happened, if thrown the glove off, knock the ball, you'd have to throw it quite hard to knock the ball to the boundary, but that probably wouldn't be possible, would it?
I don't think that way round, but
Langston bowls.
If the fielder's throw hits the stumps, hits the glove on the way in.
Yeah, but I wonder as well if the glove were to hit the ball with such pace that it diverted the ball to the boundary. How many could you get? You could get 9.
No, well, you wouldn't actually, because as soon as it hits the glove, it's 5 penalty runs and nothing that happens after that counts. So it's the same as if it hits the helmet on the floor. The ball's dead as soon as it hits something. But yeah, 9 would be good, wouldn't it? That sounds like fun.
Langston bowls, wraps Maya Boucher on the pads, probably just high and maybe going down the leg side a little bit. Nothing from umpire McClelland. At that far end.
He's bowling well here, Langston, because she's not giving them any room at all. It's only down to 1 slip now, but she's bowled a very tight line.
Yeah, and this is where things change for the Vipers, because all of a sudden that run rate is now 5.5 and over. It started around the 5.2, 5.3 mark, and they won't be looking at it properly yet, but maybe just a half or a quarter of an eye as that's pushed up to mid-on and there's no run. There'll be a time when they do start peering over to that scoreboard in the sort of bottom right-hand corner of the scoreboard that has a little REQ for required run rate next to the RR, which is currently 1.9.
Yeah, it can it can be quite a frightening thing to see on the board sometimes. It sort of puts you off, even though you can work it out yourself. But to see it up there.
I couldn't work it out myself. That's full, pushed up to mid-on hard by Maya Boucher, but there's no run. I couldn't work it out, unless it's sort of 10s or 5s or something like that. End of the over, a maiden from Beth Langston. Score remains on 9 for 1.
Well, you say you couldn't work it out, Robbie, but you've come up with all those permutations about the points and how it's going to work today, and I think you got that spot on, so you're obviously better with the mental arithmetic than you're making out.
There is a difference between coming up with them and half copying them off many different websites.
Yeah.
No, I did try my best, but I'm fine with points. But when it comes to run rate and understanding net run rate,
yeah, it can be a minefield.
No, that's fine. We'll leave that for you and for Ariana, because she does accounting, so she knows all about numbers. So if we get into trouble later, then we can always count on you two, I'm sure, as that's pushed into the offside. New over from Slater, and there's no run.
She'll add VAT onto the total, though, won't she?
That could get expensive.
We were saying earlier we had to do some quite quick maths at the last Hursley Park game of the season last year in the Southern League, where we were top going into the game but could be caught. And
Slater over the wicket, bowls pushed up to mid-off, and there's no run.
And we don't quite get the media coverage of all the other games that you get obviously at this level, so we were desperately trying to find out what was going on down the road at Canterbury, and it ended up that although we didn't win the game, we scored enough in the second innings to win the league by 0.02 of a point. So we needed the calculators out that day.
Here's Slater once more over the wicket. Bowls back of a length and pushed up to extra cover, and there's no run. You have to feel for the side coming second.
No, you don't.
That's fine. Came second by 0.2.
To be fair, we did get the calculations right and know that what target we actually had to get to win the league, which was different to win the match. So we sort of knew, but as Harry said earlier, it wasn't really confirmed until the next day, which is always a bit of a worry.
Back foot played by Georgia Adams. No run.
When you're relying on social media, and if someone had sent the wrong score from Canterbury, it could have been a totally different scenario. But anyway, it worked out in the end.
As you are the victors of
Southern Premier League.
Southern Premier League. Georgia Adams just standing across her stumps a little bit here as in comes Slater, and that's pushed again up to extra cover. He's having a busy over of it, and there is no run.
Yes, it started very similar to the Diamonds innings, really, isn't it? With a lot of balls being fielded in extra cover mid-wicket and a lot of dot balls. Very similar start, really.
Always worth in games like this as well, just although of course we are bathed in sunshine, there's not going to be any weather implications today. As in comes Slater, bowls, that's straighter, and it bounces a little bit I think on Georgia Adams. She gets an edge down towards third man. They'll come through for a single. End of the over, 6 gone, and the Vipers are 10 for 1. Yeah, it's worth just keeping an eye on the Duckworth-Lewis score as well, just as a user's sort of gauge as to where the Vipers should be or could be. And that's currently on 33, so again, no real alarms as we're so early on in the innings, but 10 for 1, they might well get to a point where they just keep an eye on that and just think, if we can stay within that by a certain amount of runs, then we know we're sort of setting ourselves up for a good position.
And you're absolutely right, although the Duckworth-Lewis obviously set up for a rain-affected game, but even in a non-affected game, which this shouldn't be, then it is a really good way of looking to see where you are. And obviously sometimes easier than trying to work out run rates in your head, as we were saying. That sort of tells you that you're behind the clock.
Kind of a virtual win predictor, as that's straighter to Georgia Adams. She's working that off her hip into the onside, and they'll come through for a single as Langston has begun her 4th over. 3 overs for 5 before the start of this one. 11 for 1 now, the Vipers. 246 runs required for victory, and to most probably see them into the final of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy for the 2nd year running in Northampton a week today. Here is Langston again over the wicket, bowls. It's pushed into the offside and there's no run. They look like they've got plenty of energy, the Northern Diamonds. They look like they've been sitting in that dressing room for the first few hours of this day and enjoying watching the Vipers have the sort of well, the hottest part of the day, I suppose. It's not a scorcher, but it certainly is quite pleasant and warm out there, and now they're ready to give it their shot. Slip in place for Boucher, the newer of the two batters. Here's Langston over the wicket, bowls on the pads of Boucher, and she's clipping that down towards the deep backward square leg boundary, and it finds it. So 4 to the total, 4 for Boucher, just backwards of square. There was a fielder in the ring, but it was too far to her right hand side and too far to the left of fine leg. Boucher on to 5, and the Vipers 15 for 1.
It's a well-timed shot, that, because there was hardly any effort in it, was there? It just leant on it, really.
Sign of a good pitch as well, I think.
It's a sign of a good outfield, despite the fact they're digging it up soon. It looks pretty good, doesn't it? But
yeah, I'd take a game on it.
Good pitch, as you say.
Here's Langston once more then, running towards us. That hits Boucher on the pads. That's a better shout for LBW, but no, says the umpire. Maybe just going down the leg side. Didn't look as high, that one.
Didn't look high, and it looked fairly straight, I have to say, but we are a long way from it. But it looked a good shout.
I just wonder if, like I said, I think that ball is still just moving into the right-hander a little bit, and I just wonder if it just did maybe a bit too much, but got to be careful, Boucher. Timed one nicely off her pads the previous delivery. She's been hit on those pads a few times by Beth Langston. It's again straight, and that's again on her pads. This time she makes connection with the bat and gets it in between the fielder at square leg and mid-wicket, and they'll pick up a couple as it's picked up 15 yards or so inside the rope. Vipers 17 for 1. And just here, you might just about be able to hear it on your effects mic. Just hear a reversing lorry. I keep hearing motorbikes going through West End, and I can hear people with their cutlery somewhere. I don't know where all these people are. I keep hearing people saying things, and our effects mic is only close to us. It's almost too good, our effects mic. Here's Langston again. Fuller outside the off stump, and Boucher doesn't time that. Just gets a thick inside edge, and there's no run. I think if you shouted from Portsmouth, we could probably hear you, because it's a very good effects mic. End of the over, 7 overs gone, and the Vipers are 17 for 1.
Yeah, and the effects mic that you get on the television, they're obviously picking up like the players' comments from around the stumps and the keepers' comments, and what we're getting is cutlery.
Cutlery?
Cutlery rather than cutting comments.
It's just making me hungry, that's all. It was the lunch was the lunch was
It's okay.
it was it's fine. We'll move on from the lunch. I was quite excited to talk about the lunch, but then I saw what was in my bag, and I thought, oh, put me off a little bit. Anyway, here comes Rachael Slater. 3 overs for 6 so far. She begins a new over running away from us, and that's driven through the covers nicely from Georgia Adams. That's going to make its way to the boundary. Will it be pulled up? No, it won't. A good, valiant effort from the fielder at cover, who sort of dives over the top of the boundary rope, but it's gone for 4. So a little bit of width on offer there from Slater. Georgia Adams straight onto it, as she is with her class. She moves on to 9, and the Vipers 21 for 1.
Yeah, just waited for that loose ball, didn't she? And when it came, she was up to the task.
Here she is once more, settling over her bat, and that's shorter, straighter, and she works it off her hip down towards fine leg, and they'll come through for a single. 22 for 1 now. Adams is on 10, Boucher on 7. And it's just starting to, the sun is just starting to creep into the camera gantry here at the Ageas Bowl. We're at the top of the hotel. Here is Slater once more, straighter, and push back towards her, and there's no run. You'll notice, Phil, I know you've been in here before, but you'll notice as the afternoon goes on, that sun just gets lower and lower ahead in front of us, and those sunglasses you've got on are going to become very, very handy indeed, because we will be bathed in sunshine and we will see the sunset, and it will be a nightmare to try and commentate on cricket that's happening in front of us. Here comes Slater again. That's pushed into the onside, and there's no run.
Yeah, they've got double purpose sunglasses, because they're actually prescription glasses. I wouldn't be able to see the cricket without them.
I need a pair of those. I'm the same. Yeah, I thought I've run out of contact lenses, Phil. I had a bad morning this morning when I realised I didn't have any contact lenses, so I can't wear them and sunglasses. So it's glasses only for me. That short wide outside the off stump, and Maibuchet tries to cut it, but doesn't get anything on it. Goes through to Bess Heath, who is standing up to the stumps for Rachael Slater. Third man and fine leg, the two fielders back on the boundary, still in the power play. A couple of overs left of that after this delivery, the final one of the 8th over. And there's Slater once more, and that's a forward defensive. Back down the pitch, end of the over, 8 gone, and the Vipers are 22 for 1. 235 runs away, and the run rate has just creeped over to 5.6 now.
Yeah, as you said earlier, I don't think they'll be concerned, Vipers, that is, at this start. There's plenty of time to catch up. And we were saying earlier, the adjustment from playing T20 cricket, which they've played a lot of recently, or 100, to 50 overs is sometimes hard to get your batting tempo adjusted back. But you don't need to score, obviously, quite as quickly in this, and there is a lot more time than sometimes you think. There's a lot more time in T20 than sometimes players think as well. It certainly is in 50 over.
Beth Langston then still in the attack, bowling from the pavilion end, beginning her 5th over. That's straight and nudged off the pads of Georgia Adams. They'll come through for a quick single, and they'll get through. Move the score on to 23 for 1. Yeah, you are right. It does have a feel of old school cricket about it, this game. The whole sort of get yourself in, and then also the whole keep wickets in hand type thing. We don't say that too often in white ball cricket nowadays.
No, it's like most things that evolve. It's gone through phases where you had the sort of pinch hitting phase where everyone went in and went for the first 10 overs, a bit like England men still do.
Here is Langston again, pushed into the offside, and she's timed that nicely as Maibuchet. She's got it just a front foot press, but she's got it in between the fielder at point and cover, and they'll come back for a couple. She moves on to 9.
Yeah, you've got sort of like the Roy Bairstow type approach, which England is very successful with, and they tend to bat like that throughout, obviously, which is well documented. But yeah, 50 overs, it is more of a... Well, for most of these girls, it's the longest cricket they play, you know, because they don't play 3-day or 5-day cricket very much, unless they get the odd England test match. So it is quite a long time, and it is a totally different approach.
Slip in place still. Holly Armitage at first slip as Slater's in, and that's played off the back foot late down towards third man. They'll come through for a single, 26 for 1.
If you go back in time, which obviously I can to some degree, when they first brought one-day cricket in the early 60s, it was 65 overs per side, and they got it all in one day, 130 overs. And it was seen then as a ridiculously shortened form because there'd only ever been 3-day cricket, and the traditionalists didn't like the shortened game, you know.
Langston again over the wicket, bowls, pushed into the offside, and there's no run up to mid-off.
And if you see any footage of it now, there's not a lot around, in black and white and whatever, but in the 60th over, they still have like 3 slips in the gully, because that was the field the only field they'd ever really set. And then, of course, you went from that to 40 overs, and there was a lot of criticism of the Sunday League because it was too short. Then T20, then 100. And then I was watching the T10 competition from Europe yesterday, so it's just getting shorter and shorter.
Here's Langston again. That's full Yorker length to Georgia Adams. She does well to dig it out, and it finds the fielder at point, who whips it in, and Bess Heath has to jump. It whips it in from about 20 yards. Bess Heath had to jump and put her right arm up, and
That could have been 4 overs.
Did quite well to catch it, actually. Yeah, so Vipers 26 for 1. So you were watching European cricket yesterday, were you?
Yeah, sadly, I was flicking channels, and on BT there was, I'm not even sure what it was a T10.
Langston again bowls a Yorker to Georgia Adams, and she digs it out, and there's no run. End of the over, 9 gone. Sorry, field right. 26 for 1.
It was T10 tournament in Spain. I watched Spain against Sweden, and then Spain against Belgium in a T10 tournament somewhere in Malaga, I think. But interestingly, a good friend of mine is actually I'd forgotten about it. I wasn't watching specifically, but he's the coach of the Spanish men's national team, and he was there in the dugout every time they panned the camera onto him. I sent him a few sarcastic messages today about his team. he got beaten by Belgium.
You need to be careful now. If the Vipers lose, you'll be in for it. Here is Slater to begin a new over, driven nicely from Maya Boucher, but she doesn't get it past the fielder, who is tight on the offside at extra cover, and there's no run. Just to bring you up to date with the game that we're keeping an eye on, the other game in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, the Central Sparks taking on the Lightning up at Loughborough. I'll update you on that in just a second. Here is Slater, bowls at straighter on the back foot and played up to mid-off, and there is no run. So the Central Sparks, to remind you again, are the side that sit in third, and theoretically coming into today, if they had beaten the Lightning with a bonus point and improved their net run rate enough, they could potentially have leapfrogged both of these sides and got into the final of the competition a week today. As here is Slater once more around the, over the wicket, left arm, and that's pushed into the onside. There's no run. The Lightning set them 320 to win, so that suggests that they'd have to do that in very, 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 very quick time to be able to put themselves in that position where they could leapfrog both of these sides. They're 38 without loss in the 10th over, so fairly sedate start for them. They'll need to sort of have a bit of a do-or-die attitude at some point, you would have thought, in the not too distant future, as this is played late. Open the face by Maya Boucher, down to third man. They'll come through for a single, 27 for 1. So go on then, Phil, with your maths brain on, am I right? The Sparks need to get that in how many overs?
40.
40.
It was 1.25, so it's a quarter, isn't it?
Well, I don't know.
Am I simplifying that, or is it? I think they have to get it in 40 overs, or maybe it's 39 overs and 5 balls to beat it.
Slater again round the wicket, and that's pushed into the offside, and that beats the fielders. Actually, neither of them dived for that cover and extra cover, and it's running out towards the boundary, and it's well pulled up. Is it just? Yes, it is. It was again another dive almost over the top of it by, I think it was Rachael Hopkins there who put in the dive, and she flicked the ball up. She nearly did that thing where you flick the ball up and you flick it over your head and it goes over the boundary for 4, but she didn't. She flicked it back, and they ended up getting 3 after all of that. But again, just a nudge into the offside that was nicely timed by Georgia Adams and beat the two fielders, 30 for 1. I'm going to make way very shortly, and that's outside the off stump and missed by Maya Boucher. End of the over then, 10 gone. The Vipers 30 for 1, requiring a further 227 runs for victory. And I'm going to leave you with Phil Green and Vipers reserve keeper Ariana Dowse to try and understand the implications and the maths around the Central Sparks. Good luck.
Thanks, Robbie. I think it's a case they've got to win in 40 overs if you're batting second to get the bonus point, which is obviously a tall order for them. It'd be hard enough for them to win the game anyway, and then 10 overs to spare. And I guess, well, obviously it's the same scenario here for the Vipers. If they need the bonus point, they would have to win in 40 overs. But I think you can safely say that the win for either team here will be enough to guarantee their place in the final, and the losers of today's game will be playing Central Sparks on Wednesday. Harry's back with me now. Hi, Harry.
Hello, Phil.
I'll ask you a bit about keeping in a minute, but anyway, we've got a change of bowling. It's Phoebe Graham. Oh, Phoebe Graham starting with a really good Yorker there, which Georgia Adams dug out, but seemed to take her a bit by surprise. She came down with it very late. Yeah, we were saying, Harry, the run out, which I guess you saw, Ellen McEachen.
Yeah.
The keeper threw the stump stand from about 10 yards. Is that something that you practice as a keeper, throwing?
I think every keeper has to practice their throwing and fielding anyway, due to maybe not even having the gloves that game.
That ball was pulled away by Georgia Adams. It was short and got what it deserved, really. He's pulled it away through a massive space on the leg side for 4, so Vipers up to 34 for 1. Yes, sorry.
So yeah, I definitely think that throwing is something a keeper should work on, especially when there's other keepers in the side. You know, you might not always get the gloves one game, so you'll need to have that ability to field and throw in the field.
But also as a keeper, as we saw, you need to be able to get the glove off quickly and throw. Graham in again, and that's a better delivery, and George Adams playing defensively up to mid-wicket.
Yeah, there's a slight bit of work to manage the glove, but every keeper does it quite naturally in the end, whichever way suits them, whether they hold on to it or throw it to the ground.
Yeah.
But it was a good bit of recovery, as it might have been a bye if she didn't get that run out.
Phoebe Graham in the game. That's a wide, I think. Yeah, that's wide outside the off stump. Lost the line a little bit there, and that's a fairly easy decision for Sophie McLennan, the umpire. The other thing we were talking about, have you ever had the situation where you've thrown your glove off and then the ball's hit it for 5 penalty runs?
Oh, I've almost had that situation happen. Luckily it's missed, but all the fielders went ooh as it skimmed past.
Graham in the game. Defended back to her. I don't think I've ever seen it. There's loads of times I've thought it's bound to happen at some stage, but I don't think I've ever actually seen it happen. The ball always seems to miss it, or perhaps it's just that you keepers throw the glove down in a good place where the ball's not going to come. I don't know.
Yeah, try to avoid throwing it near the stumps when you're especially chasing it to
absolutely,
throw them down.
Yeah, absolutely. Phoebe Graham in again from the pavilion end. That's nicely tucked away by Georgia Adams off her legs. I was going to look for 2, but no. Fielder was in well there. Rachael Slater from long leg. Keeps it down to 1, but it was a nicely played shot. Off about leg stump, and she just using the line of the ball and just turned it down, helped it on. So Phoebe Graham, who, as I mentioned earlier, I think I had the wrong player at the time. Used to work for Sky, and now is a professional cricketer.
Do you know what she did at Sky then?
She was the marketing manager, I believe. That's defended out on the leg side. Other television companies are available, I think, as Kev James would always say in those instances. That's the end of the over, and Vipers 37 for 1 off 11. So their run rate is stepping up now. It's building nicely from a slow start, and the Duckworth-Lewis score, as Robbie said, is always a good guide. That's 45, so they're a lot closer to that now, and they certainly won't be worried about the run rate at this stage. More importantly, they've only lost 1 wicket.
Yeah, I think Diamond's at 10 overs with 37 for 1 exactly, so they're not far off it at all.
That's a very good stat. I wasn't aware of that, but that's brilliant. Yeah. So we thought the innings were, the 2 innings were looking quite similar, and that's obviously just confirmed that exactly.
Yeah. Very similar start to the innings.
Yeah.
We'll see how the game develops from here.
Yeah. You'd like to think that if Vipers keep wickets in hand, they'll be able to really push on in the second half.
Yeah.
Slater again, left arm over, and that's full, but driven to mid-off by Bouchier, no run. She's certainly still shaping it a little bit, Rachael Slater, from this end. I mean, this is their 6th over, but the white ball doesn't usually swing for very long, so it's 6th over and it's still going a little bit.
Yeah, it does help that there's two balls at each end.
Yes, absolutely.
Helps it swing a bit longer.
That swung a little bit too much to the leg side, and Boucher's able to turn it away into space over there. Easy couple of runs as long leg comes round to field. It's Phoebe Graham down there along the long leg boundary. But yeah, the line just slightly wrong there. If you're going to be swinging it, you can't really start on about middle stump, which is what happened on that occasion. Slater in again. That's a better line. It's outside off stump, but it's beaten everything there, batsman and keeper, I think. Don't think there was a bat on it. Oh yeah, it clearly was. No signal from the umpire. So was that an inside edge?
I think so. Just missed the stumps and snuck away for a few runs.
Okay, I thought it'd gone off the keeper, but I was wrong.
No, there's a big deviation in the line there.
Yeah. Again, though, that swing that I was talking about, that's what's caused the inside edge. But there's 1 run anyway to Bouchier down to long leg. Slater in again. And Adams. That's fairly wide of a stump, but she just leans on it and it goes to backward point. Not really looking to do anything more than just lean on that ball and play it out there. Now putting the boundary, the cover fielder back on the boundary, so there's 4 out for the end of this over. Slater in, and that's exactly where Adams hits. Now it was going out there, but it's well cut off by Katie Hopkins and Rachael Hopkins. Sorry, I'm not doing very well on Christian names tonight. But it's Yeah, Rachael Hopkins, and there's no run. Slater in the game. That's a better shot, but well fielded at point. Got hold of that one, George Adams, but diving stop by Beth Langston at point. Keeps it down to a dot ball, and it's 40 for 1 off 12.
Another airplane passing us overhead.
Yeah, so we're right on the flight path here, under the flight path, more to the point.
I've never really noticed it before when playing hit, though.
Have you not?
No. It's only when you're trying to listen to yourself talk.
Well, I expect for the last couple of seasons there haven't been many planes with all the COVID restrictions.
That
They're
is
starting
true.
to get back now, especially after yesterday's announcement that we can all go to different places now that we couldn't, with the removal of the amber
So we're
coding.
going back to normal almost.
Yeah. Phoebe Graham in the game, and that's nicely played by Bouchier out to the point boundary. It's beaten the boundary. There's two fielders out there, but she's timed that so well that it's gone directly between them. 4 runs. Starting to get into her flow now, Bouchier. She's up to 19. Same score as George Adams on, her captain's on. And 44 for 1. And I think Diamond's going to be looking to get a wicket fairly soon now. If they don't get one in the next few overs, they're going to be in a tricky situation here, I think. Bouchier just plays that on the offside. No run.
Georgia looking for a bit of a run there, but there's no need to risk that in this format so early doors.
No, that's what I'm saying about the run out. It was probably, on reflection, a bit unnecessary to take on, but yeah, Georgia was looking for a single then, but Maya Bouchier wasn't interested at all. Phoebe Graham in the game. That's short and gets a bit high on her, and she ends up just playing it to extra cover. Yeah, got a bit big on her, that ball. She's a tall bowler, Phoebe Graham, so if she does bowl it short, the bounce is going to be quite significant.
Yeah. Bush just seemed to get her hands up there, just trying to play it rather than score off of that.
That's tucked on into the leg side, and that's a single into the mid-wicket gap by Bouchier.
Even though that was just a defensive shot, the sounds off the bat today from the Vipers so far have been sounding very crisp and very well struck.
Also, I'd like to think there was a bit of awareness there that the ball's going to Lindsay Smith's right hand, and she's a left-hand fielder.
Yeah.
So it made the single a bit easier. And that's another run, another singles run. Georgia Adams out on the offside into that gap. Runs coming a bit more freely now. Ticking along nicely at 46 for 1.
Wasn't a bad ball either, just a good Yorker dug out
Yeah.
into the gap.
And again, exactly the same thing. This time Maya Bouchier, but just working it out on the offside. I think they might have to think about the field over there, because it just looks a bit too easy to be getting those singles on the offside, doesn't it?
Yeah.
They're hardly able to do anything, and they're going to be picking up 4 or 5 and over. So the score's now 47 for 1 of 15. Sorry, 30. And there's a sanitisation break, I believe.
Yeah, that's what happens when you come out of the first power play and you can put 4 back in. They tend to do that just to protect those boundaries. But then it offers so many singles and so many gaps for the batters. It almost makes them settle in more.
Yeah.
And then they're able to go then and play their expansive shots and hit those boundaries that if they had that pressure earlier, they wouldn't have gotten in as early.
Do you think it's a sort of case of having to keep your nerve as a fielding side, and even though you, as you say, you can have 4 back, it doesn't mean you have to have 4 back, and you know, do you take that risk and squeeze the singles? I suppose that's the same at any time of the game in a way, which way you go in the field. But you're absolutely right. There's that tendency as soon as the fielding restriction changes, it's like you feel you have to have 4 out, and you sometimes don't.
Yeah, because I feel like in the Vipers, when they were fielding, they didn't put 4 out straight away.
No,
they had
didn't.
3.
Absolutely
They kept that pressure on.
Yeah.
Albeit they did then score a few boundaries, but they still put that pressure on and built those dot balls, whereas Vipers have been able to score quite freely.
Yeah, it's a balancing act, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
difficult to get that right. And you could always do as a captain having about 15 fielders, really, couldn't you? And you're not allowed that, obviously. Right, we've got to change the bowling. We've got spin for the first time in this innings now. We've got Lindsay Smith coming on from the Hotel End. Lindsay Smith batted really well earlier on, so she'll be looking to complement that with a good bowling performance. As we said earlier, has played a few times for England. Used to be a left-arm seamer when she started out, but converted to left-arm spin, and she's coming in now round the wicket to Bouchier. That's short. Bouchier just leads back, gives it straight back to her. Lindsay Smith's one of those bowlers that comes between the umpire and the stumps when she's bowling around the wicket, which means the umpire has to stand back a bit further. In again round the wicket, and that's on leg stump and tucked away for a single by Bouchier. Throw comes in, and Bess Heath, I was going to say takes the bails off. She actually took the stump out of the ground. It wasn't the most tidy bit of work, but George Adams was safely home anyway.
Bit of enthusiasm from the keeper there.
Yeah.
Ready for the run out.
The old one bail didn't really apply there, did it? It was like one stump. Fresh guard now from George Adams. First time she's faced Lindsay Smith's left arm around the wicket line. She's got a slip in, so good attacking intent there from the Diamonds. That's short again, and Adams able to lean back, and I've chopped that away, and I think that's going to run away to the boundary. Yeah, it does. A poor ball from Lindsay Smith, she'll know that. And George Adams had time to almost pick a spot on the offside, and she chose to go to the left of the point. There's no fielder down there, and that ran away. So she'll have to adjust her length a little bit here, Lindsay Smith, a bit too short this over so far. That's a better length, and Adams can't do much with that. She's played it out on the offside. The fielder's made quite a meal of that piece of fielding, to be honest, but she stopped it okay.
Just a slightly unnecessary dive there, I believe.
I think it was, yeah.
Bit of pressure from Bouchier trying to sneak a single there, I think, causing a bit of mayhem.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's Smith again, and again a little bit short. She's played mostly off the back foot this over, and that's another single to George Adams. She's got that away to Hopkins left this time. She certainly hasn't brought the batters forward yet, which you imagine she'd be looking to do. Comes in again, that's fuller, it's very full, and she drops it right at her feet, Bouchier.
Subtle kick away from the stumps there as well.
Yeah, don't want that ball trickling back over. So end of Lindsay Smith's over, 6 off it, and that's a good run rate for Vipers. If they can tick along, well, certainly 6 and over would be adequate for them from here. But Diamonds need to do something to break this partnership. It's 2 good players, and they're building very, very well into their innings here. 2 very experienced players for women's cricket as well. You know, they've both been around this sort of scene for quite a long time, haven't they? It's Phoebe Graham again, and George Adams pushed that out again for that easy single that we talked about on the offside. I really think Harry's absolutely right. They've got to do something, I think, to block that off, because at the moment it is just too easy to get a single on the offside. See what he hasn't changed anything yet. It's Phoebe Graham in again. That one, we don't get the single this time because she played that a little bit later, Bouchier, and it's gone to backward point.
Yeah, she's definitely bowling that line, Graham, just outside off, tempting the batter, but there's no real threat of taking a wicket, I don't think, with this kind of a plan.
And if you're going to bowl outside off, you could have one into that gap, surely, I would have thought. Phoebe Graham again. That's very wide of off, but she's probably a bit lucky there that she's hit that. Boucher's hit that straight to Callis at backward point on the edge of the ring. She's hit hard. I think a couple of yards either side of her, that would have been 4, but she picked the fielder out, and I think it's fair to say Phoebe Graham got away with a bad ball there. In again comes Graham, and that's better. That's much straighter on that off-stump line. Boucher just plays it gently up to short extra cover.
Very solid defensive shot there.
Yeah, it was very textbook sort of shot. Nice to see. Skipper Holly Armitage at short extra cover there. She's obviously going to be thinking about what her next change is. Graham in the game. Again, wide of the off stump, and again hit away. Just going to be one though. This third man's going to cut one off running ground. She gets in very close to the stumps, Phoebe Graham. I know a lot of bowlers are coached to do that, if you like, but I don't see many getting quite as close as she does. And she comes again. That's better line, and George Adams can't do much with that. Just plays that to her opposite number, skipper Holly Armitage. Dot ball in the end of the over, and Vipers 55 for 1 from 15. Do you remember what they were at this stage?
15, no, I don't remember.
Okay. I thought after your previous one you would.
No, not quite that on it, Phil.
But it's going to be about the same, isn't it? Because the tempo feels very similar. They might have been another wicket down by now, I think.
I think the next point I have is only at halfway at 25 overs.
Okay.
So
But the tempo of the innings seems very
seems
similar,
yeah.
doesn't it? Yeah. So I would think their score would have been pretty similar to, pretty much the same as this. So Lindsay Smith continuing, should be looking to get a bit full of this over, I'm sure. Left arm round the wicket, bowling to Boucher, and that's clipped on the leg side, but straight to the fielder at mid-wicket, left Langston.
I think Lindsay Smith will be looking to take another few wickets like she did the last time these two teams met up.
Well, that's very sure.
Not just going to bowl there.
Boucher's led on this through the offside, that's 4. That was a poor ball. Didn't look as if she hit it that hard again, really, but it just runs away, doesn't it? It's more of a back foot drive, really.
Don't need to hit it hard at the Ageas ball, you just got to time it and it will fly.
But yeah, the ball deserved it again. Sorry, you were saying Lindsay Smith got a lot of wickets against Vipers, did she?
Yeah, last time they met here at the Ageas ball at the semi-final for the
T20,
Charlotte Edwards, yeah, in the T20. She scooped up a couple of wickets, so
Okay.
I'm sure she'll be hoping to have a couple more today.
I think she got a 5-wicket haul for the Diamonds last week in one of the 2 games as well. So, yeah, obviously in the wicket. That one was just played back to her for no run. Down the wicket this time. Boucher and hit on the pad. Big shout, as you probably heard, but she was quite a long way down, and that makes it very difficult for an umpire to give it without the advantage of DRS, certainly. You don't often see those given by the on-field umpire when they're that far down. But she beat the bat, and that's, she'll see that as a small victory. Changed the field now, she's blocking up that offside a bit, and she's around the wicket, but Boucher's picked this on the leg side. This is going to be 4 more, I think. It's yeah, the mid-wicket fielder's coming round. It looked like she might have got there, well, she sort of got there, but couldn't prevent it going over the boundaries. That's the second 4 in this over, and the Vipers' innings really starting to accelerate now. And Diamonds definitely need a breakthrough. Yeah.
It's a good diving attempt on the boundary there, but just didn't quite
Yeah,
make
it was a good attempt. She made a lot of ground to get to it, didn't she? But in the end, it was all in vain. Smith in again. It's a better ball, and there's not much that Boucher can do with that, so she just plays it to a sort of very short, straight mid-off. It's an interesting position there, slightly unusual position. The end of the over is 63 for 1, the Vipers now from 16, and they're actually now ahead of the Duckworth-Lewis par score for the first time, which, as we were saying earlier, is the indicator of how you're doing, and that would suggest that at the moment they're doing very well.
Yeah, I think at this point Diamonds had lost another wicket.
Yeah.
So it just shows that that partnership is building, and it could be something that helps Vipers see it through.
Yeah, you need big partnership to chase a total like 250, don't you? Or at least one big partnership.
Yeah.
They had a couple of 50 partnerships later in the innings, the Diamonds. Vipers will be looking to certainly emulate that. So we've got Phoebe Graham still from the pavilion end coming towards us. That's a better line than she previously. Nothing George Adams could do about that. Yeah, I don't know what their other. I'm trying to think of their other bowling options for. Ella Telford's a seamer. Stair Callis bowls, I believe, a seamer. That one's wide of off stump, but didn't really time that at all. And it's fielded by Callis at a good point, no run.
I think the captain can bowl as well.
Holly Archer, is she a spinner?
I think so, yeah.
Of course, they haven't got, as well as the 3 England players we mentioned earlier, they haven't got Jenny Gunn today either.
Yeah.
It would be a nailed-on bowling option.
Yeah, she was always bowled in against Vipers.
That one's straighter, and Adams turns it into the leg side, but doesn't take the single this time. Lindsay Smith moved quickly to her right, not a favoured side, but she got to it quickly to prevent the run.
Yeah, just missing Jenny Gunn in their bowling lineup does leave a bit of a hole.
Yeah. And as we said before, Katie Levick, who normally bowls at 10 overs. Phoebe Graham in again. That's wide of off stump, but Adams again can't pierce the field. Hits it straight to Callis, who maybe unsurprisingly cites her cricketing hero as Jack Callis, namesake, although it's spelled slightly different. Probably just because it was the easy option when she was a kid. Graham in again. That's pulled by Adams. Sort of short arm jab more to pull really, but she got it out to deep square leg for another single. Run's certainly ticking over now. She plays that shot with a very sort of, almost with a vertical bat, doesn't she? Rather than a full-blooded pull, it's almost yeah, it's hard to describe. It's quite an unusual way of doing it, but very effective. She got a lot of runs last year playing that shot. Phoebe Graham in again now. That's straight, a much better ball. Boucher works it up to mid-on, but there's no run.
Yeah, that shot is something George Adams has worked hard on. That being able to pull it over to the leg side off a not quite a short ball, but a good length ball.
Yeah, so
it's a good scoring option for her.
It is, because she's quite tall and she can get above the bounce, I guess, but she plays it with a sort of vertical bat. It's quite an interesting way of playing it, but very effective for her. So Vipers 64 for 1 now off 17. And just ahead of Duckworth Lewis still, which is something they'll keep their eye on, not, as I said earlier, not because it's likely to rain, but because it's a good indicator of where you are in the game.
I was about to say, I don't see a single cloud in the sky right now. Not sure how much rain we'll get later.
No, I don't think it's going to be rain affected. Lindsay Smith still from this end, hotel end. That's wide of off stump, and once again Georgie Adams just managed to work it out on the offside for a single to the sweeper. Yeah, runs coming at singles coming at a regular rate here, not necessarily boundaries, but the ball's just ticking along all the time, which is great for the Vipers. So Smith now to Boucher. That's better. Fuller, and she's just pushed it back to the bowler. I think that's more the length Lindsay Smith would be looking for. Long off being adjusted now, move straighter. Oh, that's a big hit by Boucher. She's got it over mid-on. She didn't hold it fully, but she's certainly got enough on it to hit it for 4. Over mid-on, there's no long on back. Long off's back, but not long on. So she picked the right option and was rewarded with 4 runs.
It's a lovely shot over the mid-on.
Got the impression she didn't actually middle it, did she? But
no,
she
but
certainly got enough of it.
Yeah, as you said, enough on it that it flew away for 4 again.
Smith in again, this time Boucher, more defensive mode, pushing it back down the wicket. So they've got a deep cover and a deep square leg and a long off. But as we were saying, they've got 6 in the rings, and they haven't got a full boundary fielders out, as Harry suggested should be the case. It's the same shot from Boucher with the same result, I think, over long on, over mid on, to the long on boundary. She's obviously selected that area as somewhere that she can attack, and that's what she's done, and that's the second 4 of this over, and Viper's really ticking along now. Lindsay Smith seeded 23 and she hasn't finished her third over yet.
I think with the field set, I think she's trying to bowl a bit outside off and get her playing to her field, but unfortunately she's gone a bit straight there.
Yeah.
Maybe she's capitalised on that.
And she's managed to find that gap. Long on's gone back now, which means that Boucher can just play it along the ground to that fielder. That's classic batting, really. Get the fielder sent back and then hit it for a single down to them. Really good from Boucher, and Vipers 74 for 1 now, really accelerating off 18 overs. And Diamonds will be a bit concerned now because their premier spinner is going at 8 and over, and they're probably relying on 10 good overs from her. She's a very successful bowler in this competition. And I think the skipper will be looking around at her bowling options now.
Yeah, I think just like it was similar to Taser's first few overs when Vipers were bowling,
Yeah.
where spin just got taken on a bit, going over the top straight.
It could be that they've both been targeted in their respective sides, like we said earlier. So Phoebe Graham still from the other end, and that's oh, she's out. I'm sorry, I haven't picked up on that. Did that just go off the shoulder of the bat?
Yeah, she went back, chipped it up to extra cover. He took
Yeah.
a simple catch in the end there.
I saw the catch. I just didn't know how it got there because I thought she was just defending the ball, but it must have got a bit big on her and gone off the shoulder of the bat. And as Harry said, it's looped up to extra cover. So that's a bit of a surprising dismissal because they didn't look in any trouble, those two, really, did they? But Maya Boucher's out, caught by Holly Armitage at short extra cover off the bowling of Phoebe Graham for 40. That's ended a good partnership for the Vipers in sort of, it was all a bit quiet. It sort of surprised me, certainly, because I didn't realise that's what happened. But yeah, it's a very important breakthrough for the Diamonds. There's a bit of cheering, as you can hear. They've got their support down just to our left. I thought earlier it was the England football team doing all the cheering, but I don't know why they'd be so northern biased, but maybe they all come from up there. I think they've gone now, the England football team, staying here last night after their match at St Mary's. So we've got George Elwes now come in. 2 Georges at the crease. And Elwes was fresh off a century last Sunday in the last round of games. So she'll probably be feeling fairly confident. I know you've got to start the game and it's a new innings, but it's nice to have that as your last memory of batting, isn't it? A century against your name.
Yeah, it always increases your confidence for this,
Absolutely.
even with the loud crowd cheering on that sideline there.
Yeah. Field's coming tight now, which is probably right for a new field. You've got 7 in the ring now. So really putting a bit of pressure on 6, putting a bit of pressure on Elwes, but she's managed to get that one away off the sort of outside edge, but I think she played that down to third man, really.
Yeah.
I'll give her the benefit of the doubt there, and she's picked up a single and off the mark straight away. Extra fielder goes out now for Adams. He's obviously a bit more established on 28 currently. Phoebe Graham in again. That's wide down the leg side. That's a very loose ball. Bessie gets to it, didn't take it cleanly, but did enough to stop it, so it's just the wide, then extra runs. But that was a poor ball from Phoebe Graham. Graham in again. That's hit her on the pad as she tried to turn it to leg. Stifled appeal, but I don't think she was going to get that decision.
I think it was clearly going down the leg with
Yeah.
the shot played. George Adams just not getting bet on that, unfortunately.
No, it was the sort of delivery that you'd hope the batsman of her ability would clip away, but wasn't to be on this occasion. Graham in again. And that time she's looking for a gap on the offside, but doesn't find it. It's Callis, who looks a lively fielder there. I know that was a fairly easy stop, but she looks a very alert, lively fielder to me.
She had to do a big roll here off of Graham's bowling, stopping all those runs there at point.
Yeah, it is. You're absolutely right. That's a point. That's a position it's going to go to a lot. And she's done very well so far. Phoebe Graham in again. And that's a good shot from Adams. I think the bowler took a little bit of the pace off it, which allowed mid-off to get round and prevent any run, but she Struck that back well. Georgia Adams.
Georgia Adams' strength is hitting straight and hard, no matter what format.
Certainly hit that hard. Last ball of the over for Graham. That's wide of off stump, and she goes for a cut shot but doesn't make any contact. It's taken by the keeper. So at the end of 19 overs, Vipers are 76 for 2. Duckworth Lewis saying 82, so they're on course for that final spot at Northampton next week at the moment, Harry.
Yeah. Be good for Vipers just to go straight through to the final.
It certainly would. I mean, you don't want the extra game, but B, you don't want the uncertainty of it all, obviously. Yeah, I mean, very important for both these teams. We see it as vitally important to get the win and get through here.
Be interesting if they end up playing each other again in the semi-finals. If Sparks pulls off a miracle win over in Loughborough.
It's interesting that Sparks, I'm not saying they feel aggrieved because they're going to get in the playoffs anyway, but the only matches that these two sides have lost all year were against the Sparks. They beat them both. That's no run there from Lindsay Smith's first ball play out to the offside. Yeah, in the group, the Sparks have beaten both the Vipers and the Diamonds, but obviously lost to somebody else. I can't remember who it is off the top of my head. That's played out easily on the offside by Elwes for a single to the sweeper on cover boundary. So Lindsay Smith's still not got it quite right, I don't think, yet.
Just hasn't found her length yet today. Been a bit too short or a bit too full at the moment.
Yeah, she doesn't seem to be causing any problems at the batters, but I may be wrong. That's a better one. It's Fuller, driven to. Got two fielders very close together. That's quite unusual fielding. Just you've got like two short extra covers almost next to each other. So it's obviously a plan they've got. That's cut away by Elwes, backward a point. Wide enough of the field that they come through for a single.
Yes, not only having those two extra covers, but also the two sweepers out of 3 on the offside. So there's a clear plan in place.
And they've only got that field for Adams, I think. So, of course, as we were saying earlier, there's another single on the offside to Elwes. As we were saying earlier, they know so much about each other now, either through playing or through all the analysts' work and the dossiers they get given. So they would have plans for each player. And once again, now that Adams is on strike, we've got those two fielders at short extra cover. Yeah, it's very unusual. Smith in bowls. Adams gets it between the bowler and the straighter of those two fielders and going to long off for a single. That's the end of the over, and after 20 overs, it's 80 for 2. I'm now handing over to Robbie. It'll be Harry first, and then Robbie will be back on.
Thank you, Phil. So Vipers have upped the run rate a bit during these last few overs. Obviously losing the wicket of Maya Boucher, who's looking very comfortable, but obviously they're now regrouping with Georgia Elwes at the crease with Georgia Adams. Both Georgias always working together. And Graham has got another over here while she sets up the field for Georgia Adams, who's facing.
Got in just in time. There we go. I'm all plugged in and ready to go. Here's Phoebe Graham straight to my who am I talking about? Georgia Adams, who flicks that off her pads out towards deep backwards square leg, and they'll come through for a single. I thought you were going to have to commentate on your first delivery there, Ariana.
Not quite.
Quite.
To yet.
I just about plugged myself in, and we're good to go. How are you? It's warm.
I'm getting warm now. Yes, you're right.
Told you. I knew you would. You'll very slowly just work your way back in this camera gantry into the shade as that's played late down towards third man from Georgia Elwes. They'll think about coming back for 2, but they won't get it. And the score moves on to 81 for 2. Yeah, it just the sun just rises, and you have to try and get a bit taller. You have to try and get a bit further back in your chair, and it will get warm here as the afternoon progresses. 175 runs needed then for the Vipers to see them, I'm pretty sure, see them in the final of this competition a week today. They might be there anyway, even if they slip up here, as that's pushed out towards deep backward square leg and they come through for a single. This feels like a game that's tense. Does it? I don't know, is it just me, or this feels like it could go down to the wire?
Yeah, I feel like that it's going to go that way, this match.
Could be an exciting couple of hours here as you hear the grunt from Phoebe Graham. There's been a few though, she's really steaming in from that pavilion end, and it's skied down towards the fielder at third man, who is Ella Telford, who puts in a dodgy throw to the keeper. I'm not sure you would have been too happy receiving one of those above your head that Bess Heath has to leap up and grab with one hand, would you? Did you give the fielders a stare if you get one around your ankles or above your head?
Well, always say better throws into the keeper next time.
Yeah, that's it. Passive aggressive, that's what we like. Phoebe Graham in once more over the wicket, straighter to Georgia Adams, who plays that off her hit down towards fine leg, and she moves on to 33. The score moves on to 84 for 2. Hi to listeners as well, listening now on BBC Radio Solent online and on your smart speakers as well. Good to have you with us. I'm Robbie James. We had Phil Green with us this afternoon, and Vipers reserve keeper Ariana Dowse as well. The Vipers chasing 257 runs for victory. They require 172 more of them, as that's played late by Georgia Elwis. Now third man has to run round to her right hand side, and she will pick it up and reduce the batters to a single. End of the over then, 27 gone, and the Vipers at 86 for 2. Georgia Adams, Southern Vipers skipper, anchoring the innings with 33 from 58, and Georgia Elwis joined her with 6 not out from 7 deliveries. Are we at the stage now where you're starting to look at the required run rate? Is it just a fraction below 6?
I still think we won't be too worried about the current run rate or required run rate. I think they just need to keep ticking over, not panic too much at this stage. It's still quite early in the innings.
Is your calm persona of this game, is that reflected in the changing room, or are you just being calm up here? Are you just one off?
It's a bit calmer up here when you're out of the bubble. That is the intense match in front of you.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Always gets a little bit nail-bitingly close when you're down there.
Well, to bring you up to date with things up in Loughborough, shall we? Because there is still a chance that, as we've been mentioning all day, and you might not have heard, that if the Central Sparks, who are playing against the Lightning up in Loughborough, if they beat the Lightning and get a bonus point and improve their net run rate enough, then they may leapfrog both of these sides straight into the final and finish top of the group. They're 97 without loss, chasing 320 for 6, and they're in the 22nd over as Telford bowls, and that's a quick single taken to point. They'll come through for it, 87 for 2. So the Central Sparks are 97 without loss in the 22nd over, chasing 320. So we think that they need to chase that down in around 40 overs or something like that. So that's not completely out of the question. They made a good start for sure.
Yeah, I think.
That's down the leg side, nothing on it. Wide signalled by umpire Ramage.
Good stop from Bess Heath there.
Yeah, it was moved nicely to a left-hand side. So, yeah, what do you do? Central Sparks are still in that game. 224 needed from 29 overs. It is possible, difficult but possible.
Definitely, with wickets in hand as well.
Yeah, 10 of them. Telford bowls straighter again on the pads of Georgia Adams as she whips it out towards deep backward square leg. Think about coming back for a second, but I think Georgia Elwis there took a couple of paces down the pitch and said, actually, no, you're not going to make it. We need you to stay in, skip. So sent Georgia Adams back, and the score remains on 89 for 2. 4 fielders out then. Cover, third man, fine leg, and a deep backward square leg as that's pushed into the offside to point, and there is no run. Happier to be in the Vipers camp than the Diamonds camp, still?
Yep, still on the Vipers side here.
Okay, yeah, right.
Nearly 2 down. Still got another top order bat to come in still within the 25th over, so
28 overs remaining, just over, as that's pushed into the offside from Georgia Elwis. Got the 2 Georgias out there, come through for a single. Georgia Elwis, what a week she's had with that 112, the match-winning knock earlier on in the week against the Sunrisers. Was she? Have you seen her or spoken to her? Was she pretty pumped after that, I imagine?
yeah, she was very happy to finally score a big Big bag of runs there.
Big bag of runs indeed. Now, full toss, swiped out towards deep backwards square leg on the ground, and they come through for a single.
Signal as a no ball there.
It's a very good spot. I'm going to sneeze.
Signal as a no ball, so I believe that it will be a free hit.
I think it might. I think I've got my composure back. I didn't sneeze, thank goodness. Yeah, I think. Well, hang on. Has Ian Ramage? I think he's made. Has he just made a very casual signal of free hit? It looked like he was just walking back and just sort of.
He's gone to chat with the
Rolled his
bowler there
hand.
for a second. I think that's a warning.
I think it is. I don't think it is. Oh, what's he going to do? Oh, he's walking up to the stumps. Is he going to signal a free? What's he?
That is a free hit, I believe.
That is the most casual free hit I've ever seen. He's sort of. He doesn't even put his hand up particularly. He just sort of waved his wrist around. Telford in. This is a free hit then. It's a full toss. Swiped away onto the leg side, and that's going to go all the way, is it? It's definitely gone to the boundary. Whether or not it's in the air or not, no, it wasn't. It was along the ground. Difficult to see from up here with the sun now looking back at us. But that is, well, no ball, free hit, and 4. Full toss, not the place that Ella Telford wanted to put that ball. That signal of a free hit was nothing, was it? How pathetic.
They usually get it up above their head and do the big.
Yeah, give it the big yahoo.
But no, it's a very subtle signal, this one.
It was an awful attempt at sort of dancing to steps 5, 6, 7, 8 or something like that. That's nudged into the onside. Now come through for a single. Score moves on to 96 for 2. You a steps fan? You're too young to know about steps, aren't you?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a shame. Oh, that is sad. That does make me feel old. 22 overs gone, 97 for 2. That's right. Kevin James will tell you all about steps when you get on commentary with him. Big
Wow.
steps fan.
I'll look forward to that then.
Yeah. Georgia Adams, 35 from 61. Georgia Ellis at the other end is 13 not out. And the Vipers require 160 runs for victory. Here at the Ageas Bowls, we are blazed in sunshine. You can really see it now, sort of that sheen off the pitch. The wicket looking dry. It's plenty of sun on it today. It'll be pretty hard, I imagine, by the end of play today, and it's just sort of got a reflective layer off it now. This does quite a lot of the seating around here at the Ageas Bowl.
Those in the sun.
Hey?
Those in the sun anyway.
Yeah. I tell you what, you'll get your chance. You said you'd be in the crowd getting a tan today if you could, and I think you will, I think.
I think I am sitting here.
Change of bowling from the pavilion end. Holly Armitage, the Diamonds captain, is into the attack, and that's pushed into the onside, and they'll come through for a single. The score moves on to 98 for 2. I didn't bring my sun cream either. I didn't put my SPF on. Here's Armitage again, pushed into the offside, and they'll come through for a single. Yeah, this was a bad idea. I didn't bring a hat either. Did you bring a hat?
Yeah.
Good thinking. Very good thinking.
Always prepared for whatever the English weather holds.
Yeah. Armitage once more, bowling a leg spin over the wicket bowls. It's a low full toss and driven out to the fielder on the cover boundary. And they'll come through for a single. 100 up for the Vipers in the 23rd over. 100 for 2. In pursuit of that target of 257. Here is Armitage once more. Bowls full, and Georgia Adams is pushing that again into the offside, and they'll come through for a single. Just happy to work the ball around at the moment. As we see a dog, I can see a dog running across the nursery ground. I think that's the groundsman's dog. It's gone now, but
Must be.
have you seen the groundsman's dog?
No, actually, I haven't seen
Have
a
you not?
groundsman dog. No.
Simon's lead dog is very, very cute. Here is Armitage again, bowls, and it's pushed to the fielder at point, and there is no run. I don't know what dog it is. It's kind of like it's like a very small golden retriever.
Oh, really?
Like a kind of a small, sort of scruffy golden retriever, but it's not a golden retriever. It's too small to be a golden retriever. Very, very happy and very lively and excitable. Here is Armitage again, full, driven and well fielded off her own bowling. No, she dives over it, and the ball goes to long on, and they come through for a single. End of the over. 23 overs gone, and the Vipers are 102 for 2. Yeah, I don't know what. I'm not very good with my dog breeds, but It's a very happy dog. You sort of see the groundsman when they go and get an ice cream or something like that during the games. The dog kicks off.
I guess they're going to get a treat there, I believe.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, dogs are, well, I don't think you are allowed most dogs in the Ageas Bowl here, but the groundsman's dog is always allowed, of course. Just running across. Looks quite nice, that nursery ground. Looks fit for a game, doesn't it?
Yeah, they've got a lot of maintenance on it. Made sure it's always ready to be played on.
Go have a net after this, Ariana.
Quite possibly, yes.
I'll have a bowl to you if you like. Get some dodgy off spin. Here's Telford then to begin a new over into her second. That's down the leg side. Nothing on it from Georgia Ellis. Signalled a wide, so the score moves on to 103 for 2. Just to bring you up to date in the other games taking place. Of course, you would have heard, especially listeners, sorry to bring this up, on the South Coast will have heard the news of the victory of Somerset over the Hampshire Hawks in the first of the 2 T20 Blast semi-finals earlier on today at Edgbaston, as Telford's in. That's short and pulled away into the onside, straight to the fielder in front of square, and they'll come through for a single. I was about to update you on the other score in the other semi-final, but I think my laptop's got too hot, which is an impressive thing to say on the 18th of September. Kent are 122 for 5 in the 16th over. That's the other game taking place. Kent versus Sussex, as that's pushed into the offside and there is no run. Are you fussed as to who wins that game?
Oh, not particularly. If I had to pick a side, I'd go for Sussex, though.
You go for Sussex?
Yes.
Sussex by the sea.
Home county and all that.
Of course it is, isn't it? Short, pulled into the onside in front of square, and is it going to beat that fielder? No, she does well, running around to her left-hand side to pick that up. It was sort of bobbling in the outfield, and she does well to throw it back in and restrict the batters to 2. Is it Eastbourne? From Eastbourne?
Yes, I am, yeah.
You impressed her? No, I don't know how I knew that.
No idea how you knew that either.
I was in Brighton last night.
Oh, really?
I was. Very nice Brighton.
It is.
It's part of the world. Here's Telford again, over the wicket, bowls. That's pushed into mid-wicket and there's no run. I just must have done my research, Ariana.
Must
I say. How long does that take from Eastbourne then?
I'm actually in Brighton now, though.
Oh, you're in Brighton
yeah. Then? We were Eastbourne way, but now moved to Brighton and Hove, so...
Oh, I do
depends on
to
the
be
traffic.
beside the seaside. So that's short, pulled away into the onside, and again finds that fielder in front of square. And they'll come through for a single. Georgia Adams now moves on to 40 from 66 deliveries, 107 for 2. How important is her role going to be in the remaining 23 overs or so? She's just got to stay there, do you think?
I think either of these Georgias will... Well, if one of them will get out, I think the other should be the anchor for the innings, which will create a good platform.
Telford bowls, and that's played late down towards third man. They'll come through for a single. So regardless, one Georgia is going to go for it.
Yes.
We can safely say that. End of the over. 24 overs gone, and the Vipers are 108 for 2. They require 149 runs for victory, and that Duckworth-Lewis method that we always keep an eye on is on 98, so they are ahead of that. So far, the Vipers, as one of the substitute fielders comes on with a bib that is not quite long enough, I think, for that substitute fielder. He runs back off with it, running on, I don't know, some hand sanitizer or something like that. So certainly not running on jumpers, or maybe running off a cap, something like that. Maybe the cap of Holly Armitage. In she is again to begin a new over, and she bowls down the leg side, and sweeping is Georgia Ellis. Now that's going down towards the fine leg boundary, is it? Yes, there was a fielder backward of square on the leg side, but she had to run round to her right hand side, couldn't get there, and it's 4 more to the total. 4 more for Georgia Ellis. She moves on to 22, and the Vipers 112 for 2. There's a wasp in front of us somewhere, isn't there? Keeps obscuring my vision.
Not quite the birds from earlier then.
Not quite, no. Have you seen many of them descend? They sort of descend from the roof here, don't they? And then sort of just fall straight ahead of us. I get a bit worried for them. Holly Armitage bowls again. And that's missed down the leg side. Good take from Bess Heath, and it's called a wide. Yeah, sometimes the birds, they sort of... I think they like to almost do their own sort of parachute jump, where they jump off here, free fall for sort of half the way, and I get a little bit worried for them, and then they sort of swoop and fly off. It's quite impressive, actually. Here's Armitage again. Again, that's down the leg side. Again, a sweep attempted from Georgia Rail. It's half an appeal for LBW, but going way down the leg side, and they come through for a leg bye. 114 for 2. We're in the 25th over. Live across the BBC Sport website and app, and of course also on BBC Radio Solent online as well. As Georgia Adams is on the back foot, nudging that into the leg side. Hasn't got enough on it to make it to the boundary, and the fielder will come in and cut it off. Does well to keep it down to a single, as well does Beth Langston. 116 for 2. What will your plans be for the next week? Will you be around with the Vipers?
If we've got training, I'll be around for that. I'm sure there'll be a pre-training if they go straight through to the final, which we would hope happens.
Forward in defences at Georgia Adams, no run.
Otherwise, I believe it's just the playoffs and the finals, so not much time for training around that.
No, there's not, and especially if it's quite unlikely, I think, that this can happen. But as we see Armitage come in over the wicket, bowls, and that's pushed down the pitch and beats Holly Armitage as she sort of falls to her left-hand side and just stays on the ground to just have a little nap for a couple of seconds, and it's fielded by Long Off. They come through for a single. I think, if I'm right in saying, if the Vipers were to finish third and the Diamonds finish second, the game's up in Scarborough.
Yeah.
Scarborough.
Bit of a travel.
I got told that earlier in the week that I might have to go up to Scarborough on Tuesday. Nothing wrong with Scarborough. Sweeping is Georgia Railway, straight to the fielder behind square on the leg side, and they'll come through for a single. Would you make that trip? Would you have to go?
I'm not sure. Depends if I'm selected in the squad, but obviously we've got a large squad here today. With everyone being close to a home fixture, it's always quite easy for everyone to come.
Have you been to Scarborough before?
No, I don't think I have.
Well, you might endure it. Who knows? anything could still happen. The players are going to take a drink because we're at the halfway stage of this match, or of this innings. 25 overs gone, and the Vipers are 118 for 2. They are chasing 257 runs for victory. And if they do manage to win this game, we're probably 90% certain that they will find themselves in the final of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy automatically a week today up at Northampton. Elsewhere, the game taking place between the Lightning and the Central Sparks. That has an impact on where the Vipers and where the Diamonds end up. The Central Sparks have lost their first wicket. It is that of Marie Kelly as well. So they're 141 for 1, requiring 180 runs to win the game from just under 24 overs. But they would realistically need to do that in, we think, maybe around 20, 15 overs, something like that. So a big old ask for them to get that extra bonus point and to improve their run rate enough that they leapfrog both of these sides, and these sides end up meeting each other again, either at Scarborough or elsewhere in the eliminator on Tuesday. But we shall see. Anything could happen. The players are taking a drink. The batters are there just sort of redoing their pads. Georgia Elvis just sort of sorting out her thigh pad and whatnot. I can see Emily Windsor just in front of us below the home changing room, just doing a few shadow shots on the boundary as there's a few chairs displayed just by the boundary rope for the substitute fielders, for the new batters, etc., etc. Bit of space for them as everyone sort of gathers their thoughts a little bit then. So what is that conversation that's taking place now between the two Georges? If you had to guess, what's the conversation now looking at this? 139 needed from 25 overs.
I think it's just keep doing what they've been doing so far, which has just been rotating the strike well, hitting the bad ball away when it's there, and just keep going at this rate for a bit longer and create even more of a base for then the next few batters to come in and score quite freely, hopefully.
And for the Diamonds, what do they need to try and do to try and stick? Well, not that the runs are flowing, you know, we haven't seen a sort of consecutive boundaries or anything like that, but what do they need to do now to try and wrestle a little bit more momentum back?
Well, they'll need that wicket, that crucial breakthrough between these two Georges, hopefully coming soon. 'Cause once they're both in, they seem to both be in, it'll be hard to stop those runs. So ideally they'd be looking to apply a bit more pressure now, try and take that wicket.
Going to see a change in bowling from this end. Beth Langston returning, changing ends. She's running away from us. 5 overs, 0 for 15. And she bowls, and that's pushed into the offside. They'll come through for a quick single shy at the stumps at the striker's end, but it misses. And they get home safely. One more to the total, 119 for 2. Georgia Adams now at the striker's end on 43. Georgia Ellis on 24.
I think at this point, Diamonds were 91 for 3, so there's a clearly Vipers are on top at this point, but obviously with Diamonds then kicked on after this, didn't they?
Here's Langston again over the wicket, bowls, and that's Yorker length to Georgia Adams. She pushes it up to mid-on. There's no run. You've got your comparisons written down.
We like comparisons.
Love a comparison. No, who doesn't? Excellent idea. So they were 91 for 3.
3 at 25 overs, yeah.
Do you use them a lot in the changing room?
Something we use in Vipers when reviewing matches, seeing who won which little set of overs kind of thing.
Langston again over the wicket. And that's pushed into the offside and no run. So how do you normally divide it up? Is it sort of by 10 overs? Is it sort of like those little battles, or is it more broad?
I think it's a little bit more broad. Obviously it's the first power play, middle overs, and then the last few overs, last 10 I reckon. So I kind of split up into 3. But it's definitely just one which is fun to look at, see who came out on top.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's Langston again, bowls. A little bit of inward movement maybe to Georgia Adams. She gets an inside edge and it sort of squirts into the onside and there's no run. So is there one that sort of each side has their strengths and whatnot? So if the Vipers look at their sort of power play middle overs end, is there one that is a particular strength, or is there one that a particular target, without giving away all your game plans, is the one that is sort of particularly targeted with the bat?
It varies throughout the formats, but I think for 50 overs...
That's full, wraps Georgia Adams on the pads, but she got an inside edge and they'll come through for a quick single. There's a shy at the non-striker's end, and it's come off the boot of the fielder, Beth Langston, and it's squirted into the onside, and they're coming through for another single as such, so ended up adding 2 to the total there, 121 for 2. Sorry, you were saying?
Very eventful ball, that.
Sorry?
Very eventful ball.
All sorts
that.
happening, wasn't there? Foot involved and a shy at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, for 50 overs, I don't think there's a particular area that they focus on. It's just a general, nice to see the comparison kind of thing.
And I suppose the thinking is, doesn't matter how you get them or where you get them in the innings, just as long as you do get them somewhere, I suppose. As that's full again, Yorker length dug out by Georgia Adams into the offside. They'll come through for another single, and this time the fielder thinks better of throwing the stumps down to Sturkallis at point. And it's the end of the over. 26 overs gone, 123 for 2. So more bits and bobs being brought onto the field as we just see the shadows just beginning to lengthen, mainly from the pavilion, the Rob Brownsgrove pavilion, straight ahead of us, just starting to come over those chairs that we can see by the side of the pitch that some of the Vipers water carriers and new batters are sitting and waiting on. They're just bathed in shade a little bit now as we are fully bathed. I'd say we're fully sunnied up now here in the hotel gantry. It is warm up here, and Holly Armitage begins a new over, and that's a full toss. Georgia Adams took a step towards that as well and whacked it into the leg side, straight to the fielder though, along the ground. And they'll come through for a single, and the return throw goes over Beth Heath's head. It's backed up by the fielder. You would have had a word there. You would have had a. Is there just a look? Is there just a look?
Quite possibly, yes. It is interesting though. You never noticed it with the Vipers because all their throws were quite accurate into the keeper. But now you realise just how good their throws was comparing them to this. So.
Yeah, Beth Heath has been kept busy. This is pushed into the offside and will come through for a single. I used to. It's a 50 partnership as well, actually, between Georgia Adams and Georgia Elvis. 50 from 50 balls exactly between those two. So putting on a good stand this for the Vipers. As Holly Armitage is in once more. Just a little hop, skip and a jump over the wicket with her leg spin, and that's squirted into the offside. They'll come through for a quick single, shy at the non-striker's end, and if it had hit, I think that would have been Georgia Adams gone. As it is, they think about coming through for an overthrow. Georgia Adams dived at the non-striker's end. Probably a little bit too little too late anyway, but the ball missed the stumps, went through, misfielded at the backup, and then Georgia Adams tried to get up and come back for an overthrow, but they didn't make it. After all, that's 1 to the total, and Georgia Adams has a pretty dusty top of her legs, I think, after that dive, and that's swept from Georgia Elwes, swept and past the fielder at short fine leg, and those cheers will tell you it's gone for 4. Georgia Elwes fan club below us, we've got somewhere here at the hotel. She moves on to 29, and the Vipers 129 for 2, 128 runs needed now. Yeah, I used it when I was playing. Some teams you'd play in and you'd have wicket keepers that were terrifying, and you knew, unless the ball was perfectly in, what did you call it? You call it in the window, don't you? It was Armitage's in again, and again it's swept by Georgia Elwes. This time straight to the fielder at short fine leg. They'll have to scamper through, and they do. 1 more to the total, 130 for 2. And if it was anywhere outside that window, you'd get proper daggers from the keeper. But you're not that bad then.
No, I don't think anyone would be that bad unless they were quite...
Oof, they are.
No.
Yeah. I used to be terrified, and because of that, is Armitage again bowls, and that's a full toss, hit straight to the fielder at short mid-wicket, who I think maybe gets one on the knee. I think it was... I'm just trying to see who that was. I think it was Rachael Slater in there at mid-wicket who just got one on the knee, and she sort of hobbles away a little bit gingerly as if your grandma's just gone and got some groceries or something like that, and coming back from the shops. End of the over, 27 gone. Vibes 130 for 2, needing 127 more runs for victory. Yeah, and the thing is, when you're fielding, if you tense up about anything, if you tense up about throwing, you always do it worse, don't you? You just need to let rip, and you're normally fine.
Definitely, yeah.
So you make the fielders feel a little bit more at home. If I threw one at your ankles, you're not going to sort of not speak to me for the next couple of days.
As long as it doesn't hurt. Throwing out my ankles.
You got pads on. Here's Beth Langston again to continue from this Hilton end, hotel end I should say, over the wicket, bowls, and that's pushed into the offside, and they'll come through for a single. There are other chains of hotels available. And it's 131 for 2. Georgia Adams 48 not out. Georgia Elwes, the informed Georgia Elwes, 31 from 26. Have you ever been injured by a throw that's come in?
Yes.
Find out more about that. Langston bowls, Yorker, dug out by Georgia Adams, and there's no run.
It's a very bitter memory, because
oh no,
the batter hit it out to the fielder, looked to run it, came back, but then was exactly in line with the fielder, didn't bother moving.
Oh.
Hit me on the leg. Oh. One of our strong fast bowlers threw it in, so had a nice bruise there for a few days.
Oh. At least you got a bruise to show off about it with. No, maybe not. Langston over the wicket, bowls, pushed into the offside, and they'll come through for a single. 132 for 2. Was it not even an impressive bruise or something you could sort of show off?
It's not really one you could show off when you hit it on the,
I suppose, yeah,
on
that's
the leg.
Yeah, that's true. Well, yeah, yes, I suppose. Were you hobbling?
It was sore for the next few overs. I think I got my revenge by stumping her out there. So
oh, good job.
Always a good moment.
That's what we like to hear. Here is Langston again, pushed into the offside, and there's no run. Point does the fielding. Yeah, I can imagine that as a keeper. Are you a keeper that gives much chit-chat? I bet you get asked this all the time, don't you?
If you ask any of my teammates, they say I chat a lot of rubbish.
Do you?
Yeah. It's never usually something good behind the stump side of things. I don't think it's that bad though.
Langston in once more over the wicket, and that's pushed into the offside. Again, no run fielded by Point. So hang on, what are we talking? Are we talking sort of awful sledging type?
Kind of, yeah. I try to be more like supportive of the fielding side than like talking badly about the batter, but
right.
I talk a lot, so usually gets on even my own team's nerves, to be fair.
Oh dear. Sort of more leaves than a tree type thing. Are we having that?
That cheesy though, yeah.
Okay, Langston again in, pushed into the offside, and again point does the fielding, and 3 dots to end the over, 2 from it, good one from Beth Langston, 7 overs, 0 for 21 for her, and the Vipers are 132 for 2, requiring 125 to win from the remaining 22 overs. So not cheesy sledging.
Quite cheesy.
Oh, it is quite cheesy sledging.
Yeah.
Oh dear. But you're not nasty.
No,
Never
never nasty, no. I've only had a couple of nibbles from the batsman before.
Oh, have you?
Yeah. But I never really go after batsmen that way. Something I could probably improve on to get a few more dismissals.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Maybe we could sort of reduce the cheesiness and, whilst of course being within the spirit of the game, also, still maybe improve the slight hostility of it. I don't know.
Slightly, yeah.
See?
Definitely a balancing act because I've just started playing for the MCC, so that's all in the spirit of cricket.
Oh dear.
And that was very interesting, my first match for them.
Change of bowling. Smith to return from the pavilion end, and that's cut outside the off stump towards the fielder at deep cover, and they'll come through for a single, and that's 50 for the Vipers captain Georgia Adams. 50 from 80 balls with 3 fours, strike rate just over 60, and as you can hear, a generous wrapper of applause from the Ageas bowl. Going to do a quick update shortly for listeners across the south coast on BBC Radio Solent. Here is Smith once more into us now. Some miss outside the off stump, and there is no run. 133 for 2 as the sunshine continues to come down here at the Ageas bowl. Lindsay Smith bowling left arm round the wicket, through in front of the umpire, passed and pushed into the offside, and they'll come through for a single. The score remains 133 for 2. Fielders out deep on the offside and 2 on the leg side as well, as that's pushed into the offside and fielded by Point. And there's been a quiet couple of overs this for the Vipers. I suppose they're in a good position where they can soak up a couple of overs of dot balls and just the odd single.
Yeah, it's good fielding from the Diamonds here. Just keeping a few more dot balls than there were before.
Change in the field as well. So there's a long on, and there was a long off for Georgia Elwes, but she's now come into the circle, so mid-off is up, and that's pushed into the offside. They'll have to scamper through for a quick single here, and they get through. Holly Armitage with the throw at the non-striker's end. They've done a very good job there the last couple of overs. The singles they have picked up on the offside, there's only been one fielder out. It's been deep cover, and then you've had extra cover and Point quite tight, but they've just pushed it into the gap. Here comes that update now. Southern Vipers 135 for 2. They need 123 more runs for victory. The 2 Georgias are at the crease. Georgia Elwes off the back of that 112 for the Vipers just a week ago. And Georgia Adams, the Vipers skipper, has just passed 50. She's 54 not out from 81 balls. A win for the Vipers here should see them into the final a week today up in Northampton. They need 119 to win from 21 overs. 138 for 2. Live commentary right now on the BBC Sport website and app. There is that update then for listeners on all frequencies on BBC Radio Solent across the south coast. And it's going to be... It was a 4 as well at the end of that innings that I missed out. 138 for 2. I was looking down at my piece of paper. Was it good?
Yes, it was marvellous.
Was it?
Shot through the covers floor from George Adams.
Good stuff. This is glorious, isn't it? I know I said it. I know I keep going on about it today, but just because it's the end of summer, it just feels so nice when it's a nice day. I hope whatever you're doing today, you're able to enjoy some of this sunshine and the last of the summer. In comes, it's not Langston actually bowling. It's Rachael Slater into the attack once more from this hotel end. It's a dab down towards third man. They'll come through for a single. 139 for 2. Georgia Adams has 54 and Elwes has 33. Go on then, you said that one of these batters at one point will go. Who's it going to be? Adams or Elwes?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Come on.
I think now that Adams has got her 50, she might look to push on a bit more.
You reckon?
Possibly, yes.
Slater outside the off stump wide, and I think Georgia Adams thinks she's missed out on that a little bit. Just got a toe end of the bat into the offside, and there's no run.
But you never know. Georgia Ellis has been on a good strike rate here, keeping up with the balls and the runs, so you never know.
Yeah, indeed. Past the 50 mark and go for it, maybe. Who knows? Here is Georgia Adams. She's driving nicely down the ground. Is that going to beat the fielders? They're both in the circle. It is. Partly going to beat the fielder at mid-off, sort of with a half stop. Parries it to her pal, who is Beth Langston at mid-on. Now come through for a single. 140 for 2. 117 required here at the Ageas Bowl. 256 the Diamonds were all out for earlier on in the day. They won the toss, elected to bat. And they made what we think was probably around a par score. We thought 250 was around a par score, as this is played late down towards third man. They'll come through for a single. That 256 largely thanks to Leah Dobson, 49 from 75 balls before she was run out by Ella McCacken. Also run out by Ella McCacken was Bess Heath. She made 71 from 51 deliveries. And then she was also run out before running out Ella McCacken herself in the first few overs of this innings. So that's pushed into the offside and there's no run. So there's been all going on here at the Ageas Bowl today, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's another twist in the tail yet, because we saw in the Diamonds innings, didn't we, that every time they developed a bit of a partnership, they seemed to lose a wicket. And it just has that feel about it that, as we see Slater come in, and that's chipped into the leg side by Georgia Adams, and they'll come back for a couple as fine leg fields running to her left-hand side, and that is the end of the over, is it? Yes, it is. So 30 overs gone. Vipers 143 for 2, and they need 114 to win from the remaining 20 overs. Ariana, I think you're going to take a little break. Thank you very much indeed. Vipers reserve keeper Ariana Douse, part of our commentary team today, and Phil Green will come in alongside me in just a second, so we'll hear from Ariana again in 10 overs time or so. And it's going to be Lindsay Smith then to continue from the pavilion end, and she comes now left arm round the wicket, and that's pushed into the offside, and it beats the fielder to the left hand side of extra cover, and that's going to run all the way to the boundary for 4. Nice shot, nicely timed from Georgia Elwes. The fan club below us give her a few cheers and a rapture of applause, and she moves on to 38 now. She's getting on the act. 38 from 36. Vipers 147 for 2, requiring 110 more runs for victory. Hello, Phil.
Hi, Robbie. I see what you mean about the sun coming straight in us at this time of the evening.
Warm, isn't it? Here
is.
is Smith again, straighter, and that's defended into the offside, and they'll scamper through for a quick single, and they will get it. 148 for 2. Yeah, it's pretty warm up here now. Bit of a breeze still.
I get the impression here that Diamonds aren't really sure what the best way to approach this. It's sort of, you've either got to attack and try and get wickets, or
That's quicker from
juice
Smith.
runs. And
again, that's beaten the fielder at extra cover. Again, that's going to run away to the boundary for 4. It looked like a little bit of an arm ball that from Smith, just pushed out a little bit quicker and driven from Georgia Adams, and that's the 150 up for the Vipers in the 31st over with that boundary. They are 151 as we wait for the scoreboard to tick over. They're past the 150 mark anyway. 152 for 2. In comes Smith once more. 9 from this over already from the first 3 balls. That's pushed straight back to her. Yes, sorry, Phil, you were saying.
I was just thinking that they don't seem to have exactly a plan. They're making it's far too easy for the Vipers batters. I think they're not squeezing them in the run, but they're also not really
Smith pushes
cutting
that
the
down.
boundaries off in the right area, and that's a combination of things that doesn't really work.
Single down towards long off.
I'm not sure. I mean, seeing as it's a really important game to win, there doesn't seem to be a lot of intensity from the Diamonds, if I'm honest. I don't know.
Fielder comes up now from mid-off and mid-on. They're both in the circle, and this is pushed into the offside. And again, it's a single. There's been plenty of those in the offside in the last 5-6 overs or not. Just prodded into the offside, finding that gap and coming through for a single. Good over, productive over for the Vipers. 11 from it, 154 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, got to say at this stage, it's looking fairly comfortable for the Vipers. Only 2 wickets down, and as we were saying before, you look at the Duckworth-Lewis as a guide, that's saying 125, so they're way ahead of that. And I know if a couple of wickets fall, that comes down a bit, but yeah, there doesn't seem to be a lot of pressure on these two at the minute. But I heard you say just now, Robin, you're absolutely right. In the first innings, as soon as a wicket fell, it's always harder for the batsman coming in. So the Diamonds, you know, there's still 100 to get, so they've got to be. They've still got to fancy that they can do something here.
Slater to begin a new over, running away from us, left arm over the wicket, and that's pushed into the down towards third man. They'll come through for a single. Yeah, look, I know what you mean. It's almost that kind of waiting for the batters to make a mistake type cricket, isn't it? Nor here nor there.
Yeah, that's right. It's yeah, I mean, you've got to say it's good batting as well, but they're making it look very straightforward at the moment, the two batters.
Here is Slater again. That's down the leg side. Gets something on it, does Georgia Adams, down towards fine leg and come through for a single, signalled runs.
We've seen this with Georgia Adams the last couple of years. Once she's had, like any opening batter, she's been out at the top of the innings occasionally. That happens, but once she gets in, she tends to complete the job. You know, she doesn't get out for like mid scores like 20s and that. Once she gets in, she gets the score.
Here is Slater again. That's pushed into the offside again. They'll nick a single into the covers. Yeah, and I suppose this is the sort of the situation where the two Georges say to themselves, right, the responsibility is on us now because we are in. We've made this good start. Georgia Elwes is in excellent form. Georgia Adams, we know her capabilities. It's up to them now to make this, to almost bring this home for the Vipers.
See it through, yeah, absolutely. Because
here's Slater again, down the leg side. Nothing on that from Adams, so signalled a wide.
Yeah, you don't want to be putting pressure on incoming batsmen. But you know, if a wicket fell now, for instance, there wouldn't be a lot of pressure on incoming batsmen because the required rate is so manageable. It's only really pressure on the incoming batsmen if they've got to come in and score 8 or 9 and over, and that isn't the situation right now.
Here is Slater again, bowls full outside the off stump, and that's timed nicely into the offside. Is that going to beat the fielder? Yes, it is. Trying to cut that off a deep cover, running around towards her right-hand side. She can't do, and the two batters sort of put their bats in sword style, cross them and give them a little tap. And that's 4 more to the total, 162 for 2. Adams moves on to 67 now.
I think over the last 2 years of this trophy, Georgia Adams is probably, I don't know, but I think she's probably the leading run scorer over the 2 years. She certainly was last year.
Pushed into the offside and dot ball.
I don't know how close she is to going up to the next level to England, but a lot of players get talked about and the occasional one gets tried, and she doesn't seem to be in that frame. But in terms of run scoring, she's sort of up there with the best of them.
Certainly putting herself in the frame you would have thought in the not too distant future. Pushed up to mid-off and there's no run. End of that over then, 32 gone. And the Vipers 162 for 2. They need a further 95 runs for victory. They've got 18 overs in width to do it, and they've got 8 wickets in hand as we see a few substitute fielders run onto the pitch, bringing caps and hand sanitizer and all sorts of bits and bobs.
Yeah, I mean, it's also a time. I know you don't have timeouts in this cricket, obviously, like you do in some competitions, but this is the sort of time when they can get together, and they are now in a huddle, the Diamonds, and reset their thinking maybe, or come up with something different. But they need an input from somebody, I think, at this stage.
Just to bring you up to date with that game involving the Central Sparks, we think they're pretty much out of the equation now, and I think this will back that up. 180 for 2 in the 34th over, so they still need 140 more runs for victory from a little under 17 overs. So in reality, that would be around 6-7 overs they'd need to get all of those runs, I think, to win that game. So pretty sure now, I think we can say that the winner of this game will go into the final at Northampton a week today. So Vipers definitely, you'd say, in prime position, but like you said, if you know, a couple of wickets do fall, and there's a few overs of dot balls, then that rate just gets a little bit closer to 6, and then, you know, and then they maybe pick up another wicket or something like that, then things can change, and you're dead right. 95 runs is still a lot of runs.
Yeah, and you're then a couple of wickets and you're getting into the...
Phoebe Graham over the wicket, bowls, and that's down the leg side, something on it from Georgia Elwes off her hip, and it'll be cut off by the fine leg fielder, and they'll settle for a single.
Yeah, they bat deep, obviously, but you're getting through to the players that haven't batted that much recently. So, as I mentioned earlier, the likes of Emily Windsor and Paige Schofield and Carla Rudd, they haven't batted a lot in this competition or any sort of cricket recently, so it'd be difficult for them.
A lot of responsibility on these two Georges, as that's cut into the offside and fielded well by Point, and there is no run.
But they're handling that responsibility very well at the moment, you'd have to say.
Certainly are, and yeah, I think if you could pick two batters to settle the nerves for the Vipers dressing room, it would be Georgia Adams and Georgia Elwes, especially after the week that Georgia Elwes has had 112 in that game versus the Sunrisers. Short pulled and straight to mid-wicket. Well then.
That is the wicket that they needed.
There is the wicket, yes, short. And maybe, I think Georgia Adams was just a fraction early on that, maybe stuck in the pitch a little bit, and it just... She tried to pull it, ended up ballooning to that fielder who was quite close on the onside at mid-wicket, and you can see some real relief there for the Diamonds. Lindsay Smith with the catch as they all come and high-five and get in their handle, and Georgia Adams makes her way pretty slowly off the pitch. She's played well, 67 from 94 deliveries, but it's a slow walk back for her now. We were just saying the responsibility that was on her shoulders. She certainly got the Vipers into a good position, but it's the third wicket down, 163 for 3, and an end is open.
Yeah, she almost got it over the fielder because she's quite a short fielder, Lindsay Smith. She took it sort of jumping above her head, but she took it quite comfortably in the end. Yeah, it was a wicket out of nothing, really. It wasn't a great wicket-taking... Well, any ball that takes a wicket is a good wicket-taking ball, but it wasn't a great delivery, but it's done the job for Diamonds, and now we are into the batters that, shall we say, haven't batted so often lately. You've got Gabby Lewis coming in now. He's only joined the Vipers in the last couple of weeks. Called in, I think, as a replacement for Maya Boucher and Charlie Dean when they got called up to the England setup. So, yeah, she's got a bit of time. I mean, that's the good thing. She isn't under pressure to score quickly at the moment, but she certainly needs to get herself in here.
Yeah, here she is, facing up to Phoebe Graham, and some fielders have come in now. There's just 3 back, third man, fine leg, and a deep backward square leg as Gabby Lewis is forward and pushing that into the offside, and there is no run for the Irish international. 17 one-day internationals for Ireland, and she's got a cricketing family as well, Irish cricketing family. Her sister, Robin, fellow Irish international. Dad was the 3rd most capped Irish player of all time, David Lewis. As Graham's into her once more, and that's straighter and pushed into the onside. A little bit more energy, a little bit more noise from that Diamonds fielders now. And her grandfather, William Lewis, also played for Ireland. 5 first-class appearances for Ireland for her grandfather. So
that is a good family tree, isn't it?
It is a good tree.
One of the 2 well-known cricketing families in Ireland, you've got the Joyce family as well, where Ed Joyce played for England as well as Ireland for a bit, and then his 2 sisters I think have recently retired but played for Ireland for years. The Joyce sisters, that's another cricketing dynasty over there.
End of the over then, as that's pushed into the offside. A wicket taking over for Phoebe Graham. She's been good today, 7 overs, 2 for 26 she has. And the Vipers are 163 for 3, requiring 94 to win from 17 overs. But the wicket of Georgia Adams, vital wicket of Georgia Adams in that over.
I think Gabby Lewis played in the Women's Big Bash as well. So she's got a bit of international experience.
Just to bring you up to date with the other semi-final that's taking place in Vitality Blast Finals Day. Of course, Somerset beating Hampshire Hawks by a couple of wickets earlier on in the day. Heartbreak for Hawks fans. Kent Spitfires made 168 from their 20 overs against Sussex, and Sussex are 10 without loss in the second over. And that's pushed into the offside. New over from Slater, and Georgia Elwes stays on strike. No run there. You can just hear, you can just tell, sense just a little bit of that there is an open end.
They're a bit louder now, aren't they? You can hear the fielders, which you couldn't do 5 overs ago.
Here is Slater once more, left arm over the wicket bowls, and that's down the leg side, and Georgia Elwes is sweeping it fine to the fine leg fielder, and they'll come through for a single. It's 164 for 3, and Georgia Elwes moves on to 44 as a helicopter swoops somewhere. I can't see it. I think it must be coming behind us or something like that. Oh no, it is. It's coming straight towards us.
Oh yeah.
Straight over the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand. There you go. Listen to that. A helicopter straight over the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand towards us, and straight over the hotel as that's played late down towards third man. And I'll come through for a single. That was exciting, wasn't it? I couldn't see it then, and I suddenly saw you could see it in the brightness, wasn't it?
As you say, coming straight at us, but at a reasonable height. We were never in danger, but it was coming straight at us.
Well, wasn't that exciting? It wasn't quite the red arrows, but it wasn't bad. Here we are once more with Slater, and that's timed nicely, really nicely, from Georgia Elwes out to the fielder at deep cover, and they'll come through for a single. Bit of responsibility on the shoulders of Georgia Elwes now.
Yeah, I mean, I've sort of stated the obvious, but the worst thing that could happen for Vipers is her to go now and have 2 new batters in, having to rebuild. But you sort of feel while Elwes is there that they're in control, but I might be speaking too soon there.
Now that's played fine, really fine. That's going to go all the way down towards the boundary. Yes, it is, for Gabby Lewis. And the umpire signals runs, so that must have come off something. It was down the leg side, just a little tickle past Bess Heath, who is up to the stumps down towards the fine leg boundary. And Gabby Lewis opens her boundary account. 5 from 5 balls. Vipers 170 for 3, 87 required. As here is Slater once more. Final ball of her 9th over, 0 for 38, as that's outside the off stump, driven with a thick edge down towards third man for Gabby Lewis, and they'll come through for a single. And again, the throw is wayward and over the head of Bess Heath. And the scoreboard signals that that's the end of the over, and yes, that is the end of the over. So 34 gone. Vipers 171 for 3. Gabby Lewis has 6. Georgia Elwes has 45. They need 86 more runs from the final 16 overs at just a fraction under 5.5 an over.
You know what we were saying about Diamonds maybe not having a plan? You've got to bear in mind there's no criticism at all of the on-field captain, but their normal captain is Lauren Winfield-Hill, who's obviously away with England, and then when she hasn't played, Jenny Gunn, who's a very experienced cricketer, has captained the side. So it's quite hard for Holly Armitage to step up as captain to replace those two. I'm sure she's captained teams before, but it's difficult to move up to this sort of level.
This is pushed into the offside, beats the fielders. Fielder at point on her left-hand side, and they'll come through for a couple, fielded by third man. Yeah, certainly seems to... I mean, Holly Armitage was captain a couple of weeks back, but you're right, she had Lauren Winfield-Hill and Jenny Gunn in her side, who really showed their experience actually on Charlotte Edwards Cup finals day. I'm surprised that we haven't... I'm half surprised we haven't seen a slip in play for the new batter, Gabby Lewis, as she's facing up now, pulling that off the back foot, again down towards third man, running around to her right-hand side, and she does well, dives and flicks it infield as her cap comes off and throws left arm to Bess Heath, and the left arm throw will tell me that that is Rachael Slater down to our right-hand side. She picks up her cap now and makes her way back to her mark. The score moves on to 175 for 3. Gabby Lewis has 10. Came to the crease after Georgia Adams was caught by Lindsay Smith off the bowling of Phoebe Graham for 67, and thick inside edge into the onside, and you just hear a few more shouts from the Diamonds fielders. No run. You can just hear a few more aircraft above us now. To our right-hand side, to the sort of west side of this ground, is now bathed in I keep saying bathed in shade. That's not really a phrase. It's bathed in sunshine. This is driven nicely up towards mid-off. They'll come through for a quick single shy at the non-striker's end. I think she was home anyway. It's one more to the total, 177 for 3. Yeah, you don't say bathed in shade.
I think we could do now. I think
Can you say
that's.
bathed in shade?
Well, I've never heard it, but
You're bathed in sunshine, though,
yeah,
because you don't
but,
bathe in shade.
I think you might have created a new expression there, Robbie, and that works. I think.
Maybe sort of, I don't know, folded in shade. I don't know. Graham running towards us, bowls, and that's chipped in the onside up towards the fielder at mid-on. They'll scamper through for a quick single, and the throw hits the stumps at the non-striker's end. And I think Gabby Lewis there was a little bit casual with her running. She'd made it, but maybe just a fraction casual with her running. And Phoebe Graham asking umpire McClelland whether or not that was close or not. Nothing given. Single more to the total, 177 for 3. That just looked a little bit casual from Gabby Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was an easy enough single, but as you say, they made it a bit harder than it needed to be.
Apologies, it was Georgia Elwes. Yeah. Gabby Lewis is on strike now and she's playing that late down towards third man, who won't cut it off, running around to her left-hand side. It was nicely played, intentional I think from Gabby Lewis, just opened the face on that, down towards third man, and it's a good end to the over. Ends up being a good over that for the Vipers. 10 from it. They're 181 for 3, 76 more required.
You sort of feel that Diamonds had to build on getting that wicket of Georgia Adams and get another one straight away, and the new batter's come in, Gabby Lewis, and has got a start now. She's got 15 off 11. She's looking quite solid, and so the momentum has almost immediately switched back.
Yeah, it has just let Gabby Lewis get away quite easily with without having to worry too much. 15 from 11, and it's prompted another change in bowling. Holly Armitage not afraid to change her bowlers around. It's going to be Beth Langston, yeah, to have a bowl from the hotel end. 4 fielders out, deep cover, third man, fine leg and a deep square leg as well. She's running away from us now, over the wicket, bowling to Elwes, and that's full, driven into the offside, and they'll scamper through for a quick single, which they'll get without any dramas at all. 182 for 3, 75 required. Yeah, that partnership between Georgia Adams and Georgia Elwes just looks increasingly valuable to just getting the Vipers off to that sort of start for the first 25 overs that they really needed to put them in control of this game and put the pressure on the Diamonds. Pushed up to extra cover and there's no run. Stand of 89 that was.
I think the Diamonds will increasingly be disappointed with the last 5 overs of their innings, where it looked like going to get to about 280 and it rather fell away to 256, and that could be very crucial in the final count here.
Here is Langston once more, over the wicket. Bowls, and it's driven in the offside. All fielders are up in front of square this time, so prevent the single. 182 for 3. Score remains. Beautiful evening here at the Ageas Bowl, as it has been all day. It started as a beautiful morning. It's been a lovely day watching the sun. Been very lucky to be here at the Ageas Bowl. That beats the batter Lewis outside the off stump. Bessie's appealing for a catch behind. The fielders like it, but the umpire, Ian Ramage, does not. And I think he's just signalled there that he thinks that Gabby Lewis hit the ground. So there obviously was a noise. The fielders thought that it was bat, but I think the umpire, most importantly, thinks that it was Gabby Lewis's bat hitting the ground.
They seem very confident about that, didn't they? The keepers run well past the stumps towards the umpire. Yeah, they were very confident. Hard to tell from here, but as you say, Robbie, the umpire sort of signalled why he didn't think it was out.
Here is Langston once more. She'll give it another go and pushes it into the offside as Gabby Lewis, and there is no run. A few dots here. They could really do with just a couple of overs that go for 1 or 2, and then just sort of an expansive shot from the Vipers that pick them up a wicket.
Yeah,
really go with
that. Got to switch the pressure.
I think of all the wickets I was expecting to see, caught behind definitely isn't particularly high on my list at the moment, but
Hasn't been the way of the day, has it?
it hasn't, no. That's a full dugout Yorker length from Langston, and there is no run, so that is a good over. 36 gone, 1 from that over. Langston has bowled 8 overs, 0 for 22.
Yeah,
And
she's bowled
14
well.
remaining.
She had one in her first spell. But yeah, as you say, Robbie, caught behind hasn't seemed like an obvious wicket. There hasn't been many played and miss. There's been a lot of balls not really timed, which suggests the wicket's not coming on that well. There's been a lot of dot balls played to the fielder's extra cover mid-wicket, but there hasn't been a lot of playing and missing. That was quite a rare occurrence, that.
Yep. So change in bowling again. Phoebe Graham out of the attack. Colleen Armitage continuing to change her bowlers here and there. We're going to see spin to continue from the pavilion end over the wicket now. Is Smith, and that's pushed into the offside. There's no run. You can just see to our left-hand side, over the Telegraph Woods and the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand, we can hardly see any clouds, but I can see just almost, if I were to hold a cricket ball up, it would be about the size of that, just ball of cloud. It's very strange. That's an appeal for a catch behind again. No, nothing, says the umpire at the pavilion end. Can you see that? It's just a
Yeah.
literally just a ball of cloud, but it's very, very small, but it looks very intense.
Yeah, it could be like a hot air balloon, couldn't it? Flying over there, but yeah.
It's very
Well,
interesting.
rather
actually.
big hot air balloon, to be fair.
It almost looks like it could produce. It looks so intense that it could produce rain, as this is
Yeah.
pushed into the offside. And
A
there's no
little
run.
shower, yeah.
But
Perhaps it is over the. Where would that be? Hedge End sort of way, a bit further out.
Southampton. Yeah, I suppose Hedge End, Southampton. It would be. It would be about a 3-minute shower by the looks of things. So that's pushed into the offside. Beats the fielder at extra cover. That's going to run away to the boundary. Yep, the fielder down out of deep cover can't cut it off, running around to her right-hand side. So 4 more to the total. Gabby Lewis has got off to a good start here. She's 19 not out from a runner ball. Georgia Ellis at the other end on 48. 187 for 3. 70 more required.
So they've had a big shout for caught behind at either end now in the last 2 overs. So they look pretty convinced about that one as well just now. Off Lindsay Smith.
Lewis is still there. At that time she's driving again, but this time finds the fielder extra cover and there's no run.
These umpires may not be top of their Christmas card list, the Yorkshire Diamonds. But I'm sure, obviously, that both decisions are absolutely correct. I'm not disputing the umpire's call. Never think to do that.
Well, the umpires would never get it wrong.
Never.
Here is Smith once more, bowling straight, and the bottom hand comes off the bat for Gabby Lewis. She sort of squirts it out into the offside, and they come through for a single. End of that over. 37 overs gone. 6 from it, and the Vipers are 188 for 3. They need 69 more from 13 overs. That run rate just at 5.3 now. Currently going at 5.1 run than over, so nothing to worry them.
You'd have to say it's Vipers' game to lose from here, isn't it? They've got to do something drastically wrong to not get over the line and book their place at Northampton.
Yeah, I mean, dare I say it, as I know we're on, or I think we are anyway, we're still on BBC Radio Solent online, but it did look like Hampshire Hawks were going to quite comfortably beat Somerset in the end in the first semi-final of the day at finals day. So strange things happen in cricket, and they already have done for our
they absolutely do,
sides on the south coast here today. So who knows what's going to happen. Holly Armitage is going to bowl from the Hilton end or the hotel end. We know that's going to happen. The Diamonds captain, she's going to bowl over the wicket with her leg spin to Gabby Lewis, who's on the back foot and misses that, trying to cut it into the offside. There's a fielder at deep cover, deep square leg and deep mid-wicket, so just the 3 fielders out. She's got mid-on and mid-off up, so saying to Gabby Lewis, if you want to try and come down the pitch and go over the top, then good luck doing that. She bowls this flatter and shorter, and it's tucked into the onside, but finds the fielder at short mid-wicket. No run.
I think without Jenny Gunn and Katie Levitt, they are a bit light in their bowling. I don't think Holly Armitage bowls too much normally. She's probably like the 7th bowler or something normally, but she's having to bowl quite a bit here.
This is prodded into the offside and there is no run. 0 for 22 from 3.5 overs for Holly Armitage.
It's like they've got to make up 10 overs from a combination of bowlers here rather than a frontline bowler.
Here she is once more over the wicket. That's flighted a bit
That's
more
bad
and
ball.
cut straight to the fielder at point. So 4 dots here. Good over so far from Holly Armitage, and as you often hear if you listen to a lot of cricket commentary or watch a lot of cricket, last couple of balls of a spinner's over are always so important to try and stop those boundaries, and she stopped it there. As forward in defence is Gabby Lewis, and there's no run, and straight away she sends back mid-off as well to the boundary for the final delivery of the over.
Particularly for an occasional leg spinner, I think it's difficult to bowl 6 good balls because they're just not, well, they're not used to doing it, really.
Here she is then, final ball of the over, and that's tossed up, that's fuller, and it's a bit of a leading edge from Gabby Lewis out towards the fielder at long off, so they'll come through for a single. Good over that from the Diamonds captain. She won't have given up, that is for sure. 4 overs she's bowled for 23, with that over just going for 1 run. 189 for 3, 68 more runs required for the Vipers to see them pretty sure in the final of this competition a week today. You can just hear already that it's a little bit quieter out in the middle as well, can't you, from the Diamonds? Just not quite as chipper as they were 5 or 6 overs ago. They picked up that wicket.
Around that time when they got George Adams out, you could hear the difference, but as you say, it's gone back to how it was before now. It's almost like they're sort of accepting where they are and planning their game on Wednesday.
Smith to continue them. Left arm round the wicket, she bowls, that's full and straight and pushed up to extra cover, who misfields. That shouldn't have been a single. That won't help the mood of the Northern Diamonds. Definitely can't afford to give away any cheap runs here. They come through for a single and it's 190 for 3.
It's an interesting little field change there for Gabby Lewis. So they had 2 fielders in quite an unusual position on the offside, so they are still thinking of different plans.
Here's Smith again into Elwes this time. Been starved of the strike recently, and she pushes that into the offside, and there's no run. She's still there on 48 from now 48 deliveries, but she hasn't faced much of the last couple of overs. Gabby Lewis has faced 28 balls in pretty quick succession, actually. Here is Smith again. That's fuller, flatter and quicker, and that's pushed out to the fielder, who is now a deep extra cover. And they'll come through for a single. 66 required. And more running about and changes of field for different batters now, so deep cover.
Those 2 people close together again on the offside.
Here is Smith again. She's bowling that full, quick and straight, and she's annoyed with herself. I think that didn't quite get through the defences of Georgia Elwes. She was trying to swap that in the onside, but there's no run. Yeah, you are right. They're interesting 2 extra covers there. Maybe just for the one that stops in the surface.
Yeah, they had it earlier for when George Adams was facing.
She gets a thick outside edge on this one, running down towards third man. There isn't a third man, so point will give pursuit, and they'll come back for a couple, and Gabby Lewis moves on to 24, 193 for 3.
Yeah, it must be something they talked about before, because they've had the same field for George Adams for a while. But it's quite unusual, 2 fielders that close together.
Just wonder if they think that this pitch is a little bit too paced, maybe, with that fielder short on the onside, as well as this is pushed up to long off, and they come through for a single. Georgia Elwes back on to strike, 49 and a run a ball, and that's the end of the over. No, so she won't be on strike, so 39 gone, 11 overs remaining, and it's 63 runs required for victory for the Vipers. They're 194 for 3. To bring you up to date with that other game taking place, the Central Sparks are 227 for 4 in the 39th over, so they need another 90 runs to win from 11 overs. They might do that, but that's not going to bring them that bonus point or the net run rate gain that they would have needed to leapfrog both of these sides. So we can, again, I mean, we've been saying it pretty safely actually for probably about 2/3 of this game so far, but it looks ever likely that the winner of this game will go straight into that final.
Yep, and Central Sparks are guaranteed a place in the semi-final, the playoff game, of course.
Now, upish goes Gabby Lewis over the fielder. Both fielders are up mid-off and mid-on, and the ball plugs straight over the head of Phoebe Graham, and they'll just come back for a couple. That was a lovely looking shot, upish and over mid-off, but it's just a nice little 9-iron, really. Just plugged a little bit of backspin and around 10 yards inside the rope.
Wish I could get a 9-iron to do that.
I could barely get a driver to hit the ball that far. Here is Gabby Lewis pushing that into the offside, and there's no run, fielded by extra cover. I would love to hit a golf ball off this gantry. It'd be an amazing feeling, wouldn't it? Here is Holly Armitage again with her leg spin, and it's pushed into the offside, and there is no run. Either the top of this gantry or hit a golf ball off the top of that, the Rob Brownsgrove Pavilion.
Yeah. Probably do it on a non-match day though.
Yes, yeah, maybe. That would be a bit of a fright, wouldn't it, for everyone? Here is Armitage again. That's Lupia pushed into the offside. They'll come through for a quick single. Throw at the non-striker's end is straight into the hands of Holly Armitage, and I don't think she wanted that particularly. It signalled a no ball as well by umpire Ramage, but the throw was on the full from the point fielder, and it was straight towards Holly Armitage's midriff, I think, and she just sort of took it and rolled with it and looked up and sort of said, "All right, well, cheers." It's a no ball.
Free hit.
I presume this is a free hit.
I didn't see him signal a free hit.
Didn't see the casual free hit signal. That's cut away and there's no run, so...
She didn't play it as if it was a free hit, so...
No.
Yeah, talking about the golf balls potentially coming on the pitch, I don't know if you ever played over there, Robbie, when you were in the academy on the nursery ground, when the old golf course, before it changed design, and the ball used to come over quite regularly.
Again, bowls, and that's prodded into the onside. They'll come through for a quick single, and that'll be 50. As you can hear, there's a few fans pretty happy about that below us. The Georgia Airways fan club, 50 for Georgia Airways from 51 deliveries with 4-4. She's continuing her fine form where she left off 112 earlier on in the week against the Sunrisers to get the Vipers into a position where they're pretty much, well, they are guaranteed a spot in the qualification knockout of this tournament. She moves on to 50 from 51 balls. 10 overs remaining then. The Vipers 198 for 3. They need another 59 runs for victory. A few words from you, Phil, and then I will hand over once more to Ariana Dowse.
Yeah, thanks, Robbie. That's a really good innings from Georgia Airways. She's looked in total control since she came to the crease, to be honest. And it's just such a good feeling when you're in that sort of form that you think you can basically walk out and just carry on batting. And she's pretty well done everything right since the first ball. That was the first ball of that over was pulled away by Georgia Airways for another one to mid-wicket from Lindsay Smith, still bowling at the pavilion end. She's gone for a few runs today. There's Lindsay Smith. It's a dot ball there though, so that's just played to backward point by Gabby Lewis. Have you seen much of Gabby Lewis, Harry?
No, I haven't. I know she played for the Brave with most of the Vipers team, to be fair.
A couple of matches at the end. Yeah. And I think she's played in the Big Bash as well.
You know, I do know that Lauren Bell presented her with her cap, so...
Okay.
Fellow teammate from the Brave, which was nice.
That's just played back to Lindsay Smith again. Tidier over this time from the left arm spinner, but 1 off 4 balls so far. She's in again round the wicket. And another dot ball as Lewis drives it back at her. She fields off her own bowling. So this over could put a little bit of pressure back. There's only 1 off 5 balls so far. But you still feel that Vipers have got a couple of overs in hand where they can afford a couple of overs like this, I think. Smith in again, and Lewis does get this one away, and there'll be runs here. She's got it backward point, and there's going to be 2. Could even be 3. Yes, there's going to be 3. I don't know. Can't see down below. Is there a relay piece of fielding or something?
No, I think the fielder just dived for it, pushed it back over.
It looked like it was going to be 2, but then they set off for a 3rd, and they got home. So, yeah, 3 off that ended the over well for Vipers, 4 off it in the end, and it's 200 up for the Vipers, the end of the 41st over. So have to say, still looking very comfortable. Certainly why Elvis is there, who's batted very well. Now she's found a capable partner in Gabby Lewis as well, who's got 31 off 41. Sorry, off 40.
Need better sunglasses there, Phil.
Sorry?
Need more sunglasses there
Yeah,
to see the scoreboard.
Absolutely, yeah. My eyesight's not great, that's why I'm an umpire. Holly Armitage now bowling, and that's played off the back foot very comfortably again by Gabby Lewis out to that sweeper on the offside. Singles almost at will now, and Diamonds aren't going to win the game by going at 1 a ball, so they need to do something. Armitage in the game. Sweep now by Elvis, and she's got that. I think she's got most of that, and that's going to run away. That's another boundary. Runs coming quickly again now after that short lull. 4 more to Elvis.
Yeah, top scoop from her. Just used the pace of the Ageas outfield, and they just went for 4. No fielder there either, so...
No, it was the right shot and the right execution. You don't see the sweep shot quite as much as you do in the men's game, do you?
No,
We certainly haven't today anyway.
not as much pace on the ball. Doesn't
No,
usually
it's true.
run.
That one she's got through the offside. I think that's going to be the same result. No, it's just going to be pulled back, is it? No, it's not. I think it should have been, to be fair, but it's another 4 to Elvis, and the finishing line is coming ever closer here for the Vipers, and they can be getting their sat-nav set for Northampton, I think.
Don't jinx them now then, Phil.
Sorry?
Don't jinx them now then.
We were saying that I think the body language hasn't been great from the Diamonds recently, but I think a few overs back when they had successive caught behind appeals, which they seemed really confident about, neither were given, and their heads seemed to drop a lot then. It was almost a resigned look from then on.
Yeah, I feel like they really wanted one of them to be given, and really needed one of them to be given just to get that.
Short from Armitage, and Elvis again totally in control there, working into the leg side for another single. Score up to 212 now. Elvis up to 60 or 56 balls. Terrific innings from her to carry on with form from last week. Armitage again. Lewis defends that better ball. Finishes the over with a dot, but it's still conceded 10 off it, so hard to see where Diamonds are going to pull this game back, but obviously they'll keep trying till the end.
Just need one of their bowlers to have a standout performance right now, but...
Yeah. I was saying to Robbie as well, and we were on commentary at the time, Harry, that they're going to regret the last 5 overs of their batting innings, aren't they? When, you know, they should have got to 280 really from where they were. And you know, you could say that from here Vipers would get 280 anyway, but it would have been a lot different pressure batting and chasing those extra runs. Phoebe Graham now back from the pavilion end, as you may have heard on the tannoy.
Yeah, the Diamonds needed to just rotate the strike and get the in-batter on strike, but
Yeah.
they all went for the big shot, and unfortunately
Yeah,
Vipers were accurate with their bowling.
It was strange tactics the last few overs. So Phoebe Graham in. And Elvis again just looking very comfortable now, just runs it down to third man, jogs through for the single. No great rush now, they need to. And that's a 50-run partnership between these two. Gabby Lewis doesn't seem to have been in long, but they put on 50 from, I didn't see how many balls that was, but 50, very quick 50 partnership. Lewis now on strike, Phoebe Graham in again. She's gone to pull that, and it's kept a little bit low. And there's the appeal for LBW, but I don't think it kept low enough. She got hit somewhere above the line of the knee roll, I think.
There hasn't been too many LBWs this game, has there? They've all been...
No, have there been any actually given?
Yeah, actually,
I don't remember any. I haven't got the score sheet in front of me. I'm not that good. I don't remember, no. Oh, I think Dot played up to mid-on by Lewis. Yeah, there was one in the first innings, I think. I can't remember who it was now. I'm pretty sure there was one.
A couple of dots here from the Vipers now. Just need to keep rotating that strike.
Yeah, as I said just now, they can almost afford one low-scoring over now, can't they? They've got overs in hand, so even a maiden now wouldn't kill them. Not that this can be a maiden because it's one off it already. Phoebe Graham bowls, and that's pulled by Lewis, and finds the gap, but it's fielded on the boundary, collected, but they can come back for 2 because it was placed so well. So it's 2 more to Lewis, who's up to 34. And proving a very good late addition to the Vipers ranks, as was Charlotte Taylor this time last year, a late addition who proved a more than valuable asset. Phoebe Graham in again, and it's tucked away from Lewis by Lewis, and they decide against 2 this time. Just take the single. Again, 4 off this over, off 5 balls. That's easily enough for the Vipers. Just 41 needed now. And that's a good ball from Phoebe Graham. Elvis very watchful and just played it out on the leg side. It's good full delivery. So that's a better over for Diamonds. 4 off that one. Vipers now 216 for 3 from 43. We require another 41 off 7 overs. Sounds harder than it seems, that equation, doesn't it, Harry? You know, we were saying how comfortable it is, or I have anyway, and all of a sudden they still need to run a ball pretty well. But you'd expect with 7 wickets in hand that a run a ball is easily workable, easily gettable.
Definitely. A run of ball shouldn't be too much pressure for these 2 experienced batsmen.
No.
So hopefully they both stay and see it through.
Yeah, you don't want to be the batsman waiting to come in this situation, do you? Although it does seem to be a sort of Emily Windsor situation, and that she comes in with about 20 needed or something like that quite often. She's very good at getting teams over the line. She's done it throughout her career, to be honest. She's a very good judge of batting second, but she won't have to judge it for too long here if she does get in. I'm not even sure she's next, is she? Is she back above
Pretty
Page?
sure she is, but they might have changed the order with the current situation.
Holly Armitage in again now. Down the wicket there. And in the air, is that going to be out? No, she misjudged the catch, to be honest. Gabby Lewis there hit it over mid-off running back, seemed to lose it. I don't know, she could well be looking into the sun, looking at where the angle is, but she never actually got a hand on it in the end.
Never looked comfortable under it either.
No, she didn't look like she was going to catch it, to be honest. The bowler, who's also the captain, wasn't best pleased, I can tell you that. Next one down the wicket again, but just pushed to extra cover. Now Holly Armitage was, shall we say, disappointed at that effort from mid-off.
That could have been a big wicket for the...
Yeah, that would have been. That would have just kept it interesting, I think. So anyway, bowling now to Gabby Lewis again. Armitage down the wicket again, but doesn't time that at all. But again, it's misfielded. The captain won't be pleased at that. That should have been a dot ball, but it's got through Lindsay Smith at mid-wicket and gone for 1.
Thought she got away with a full toss just then.
Yeah, it was a ball that deserved to get runs taken off it, but actually completely mistimed by Lewis, but she's still got a single. Now we're back to that situation where there's a single anywhere that Elvis wants on the leg side. All the leg side fielders set back, so she can. The ball will obviously be spinning away from the bat as a leg spinner, but there's anywhere on the leg side to go. But she goes on the offside because it was wide of off stump and hits it off the back foot straight to the cover boundary fielder for another single. 62 now for Elvis. 220 for 3, the Vipers.
They don't seem to be under any pressure, the Vipers here.
No, they don't.
Just keeping up that run rate, cool as a cucumber in this very hot afternoon.
Yeah, they are batting very serenely. There's another single, as we say that. Gabby Lewis just placing it on the offside into a gap. and just jogging through really. I think they notably a bowler or two light here, the Diamonds, aren't they? There's people bowling, as I was saying earlier, don't necessarily bowl regularly, and it shows a little bit. That one's driven, full of ball, driven by Elvis. Again, just picking out the boundary fielder, but comfortable singles, they tick along. It's another 5 off that over, which is slightly below the rate, or 6 off the over, sorry. So just about on rate, but they don't want to be leaving themselves 6 to get off the last over, because that always creates a bit of pressure situation, doesn't it? Even though they've been scoring at 6 and over, you always want to aim, don't you? I don't know if you talk about this in the team, but we always aim, I think, to get the runs in 49.
Yeah, never want to leave it to the last
No,
over.
you always divide the target into 49 and win with an over to spare, or 2 overs to spare. If you go to 48, it's, you should never leave it to the last over, really, if possible. Obviously, sometimes that is unavoidable.
Comes a bit too close at that point, and then anything could happen.
Yeah, then people start batting differently, and fielders suddenly get reinvigorated, and it can be totally different. So they want to just keep this going and win it with a couple of overs to spare, ideally. So we've got Phoebe Graham, who's going to bowl her last over. She's got 2 for 40 off 9 so far, which is fairly respectable figures. She's coming in from the pavilion end, and that's a dot ball as it's played by Elvis to backward point. Callis has fielded the ball a lot today, as we were saying earlier. She's certainly been in the game, and saves the runs again there. Graham in again, fairly long run, close to the umpire, she delivers, and that's clipped through mid-wicket. That's a nice shot from Elvis. The fielder seems to be running the wrong direction for a while there, but she might not have picked it up, but it was never going to go to the boundary anyway, and they came back for a comfortable 2, but the deep square leg seemed to be running in rather than round, but I say she got there in the end. 2 more to Elvis, who goes up to 65. Phoebe Graham in the game. Oh, that's another big shout for a caught behind. I think that one's gone between bat and pad. She tried to cut it and seemed to keep it a bit low, and they've appealed again, but there didn't seem quite as much interest from the fielding side that time. I think they might just be getting to the stage where you appeal for anything at this stage.
Pray for anything at this stage.
Yeah.
Hope the umpire wants to make things interesting.
The 2 before they seemed very confident about, but that one was almost a token appeal, really, I think. Graham in again. Leg stump again, and Elvis tucked it for a single again. Quite a bit of repetition going on here.
Happens over the 50 overs, doesn't it?
Yeah. But that'll suit the Vipers if they can just keep doing this. There'll be the odd boundary ball, I'm sure, in the next 2 or 3 overs, as long as they're alert to it. But if they can tick along like this, they're going to get home and into the final. That's a pull shot. This time they have got the decision they wanted. There's a wicket there. Gabby Lewis went to pull it. Again, it kept low. And Sophie McClelland has answered in the affirmative this time. And that's the 4th Vipers wicket at 225. Gabby Lewis gone for a very well constructed 39. Important innings that. And just opens a little door for Diamonds here with a new batter coming in. And the new batter is someone that Harry and I know very well, and listeners will too, Emily Windsor from the BBC Solent commentary team, but also a Hursley Park and Hampshire player. And as I said earlier, she's good in these situations normally.
Been in enough of these situations to know what the situation
is.
Voice let out to the stadium just correcting the name that they said there for the upcoming bat. I think her name was Emily Schofield at one point.
Oh, right.
But corrected to Emily Windsor.
Well, I've got the lot of names wrong today, so I can't say anything, but I did recognise Emily Windsor walking in. The other thing she is, of course, is a really quick runner between the wickets, so she'll certainly be running. Georgia Elvis will probably need to get her spikes on here pretty quickly because she does run hard.
She does.
Graham into Emily Windsor, and that's quite a flamboyant shot for first ball, but it's gone to third man off the thickest outside edge for a single, so she's off the mark straight away and keeps the bowling. Certainly wasn't shy on her first delivery, gave it everything really.
That was Graham's last over there.
Sorry?
That was Graham's last over there, so she bowled all 10 overs bowled
Yeah,
out.
10 overs, 344 for Phoebe Graham. That's a good return from her.
Good for her getting 3 of the 4 wickets there.
Yeah.
The key bowlers.
She didn't start off very well because we were saying earlier she bowled too wide of off stump, but you know she's come out with good figures in the end. So
Yeah, come back a bit
Fair
straighter
enough.
as well with
Yeah.
her bowling action.
this is Beth Langston back now, I believe. It's probably the main strike bowler in the diamond side, the quickest of the bowlers, I'd say, and she bowled very well in her first spell, I thought. So see if she can do the business from now. It's bowling to Emily Windsor, and that's example of what I was saying earlier. Oh, well, that's almost a repetition of what happened in the first innings where the batsmen collided. Emily Windsor set off for the single to mid-on. I think she would have made it, to be honest, because I was just saying how quick she was, but she actually ran into Georgia Elwes, and the throw, it was a direct hit. Fair play to the fielding side, but I think Emily Windsor would have made it had it not been for the collision.
I don't think I've seen that twice in the game.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's two batters exactly the same. I mean, I suppose you've got to say it's unlucky, but you know you shouldn't be running into your partner, really, should you? And I don't know if one of them wasn't looking or what, but that is a shame for the Vipers and for Emily Windsor. Now we've got Paige Schofield at the crease, and it certainly makes the game a bit more interesting. We talked earlier about new batsmen, and now we have got lower order batters. They wouldn't really call Paige Schofield that. She's batted at 4 or 5 most of the time for Vipers, but certainly pressure on a new batter. And then we are sort of through to the bowlers and keeper after that. So, but they can all bat, and I'd still be quite confident if I was in the Vipers camp. So Beth Langston in now to Elwes. She's tucked that away up the leg side. She's going to look for 2. Yeah, it's played at that pace where it only just goes outside the fielding circle. But if you play that at the right pace, it's too far for the boundary fielder to come in, and they can get 2. You see that a lot in the modern game, and Elwes has done that perfectly, paced it perfectly.
It's very experienced running and
Yeah.
knowledge of how hard they hit the ball.
Yeah, she knew exactly what she was doing as she hit it. It's good cricket. Right, Langston in again. It's full, and Elwes drives, gets it through to the sweeper on the offside boundary for another single. Elwes up to 70, I think. Well, that might have gone up already, 69. Elwes on 69, and the score 229 for 5, and Paige Schofield now going to face her first ball. Did quite well with the ball earlier, so let's see if she can complete a good all-round game. Beth Langston bowling show. Straight, but again they've run. It's a good single. It's pushed to mid-off, but they've run well, and more importantly, not run into each other. And
So they didn't collide.
they didn't collide that time, so Schofield gets in to get off the mark.
And it wasn't a direct hit either, so I think she would have been safe anyway.
Yeah, absolutely.
Lindsay Smith just holding her hand there a bit after backing up that throw.
Yes, well spotted she is. She's, yeah, obviously taking that one on the hand. Could be a left hand as well. I think she's still got a bowl. Langston bowls and beats the back side the off stuff. Elwes is going for something quite expansive there. But she's got past the bat, and this is now beginning to get a little bit tight. In fact, perhaps a bit more than that, Harry. What would you say? Is the wind viz changing at this point?
It's getting close. It's coming to a nail biter, I reckon. Last over.
Yeah.
Quite intense.
Well, I'm going to hand over to Robbie. It's not because I can't handle the tension. It's Robbie's got to do a 5 o'clock slot. So I'm going to pass over to him.
That was the end of the over, and Vipers are now 230 for 5, with 4 overs remaining. 27 to win. Getting a little bit tenser here in the commentary box, and as you can see from the Vipers pit, where they're all coming towards the edge of the pitch.
Hello, Ariana. This feels a little bit tense suddenly.
Yes, it's gotten close now, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. It's got a strange old game, cricket. It's never quite done, is it? Here is the left armour. Left armour, is it Rachael Slater? Yes, I can see now. Bowling towards us, and that's left outside the off stump. Paige Schofield there on 1, so 27 the equation from 23 deliveries here. How cricket can change, those strange moments as we see Slater in once more, and that's edge down towards third man. Running down towards left-hand side is Phoebe Graham, does the fielding, and they come back for a single. It's bonkers, isn't it? These little things, these little nuances that happen in cricket can just change the complexion of things. That run out with Emily Windsor, just so sort of unfortunate, but also, I suppose, unnecessary in some cases, and unlucky, I suppose.
Yeah.
And these games are tight. Things really suddenly changed here at the Ageas Bowl. The complexion of this game, 232 for 5. As that goes aerial from Georgia Elwes over the fielder. And that's going to run away to the boundary for 4. It does. It hits the rope now. Valuable runs these for the Vipers. That'll get it down to 21. And Georgia Elwes is once again tasked with getting the Vipers over the line here. She did it against the Sunrisers with bat and ball. She's got to do it with bat here. And she's making a very good effort of it. 73 from 69 she is. 21 required from 22 deliveries. In once more is Slater. That's edge down towards third man. They'll come through for a single comfortably. And the equation will now be 20 needed from 21 deliveries. I've now got to do maths with overs and balls and whatnot.
Oh no.
So you know how you were already calm earlier?
Yeah.
Are you slightly less calm now?
Slightly, yes.
Okay. I thought you might be. Here is Slater once more. Bowls to Schofield, who pushes that into the onside, and they'll get a single. Fielded by Lindsay Smith. And it's 19 needed from 20 deliveries.
That boundary did release a bit of that tension though, luckily.
Certainly did, and it's one of those games where you just you never know when there's so much riding on it. As that beats Elwes outside the off stump. I wonder if she maybe got an edge on that, and that was dropped by Bess Heath. She didn't take it cleanly, and given the reaction of Slater there, potentially got a thin edge on it, did she? But we will never know. Dot ball. That required run rate is only 6 and over. It's not big, is it? But in a game like this, where there's a lot resting on it, it suddenly feels like a big task. 1 ball left of this over, and that's nudged into the onside, and it'll be a dot. Good finish that from Slater. She's bowled out 10 overs, 0 for 47. 3 overs remaining. 19 runs required from 18 deliveries for the Vipers. Do you think that they try and close this game out quickly? Just make use of those 5 wickets. Come on, I'm putting you on the spot, Ariana. Or do you just nudge it around?
I think these two will want to see it through, finish off the game. Not necessarily nudge it round, but look to play their shots and hopefully see Vipers through to the final with this win over the Northern Diamonds.
I don't know when I should say this, and you know what? I'm just going to say it now. Remember that ball that was hit up to Tara Norris that went along the ground and then suddenly took off and went over her head?
You had to mention that, didn't you?
What did I say earlier? If this game ends up being tight? Holly Armitage, the Diamonds skipper, is saying, right, give me this ball. I'm going to do a job here for my team. She's going to have a bowl her leg spin, which is a brave thing to do with 3 overs remaining. This could go one of 2 ways. She's got 3 fielders out on the onside boundary. And she's in now, over the wicket, bowls, that's full, straight, hit down the ground from Paige Schofield, and it'll be cut off by that fielder at long on. They'll come through for just a single. 18 required now from 17. And you can just sense a little bit of tension here at the Ageas Bowl. That Georgia Elwes fan club below us will go berserk if she gets her team over the line. But even they, I think, they're a little bit nervous at this game suddenly. Just to bring you up to date as well, by the way, Central Sparks, it's looking like they are going to lose to the Lightning. They need 44 from the final 2 overs, so likely that they're going to lose their 8 down as well. So Central Sparks we can disregard from our equations now. Basically, they are going to finish 3rd, so they will be the away side in the eliminator, which will take place on Tuesday. The question is, who is it going to be against? Here comes Armitage over the wicket, bowls, and that's pushed into the offside. They'll come through for a quick single. Georgia Elwes running to the non-striker's end, and they'll make it to 40 for 5. 17 required now from 16 deliveries. And I think, by the looks of things, she is going to play it the way you said. See it out.
Yeah.
And we'll do an update shortly for listeners across the South Coast on BBC Radio Solent. This is Uppish over the head of mid-off from Paige Schofield. That's going to go away for 4. That will relieve some pressure. Mid-off in the circle, and that's going to get it down to 13 required from, keep doing my maths, Robbie, 15 balls. I'm really struggling here. I don't know why I'm struggling.
A few Northern Diamonds players just crouched to the floor at that boundary.
That release of pressure again. Schofield on strike. Here is Armitage. That's down the leg side. She gets something on it, pushes it out into the onside. They'll think about coming back for 2, but they'll settle for 1. 12 needed now from 14. Yeah, that just one boundary and over in a situation like this is enough, isn't it?
Definitely, yes.
Here comes that update. Yeah, 11 needed for the Vipers from the remaining 13 deliveries. They were home and hosed, we thought, in this game, the Vipers. Really good knock from Georgia Elwes. She's 76 not out from 74, but they faltered. Emily Windsor was run out in a flurry of wickets. A strange old run out for Emily Windsor. She ran into her batting partner, Georgia Elwes, and that just put a bit of tension here at the Ageas Bowl. But the Vipers just getting a boundary and over to keep their hopes alive. If they win this, they will be into the final. They're 246 for 5. They need 10 more runs from 2 overs to see them into the final a week today. So that ball just a single. 10 needed from the final 2 overs then for the Vipers, and they will defend, look to defend their Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy title a week today, and they'll hope to do it in the final and not in the eliminator. Do it this over, Ariana?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Not sure?
10 off the over would be a big ask.
Do you think they'll try? Because you don't want it to leave too many off the last over. I know you and Phil were saying that.
I think they should do what they did the past over, where they rotated the strike and then got that boundary, just took off all the pressure. Hopefully they just repeat that this over.
Spin from both ends. This is brave from Holly Armitage. Low full toss from Lindsay Smith, and that's pushed into the offside. That's onside. That's going to go away to the boundary for 4. Yes, it is. The cheer tells you everything you need to know. It was a low full toss from Lindsay Smith, and it was swiped past the fielder short on the onside of mid-wicket. In between those 2 fielders, the 250 is up for the Vipers. But more importantly, they are now just 6 runs away from getting into the final of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy for the 2nd year running. This is pushed up towards long on. They'll come through for a single, think about 2, say no. 5 required from 10 balls. I didn't have to think about that, I promise.
Well done.
Thank you. Lindsay Smith once more. She's got 3 fielders out on the onside. Only fielder out on the offside is that deep extra cover. No third man in place. She's round the wicket now. Reverse sweep, seeing that no third man in place. That's going to go to the boundary. Georgia Elwes is doing it again. No third man in place. Reverse sweep. And she moves on to 80 from 75 deliveries, and 9 runs from the first 3 deliveries of this over mean it's just 1 run required for the Vipers.
Which has prompted a nice field change here.
Makes things quite easy, doesn't it? If you're a keeper, you don't want to let the next one through your legs. There is one fielder out at the deep mid-wicket boundary in case she goes uppish with that. She plays that out towards point, and there's no run. They won't get at this delivery. Yeah, everyone in, other than that field. I assume it's if she tries to go for that slog sweep to try and end it in style. They've just popped a fielder out there as the shadows lengthen here at the Ageas bowl. Round the wicket comes Lindsay Smith. Low full toss over the head of mid-wicket, and that'll do it. The Southern Vipers are going to Northampton to defend the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. And Georgia Elwes again pulls one off for the Vipers. 84 not out from 77 deliveries. She embraces Paige Schofield, her batting partner, and the players now shake hands. There's a few hugs we can see to our right-hand side down below the Rod Hansgrove Pavilion, because the Vipers know that has 99% taken them to Northampton. They will be playing in the final a week today, defending the trophy they won. They've beaten the Diamonds again, as they did just under a year ago. It's not a final this time. It felt like a bit of a quarter-final. The Diamonds, they're still in it. They'll play in the Eliminator on Tuesday. They will take on the Central Sparks, but it is the Vipers who are victorious by 5 wickets. Ariana Douse, that was never in doubt?
Never in doubt.
Were you calm all the way through?
It got a little bit close towards the end, I'll admit that, but always have confidence in your batting side. Well,
always have confidence, and always have confidence in Georgia Elwes, because she's just, I mean, she hit 112 in a pressure scenario last week. Then she, performed with the ball in a pressure scenario, and then this again, 84 from 77, and just, keeping her head and finding that boundary and over that we spoke about. Yes, she was helped out by Paige Schofield in the last couple of overs there, but how I mean, for you, is it almost less impressive because you expect it because you know her when you watch her bat?
No, 100%. It's always really nice to watch Georgia Elwes score runs. It's always such a nice pleasure to see someone on your team perform well. So it's never expected, but it's always a nice bonus.
And talk us through how they're going to be feeling in that Vipers camp now after that win. What does that do? The fact that they're just straight into the final, they don't have to worry about the eliminator or preparing for another game.
Well, I think they'll be very happy. There was a few jumps of joy on the sideline as the winning runs were hit, and I think Vipers will be very, very happy right now.
As we see the players shake hands, the Northern Diamonds, they know their tournament isn't over yet at all. They'll be disappointed now. They would have liked to have got to that final and not had to worry about another game, but they're a good side, and Holly Armitage will pick up her troops, and they'll be good to go on Tuesday as the ground staff come out and take the stumps out, and they start doing their sweeping and whatnot of what is a dusty, dry surface here at the Ageas Bowl. It's been baked in the sunshine all day, and a few figures here and there just mull about, and the crowd are still here getting the last of the sun as well. The Georgia Elwes fan club. Do you know anything about the Georgia Elwes fan club?
I do not, but I knew they were very loud, and that might have helped Georgia Elwes.
I think she certainly will have heard it, won't she, as the players trudge up the steps now. The Northern Diamonds make their way back to the away dressing room. As for the Vipers, I can see a few of them jumping up and down and giving each other a few hugs and whatnot. That is them through to the final of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. So that is where we are. Let's just bring you up to date with the scorecard in this game. Then the Northern Diamonds won the toss. They elected to have a bat first. They made 256 all out from 48 and a half overs. That was largely thanks to a couple of partnerships in the middle from Leah Dobson and Bess Heath. They put on 66 for the 5th wicket. 78 was then put on for the 6th wicket by Bess Heath and Lindsay Smith. Flurry wickets at the end meant that they ended on 256 all out. Then in reply for the Vipers, they got off to a quiet start. They lost Ella McCacken in the 4th over, 7 for 1 that made it. Then Maya Boucher came in. She hit 40 from 53 balls to steady the ship with Georgia Adams, who was there until the 33rd over. Then she fell to a pull shot, which she missed time to Lindsay Smith. She went for making the score 163 for 3. Then a stand between Georgia Elwes and Gabby Lewis worth 62 for the 4th wicket before Gabby Lewis was LBW to Phoebe Graham for 39. Then you had those strange run out between Emily Windsor and Georgia Elwes. Emily Windsor essentially ran into Georgia Elwes and was run out for 1. That then made things a little bit tense as we ended up coming into the last 5 or 4 overs or so, but it was Paige Schofield And once again, Georgia Elwis, who got the Vipers over the line. Schofield ending on 15 from 9 deliveries, a couple of useful boundaries for her. And Georgia Elwis, 84 not out from 77 deliveries. She did it again. As such, the Vipers win by 5 wickets, as we see them all have a little cheer to our right-hand side below the Rob Brownsgrove Pavilion. Elsewhere, the Lightning have beat the Central Sparks as well, so that confirms it that the Central Sparks will finish 3rd. The Southern Vipers will finish top, and the Northern Diamonds will finish 2nd in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. That's how they finish in the group stage. Anything could happen. All 3 sides could still win it, and we will find out a week today who is the lifters of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Will it be the Vipers for the 2nd year running? Will it be the Diamonds seeking revenge, or will it be the Central Sparks, who have kind of come out of nowhere actually and put in a bit of a title bid this year? We will find out in a week or so. We will of course have coverage of the final again for BBC Radio Solent a week today. Kevin James and the team will be up at Northampton for the final of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Big thank you of course to Phil Green for his company today. Great to see you, Phil, and great to have you on comms. And Ariana, have you enjoyed your first experience up here?
Yes, it was a new experience, but it was a good one, I think.
A new experience, very cold at the start, very hot by the end. It's sweltering up here in the camera gantry. Is it? What's it like watching it from here and sort of getting a different perspective? Does it make the game look very easy?
I think it doesn't make it look easy, it just makes it easier to analyse from such a different angle than you're used to. So yeah.
Well, as long as you enjoyed it, that's the main thing. And just finally, what are your reflections of the Vipers? Was it mainly what you expected to see from them today, or were you a little bit surprised by maybe how tense it was towards the end?
No, I think the Vipers played how they always play, and I was very proud of them for getting through and getting over the line to that final, because I know that's what was on everyone's minds, and I'm happy they did that.
Well, you go and enjoy it. Hopefully you get to enjoy it with them, and hopefully you get to go up to Northampton as well for the final. It's been great to have you. Thank you very much. Ariana Douse, Vipers reserve keeper. We'll let you go for now. Thank you very much, Ariana. And that is just about us done as well. Don't forget, you can keep up to date with T20 Blast Finals Day right now over on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra. That second T20 is coming to its conclusion right now, so you can catch the end of that on 5 Live Sports Extra. Elsewhere on BBC Radio Solent, and sport continues as well with the reaction to today's football. And as I mentioned, of course, the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy final will take place a week today in Northampton. Kevin James and the team will provide you commentary of that from Northampton, and Hampshire are back in action, of course, with a title bid taking on Lancashire up in Liverpool. That starts on Tuesday, again, all across the BBC Sport website and app for that. But the news here from the Ageas Bowl, as the sun starts to set behind the Rob Brownsgrove Pavilion, the shadows begin to lengthen and the spectators make their way out, is that the Southern Vipers are going to be in Northampton to defend the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. They're going to be there a week today. They've beaten Northern Diamonds by 5 wickets. Hello? Yes, I'm here, yeah. Yes, can do. 30-second update? Okay. Sure. I'll go and get an interview. Yeah. It is indeed. They are going to Northampton to defend the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy a week today. That's a given. They've beaten the Northern Diamonds by 5 wickets. We thought that it was never in doubt throughout, but of course the Vipers kept us on our toes. There was a stand between Georgia Adams and Georgia Elwes worth 89 for the 3rd wicket. That put the Vipers in the prime position to chase down 257. Then a 4th wicket stand between Elwes and Gabby Lewis of 62. Then the little curveball. Emily Windsor run out shortly after Gabby Lewis was LBW to Phoebe Graham for 39. That made things tense in the final few overs, but it was Paige Schofield with 15 not out from 9 balls, and once again Georgia Elwes, what a week she's had, off the back of 112 versus the Sunrisers, 84 not out from 77 deliveries from her to see her side home. The Vipers win by 5 wickets. They will take on the winner of the Northern Diamonds versus the Central Sparks, who play in the Eliminator on Tuesday. They will play in the final up at Northampton to see if they can defend the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy a week today. The Vipers win by 5 wickets. Cheers, mate.
I think that was the England football team when they went to the end.
Were they?
There was
Oh, was that them, is it? Maybe.
a lot on the balcony there, and eventually they all put like